Chapter 868. It was very likely that the Void Emperor had been to ancient China. This secret shocked Yi Fan and Pang Bo. They looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. At this moment, a name appeared in their hearts at the same time: Yellow Emperor. This existence that was both human and god was born at the banks of Jishure. Was there some cause and effect? However, after thinking for a while, they shook their heads and denied it. The time didn't match at all. Yellow Emperor was an ancient person from 4,000 years ago, and the Void Emperor had passed away for hundreds of thousands of years. Elders, can you tell us in detail? We're all ears. Pang Bo went forward and grabbed an old arm to support him. Be gentle, it's falling apart. The old man from the Ji clan grimaced. He didn't have the fortune to enjoy Pang Bo's arm that was 3 times thicker than an ordinary person's. He said, I saw this in an ancient book in the scripture pavilion. The records aren't detailed and I've almost forgotten about it. This isn't the place to talk. Everyone, please come in. The Ji clan's holy lord smiled. Ji Haoyue followed beside him and would officially take over in a few years. The Ji clan ruled over the southern region and looked down on the eastern wasteland. Few lineages could compare to them. They had once produced a human emperor and their foundation was incomparably strong. Clouds and mist lingered around. All kinds of palaces were suspended in the air. Spiritual birds danced in the air and orchids floated in the air. It was like a fairyland. It was a magnificent scene. Pure lands rose and fell one after another, suspended above the clouds. There were even more tens of thousands of jong-tall mountains towering, and great white waterfalls cascaded down. It was incomparably majestic. Roar, a loud roar came from afar. A black mountain towered in the clouds and a black flood dragon as thick as a mountain was tied to it. The group was quite shocked. A clan that had produced a great emperor was indeed different. That flood dragon was majestic and had a pure bloodline. Its roar was accompanied by the cries of the Tao and its realm was unfathomable. Ji Ziyue said, that is the holy region and is connected to a small world. The black dragon guards that place and can't move half a step away. It can only live in front of the black dragon swamp. It's very pitiful. My brother and I used to accompany it when we were young. It was obvious that this was a secret place that was of utmost importance to the Ji family. Those who were not direct descendants would not be able to enter. Their foundation was indeed unfathomable. On the way, Yi Fan met a familiar person. It was Ji tribe's 8th elder. He was an elder with an illustrious status. Back then, he had stood on the side of Northern Plains Wang tribe and made things difficult for him. The two of them stared blankly at each other. The light in Ji family's 8th elder's eyes flickered, and in the end, he sighed inwardly. He cupped his hands and left just like that. The present was different from the past. Northern Plains Wang tribe had already been flattened by Yi Fan's cavalry. The situation was stronger than him. If he wanted to do anything, he would probably be killed by the Ji tribe themselves. The central void heavenly watchtower was grand and lofty, as if it was the ancient heaven. Red-crowned cranes danced about, colorful luans cried out, circling above. Only the most esteemed guests could enter, yet now, it was wide open. The Ji family was very courteous. Yi Fan's battles had shaken the world and attracted everyone's attention. He had even severed the ancient emperor's bloodline, so how many people could stop him? The Ji family's elders had investigated in detail and learned of the relationship between Ji Haoyue and Yi Fan's group. Naturally, they wanted to pull Yi Fan into their camp. In the past, a portion of people objected to Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan being too close, but now, almost all of them had changed their minds. If the Ji family could have another great completion saint physique because of this, they would not have to worry for the next 10,000 years. Before Yi Fan and Pang Bo could ask Ji Shuai, a living fossil went straight to the point. I heard that you came from the other side of the starry sky, is this true? Now, the mystery of Yi Fan's identity was no longer a secret. Many people already knew about it, so it was no big deal for him to ask like this. That's right. Yi Fan nodded and admitted. The starry sky is boundless, there are too many secrets. No wonder even the ancient emperors had to travel so far. There are many secrets in the universe that we don't know about. An old man sighed. A graceful and beautiful maid walked into the palace and served tea. The fragrance of the tea filled the air. It was actually the Tao comprehension tea. This kind of divine tea was rarely served to people. I didn't expect to be able to taste this kind of divine tea so often. The Black Emperor stood up and stretched out a pair of huge claws, scaring the maids so much that they almost covered its face with the tray. Not long later, an elder of the Ji family personally went to fetch an ancient book and flipped through it with Pang Bo and Yi Fan. They wanted to find out about the mysterious place that the Void Monarch had been to. Oh, speaking of which, our Ji family is not a native of the northern Dipper Star region. In fact, the ancient emperors seemed to have crossed over from the star region. Those who truly belong to this world might not exist, a living fossil said. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were both surprised. Only the Black Emperor stretched out his huge head and shook it. Ruthless and Emperor Wu Shi were born in this world. They came here to prove their Tao. Maybe. The living fossil of the Ji family smiled and didn't argue. Maybe, our race's emperor came from your world. The old man who flipped through the ancient book with Pang Bo said. Impossible, tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestors were still living in places like Jukudian and Yuanmo. How could there be cultivators? Pang Bo shook his head. Then, he was stunned again. How could he understand everything in this world with the thinking of Earth? He couldn't deny the theory of mysteries. Since there were people like Laozi and the Qi practitioners of the pre-Qin dynasty, then the ancient era might be different from what he knew. There might really have been a war of gods. There were too many myths and legends on Earth, and some of them were related to this world. Some of them could even corroborate each other. Did they really exist? Found it, here. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the two old men carefully read the ancient book that was sealed with Tao patterns. It mentioned the Qi practitioners and the ancient path of the starry sky. However, there were just too few records, only a few key words. This was recorded when the imperial prince passed away in his later years, something he heard when he was young. As for what exactly the Void Great Emperor said, he couldn't remember it clearly, only having vague memories. It must be Earth. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were stunned. And, the Battle of the Celestial Court. Even the Black Emperor was dumbfounded. He stared at the last word and was lost in thought. The people of the Ji family laughed. Many of the old antiques shook their heads and told them not to take it seriously. The emperor had heard it when he was young and it had long become blurry. It was only when he passed away that he muttered it to himself and it was remembered by the later generations. Some of them had already been confirmed. Many of them were stories that the Void Emperor had heard when he was young and they weren't true. The Battle of the Celestial Court. Yi Fan muttered to himself. His thoughts didn't waver because of them. There were definitely many unknown secrets on Earth that had disappeared in the river of time. There is also an incomplete map. At the end, they saw a map of mountains and rivers. There was a huge mountain carved on it, but there were no words. It looks like Mount Tai. Yi Fan and Pang Bo glanced at each other. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that it was similar. This is the mountain map that the emperor drew according to his blurry memories before he passed away. Mount Tai was known as the #1 mountain in the world. In ancient times, it was seen as the place where the sun was born and where all living things grew. There were historical records that stated that no mountain was greater than it and no history was greater than it. Laozi left Hangu Pass and rode on an ox. This is enough to prove that many of the legends are true. Pang Bo said. The Laozi you are talking about is an old man riding a green ox. The Ji family master suddenly asked. Yes. I have seen him before. The Ji family master said. Phut. Yi Fan and Pang Bo spat out the enlightenment tea in their mouths and revealed expressions of disbelief. They were truly shocked. The beautiful maids hurried over to clean up the mess. When I was young, I saw the elders welcoming such a person. They were extremely respectful. The Ji family master said. That was more than 2,000 years ago. He was still young, so he could only watch from afar and couldn't say much. Later on, he learned that the guest was an unfathomable person who had come specifically for the Void Emperor's inheritance. Speaking of outsiders, there have been a few of them. A living fossil said. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have spoken of these secrets. Now, Yi Fan was on par with them. Moreover, he himself came from the outer realm. That was why they had so many things to say and wanted to investigate. Several ancient books were sent over. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any clues. They didn't know which ancient star region those people came from. They didn't seem to be related to Earth, so it was difficult to find any clues. I really want to return to the other side of the starry sky. Yi, do you think we can dig out the fragments and remains of the celestial court? Pang Bo asked. This is really hard to say. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and pondered. In the end, Yi Fan and the others asked the Ji family where the Immortal Ascension Valley was. They were told that it was a very mysterious place in the Great Wastelands. In the past, a divine king of the Ji family had entered the Immortal Palace outside the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity and obtained a fortune. In the end, he was sent to the Immortal Ascension Valley, and only then did he know about that place. Ziyue, you can go with him. With me at home, you don't need to worry. When there was no one else around, Ji Haoyue said to his sister. A living fossil of the Ji family passed by and heard their conversation. He didn't object and instead said that if they could really go to the other side of the starry sky, there would definitely be a way to return. The group left the Ji family and headed for the Immortal Ascension Valley. Yi Fan wanted to see Lin Jiao. He didn't know how she was doing and couldn't forget some things of the past. A group of people came to this world, but why didn't the others appear? This made him suspicious. He really didn't know what they were doing and where they were scattered. Back then, how many of us came to this world? It should be 16, Pang Bo muttered to himself. Yes, in the ancient coffin on the Mars star, more than a dozen people died. Only 16 came to this world alive, Yi Fan said. Among them, Liu Yunji, Li Zhongqing, and Wang Yang failed to harm us. As soon as they came to this world, they died in the tiger's den outside the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. Pang Bo nodded. They were taken by the 6 blessed and heavenly abodes of the Yang land to cultivate. Among them, 3 died a few years later. One had a problem with his cultivation, one was killed when he went out, and one was torn to shreds by a strange beast while gathering herbs. Now, only 10 people truly survived. Li Xiaoman turned against them and became a great enemy. Zhong Wenchang was in the humble peak, Liu Yi entered the jasper pool, and Kai was taken away by an old monk to become a Buddhist guardian Vaja. As for the others, Zhu Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jiao, and Zhong Xiling had never appeared. No one knew what happened to them. Are you sure that, other than us, the people in the ancient bronze coffin on the Mars star and the others who came to this ancient planet are all dead? Yi Fan asked. Pang Bo pondered and didn't reply immediately. I still feel that there's a ghostly shadow standing in the darkness watching me, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Chapter 869. The Eastern Wasteland, as the name implied, was located in the east, vast and boundless. It was known for its great wastelands, and this was where its name came from. It was divided into the southern region, central region, and other places. This was a great wasteland in the southern region. The land was boundless, the mountains and rivers vast, primitive forests dense. There was no sign of human habitation within hundreds of thousands of li, and few people set foot here. Yi Fan and the others entered the barren mountains, and after traveling for who knew how many li, they searched for Immortal Ascension Valley according to the mountain-river diagram they obtained from the Ji family. This place that had been deserted for thousands of years and tens of thousands of years had many rare medicinal herbs. If they were lucky, they might be able to dig up rare precious medicines with extremely ancient medicinal ages. Up ahead, a mushroom cloud rose, and then streaks of black heavenly tribulation descended, submerging a swamp. A large black crocodile appeared there, covering the sky like a dark cloud. What? That's a Tao severing tribulation. The Black Emperor was shocked. Up ahead was a formidable crocodile. Its entire body was pitch black, and it had severed its own shackles, about to enter the king realm. No one expected to see this kind of existence so soon after entering the Great Wastelands. This strange beast was about to reach a height that many sect masters couldn't even reach in their entire lives. No one approached and watched from the distance. This black divine crocodile roared towards the sky, swallowing and spitting out light, doing everything it could to resist. The surrounding mountain ridges all collapsed, and the swamp was also evaporated, becoming hard ground. 2 hours later, the heavenly tribulation became more and more terrifying. In the end, with a loud hong sound, a black waterfall poured down. The large crocodile released a miserable cry, and then its body exploded. What a pity, the heavenly tribulation will disappear soon. It failed, and in the end, its body and spirit will both be destroyed. The monkey sighed. The heavenly tribulation suppressed the heavens. The large black crocodile exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. A small crocodile flew out from its forehead, formed from its divine sense. However, it shattered in the black sky dome. In the great wastelands, this kind of thing wasn't strange at all. There were often ancient beasts that died after failing to cross tribulation, especially in secret lands that no one had set foot in for tens of thousands of years. In reality, it was the same for humans. All cultivators had to face it, and quite a few people fell on the path to higher levels, turning into scattered white bones. However, just like this black divine crocodile, no one knew about it. They followed an ancient path into the primitive mountain forest, passing through many valleys, and then entered the interior of the great wastelands. With a shio sound, a streak of golden light flashed past. What is that? Yi Fan's expression froze. He felt a chill run down his spine, and he had a bad feeling. It looks like a small dragon, Li Tian said. After chasing for a long distance, he didn't find anything. It should be a lightning bird. They have the fastest speed in the world. If it was a lightning king, little Yezi, you might not be able to catch up if you don't improve your Xing formula, Li Heishui said. I hope so. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. They continued forward. Pitter-patter, in the distance, lightning rushed into the heavens. The scene was terrifying. The clouds were all dyed in gold, and waves of noises sounded. They quickly ran forward, crossed a large canyon, flew over 2 mountains that towered into the clouds, and finally arrived at the scene. Up ahead, not a single blade of grass grew. There was a stone mountain with streaks of golden electrical radiance curling about it. The scene was extremely mysterious and dazzling. On the peak of the mountain, there was a huge bird's nest. All sorts of lightning bolts fell from the nest. Tens of thousands of them fell like a golden waterfall. What kind of nest is this? It looks like a divine bird's nest. There shouldn't be any immortal treasures, right? The Black Emperor couldn't hold it in any longer. If not for Pang Bo holding him down, he might have already rushed up to snatch the treasure. Something's wrong. There was a living creature in the bird's nest. They felt the aura of life and flew up into the sky to take a look. They were immediately shocked. An existence that looked like a phoenix was currently transforming into the Tao. All sorts of electrical radiance were emitted by it. Tao patterns densely covered the nest, and golden lightning coiled around the mountain. Its body wasn't large, only 3 meters or so. Its entire body was golden, and of course, if those beautiful tail feathers were included, it would be 3 to 4 meters long. It was dazzling and dazzling. It can't really be a demonic beast with the bloodline of the phoenix, right? It's actually transforming into the Tao. The few of them were all stunned. This is a lightning phoenix. It has an extremely high concentration of phoenix blood. The Black Emperor was experienced and knowledgeable. After observing for a long time, he said, Lightning bird was a type of extremely powerful strange bird. It flew extremely fast and looked as if it was made of gold. Its entire body was coiled with electrical radiance, and it was a war pet that many cultivators wanted to tame, but it was extremely difficult. Some of their bloodlines were very special, and their talents were even more terrifying. They had phoenix crowns on their heads, and they were called phoenix crown lightning birds. Most cultivators had to avoid them when they saw them. As for the king among them, it was even more special. It was called the lightning phoenix bird, and it had undergone the phenomenon of atavism. It possessed a portion of the phoenix's bloodline, and it was the most powerful among them. It was rumored that once it grew up, even Immortal 3 would find it difficult to stop it. The so-called rare beasts and strange birds are precisely these kinds of existences. The Black Emperor exclaimed in admiration. Then, He shamelessly boasted that he wanted to take in a beast pet. There were no immortals in this world. True dragons, immortal phoenixes, and the others were all legendary existences. The highest grade spiritual beast divine bird bloodline was also a creature on the level of the lightning phoenix. If I raise one and keep it by my side, I might be able to nurture a demonic beast saint in the future. Even Pang Bo was moved. He rubbed his palms together, but in the end, the Black Emperor bit onto his arm, not allowing him to make the first move. This lightning phoenix has been injured, and it has been forced to transform. The monkey spoke. With his fiery eyes, he saw a bloody hole at the back of the lightning bird's head. Fresh blood was dripping, and it had pierced through its primordial spirit. This is a king bird that has stepped into Immortal 3, and it is actually injured to this extent. This desolate land is really terrifying. Everyone, be careful. Yi Fan reminded. Then, he thought of the golden light that disappeared in a flash. Could it really be a lightning bird? After all, there was such a powerful bloodline in the mountains. Bo. A soft sound came from the bird's nest. The lightning phoenix's transformation was coming to an end. Its entire body was transforming, and it slowly turned into a rain of light. It was incomparably beautiful. Too pitiful. Back then, I raised a phoenix crown lightning bird, and it was killed by Ji Bue. Although its bloodline wasn't as strong as this one, it was still very spiritual. It died while crying and pecking my fingers. Ji Ziyue said softly, as if she was very sad. Bo. In the end, a blazing light shot out, and the lightning bird completely transformed. Its bones were obliterated, its feathers disappeared, and its flesh burned, turning into a rain of light with divinity. It was exceptionally gorgeous. A cry of Tao rang out, and then all the light was restrained, disappearing from the nest and entering an egg. What? There's a golden egg, and the divine rain produced by the transformation flew into it. A few people cried out in surprise. Then, they quickly rushed up the stone mountain. At this time, the lightning had all disappeared, and this place was exceptionally quiet. The nest was constructed from various kinds of spirit wood, and the inside was covered with soft medicinal herbs. It was full of spiritual power, and in the center was an egg the size of a fist. The golden light was restrained, and it was sparkling and translucent. This is the egg of a lightning phoenix. One can't even find one or two in the entire world, and now it has been showered by the light rain produced by the transformation of Tao. It can be said to be rare throughout the ages. If there are no accidents, no matter what, it will grow into a demonic saint in the future, the large black dog said. The golden egg emitted strands of Tao pattern fluctuations. It could naturally resonate with Tao, and automatically absorb spiritual essence from the surroundings. It was very mysterious. Mine. The large black dog leaped over, and with his body that was as strong as a bull, he pushed his competitor, Pang Bo, to the side. Of course, Pang Bo wouldn't give up so quickly. He was extraordinarily talented, and was 1 or 2 heads taller than ordinary people. With a wave of his arms, he lifted the large black dog up. Stop fighting, be careful of damaging the demonic saint egg, Yi Fan reminded. This golden egg was indeed extraordinary, and they definitely couldn't lose it. In the end, they decided to have Ji Ziyue put it away first, and have the large black dog stay far away. Taking it as a beast pet was a small matter, and the most important thing was that they were afraid that it would be eaten. That was because this damned dog had accidentally let slip that this kind of divine egg was great nourishment if eaten, and it could increase a lot of cultivation for no reason. *CK. I was just saying it casually. Is there a need to be so guarded against me? It was very unwilling. At the foot of this stone mountain, they saw a few lightning phoenix feathers, all stained with blood. Obviously, they were left behind when this king bird that had transformed into Tao returned and struggled on its deathbed. How pitiful. I think it only wanted to pass on its power of transforming into Tao to this egg. Everything was for the sake of its child, so it struggled on its deathbed and returned, Ji Ziyue said. The few of them sighed. That should be the case. What kind of creature had killed it? Yi Fan picked up a tail feather on the ground, and carefully observed it for a long time. Let's go. We've already arrived at the center of the great wilderness, and there's still 10 or 20,000 kilometers to go before we reach the Celestial Ascension Valley. They passed through mountain range after mountain range according to the map. Some mountains towered into the clouds, and the peaks were covered with snow, while others were shrouded in clouds and mist, evergreen all year round. The wilderness was vast, and the vegetation was lush. Apes cried and tigers roared, and a stone forest appeared in front of them. It was a strange sight. We've arrived. According to the map, it's just a few dozen kilometers ahead of us in the stone forest. We've finally found it, Yang Ishi said. There were all kinds of spiritual birds and rare beasts in this place, and it looked very auspicious. Fragrance wafted in the stone forest, and ginseng, orchids, and other plants grew. Before they even reached the Celestial Valley, they could already see all kinds of auspicious auras. No wonder we haven't heard any news about Lin Jiao for so many years. So she's hiding in a pure land. She must have reaped great benefits in the Celestial Palace and has been cultivating in seclusion, Pang Bo said. They followed the stone forest and advanced for more than 15 kilometers. Finally, they saw a magnificent land. Auspicious auras were hazy, immortal cranes were flying, and all kinds of rare beasts were hidden. It was a magnificent scene. The inside of the valley was like a fairyland. Colorful clouds lingered around it, and the entrance of the valley was connected to the stone forest. There were all kinds of spiritual trees and old herbs growing inside. There was a stone tablet at the entrance of the valley, and there were 4 ancient words engraved on it: Celestial Ascension Valley. This was a peaceful and tranquil land. Auspicious light shone, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted in the air. The creatures were not startled by people, and there were no waves. It was peaceful and tranquil. This is indeed a rare Tao land. It can calm one's heart and help one comprehend the Tao. This is the reason why many cultivators live in seclusion. Even the Black Emperor praised it. This place could allow one to harmonize with the Tao and clear one's mind. It smells so good. Ji Ziyue blinked her large eyes, revealing an intoxicated expression. It's an ancient Chilan tree, there's a huge patch of it. The monkey was shocked as he looked into the valley. There was a patch of ancient trees there, and the fragrance was spreading out. Every single one of them was like a horned dragon, and their branches were coiled around, as if they were wondrous trees that had been carefully nurtured. Moreover, the most special thing was that the flowers that the ancient trees produced were very magical. They were sparkling and glistening, and they were shaped like little purple killins. They were extremely special. This kind of ancient tree is also very rare in the primordial era. Raising more than 10 of them is very useful for cultivators. One's state of mind will be incomparably calm, and it will be easy for one to resonate with the Tao. The monkey explained. This kind of Chilan tree's fragrance was very special. After coming into contact with it, it would be difficult for it to dissipate even after a few days. The fragrance would fill one's entire body, and it was the favorite of women in the primordial era. What a good place! The few of them sighed in admiration and were about to enter. However, Yi Fan reached out and stopped them, saying, "Wait a moment." His expression was grave. He took out that blood-stained lightning phoenix feather and placed it at the tip of his nose, gently fanning it. The fragrance was very faint, but there was indeed a little bit of it. Chapter 870. The valley was filled with specks of auspicious light. Clouds curled up and multicolored light overflowed in all directions. All kinds of spiritual birds danced around. No matter how one looked at it, it was like an auspicious and beautiful painting. How could there be killing intent? The lightning phoenix's feathers were stained with blood. They were passed around in everyone's hands. They placed it at the tip of their noses and seriously sniffed it. All of them revealed grave expressions. There's no need to pass it around. This emperor has already sensed it. The orchid fragrance on the tail comes from within the valley. I can even pinpoint which flower it came from, said the Black Emperor. This was his domain, and his nose was the most sensitive. Whoosh! A snow-white spirit fox ran out. It didn't have a single strand of mixed fur and was spotless. Its ruber-like eyes flickered as it glanced back at them. Then, it disappeared in a flash and rushed into the depths of the valley. It was quite intelligent. Is there really killing intent? There are many spiritual creatures in the valley. Why are they unharmed? Li Tianxin was puzzled. A snow-white old turtle the size of a pot lid peeked its head out and crawled slowly. It also appeared in the valley. The most peculiar thing was that there was a fist-sized white turtle lying on its shell. Li Heishui picked up a stone and smashed it forward. With a whoosh, the white-shelled turtle madly stomped its 4 legs and disappeared without a trace. The creatures here were all intelligent. It could be said to be a wondrous land without a trace of danger. Be careful. Ever since we came to this desolate land, I've felt that something was wrong. It's as if there's a spirit lingering in the depths of the mountains, muttered Yi Fan. He used his heaven's eye to look around but didn't discover anything. Then let's call Lin Jiao out, said Pang Bo. There's no need to shout. If my premonition is true, it's hard to say if Lin Jiao is still alive, said Yi Fan in a deep voice. He then told the Black Emperor to lay down a killing formation and prepare to deal with it at any time. Since we're here, we have to figure it out no matter whether it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, said the monkey. Yi Fan nodded. They had already come this far, so they couldn't retreat without accomplishing anything. He and the monkey moved separately. They circled the immortal Ascension Valley from afar, wanting to observe it thoroughly. However, they were shocked. This was actually a small world, a world of its own. Only the valley could enter. My true body can't enter, and neither can my primordial spirit. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if I die. Let's create a clone to observe, said Li Tian. The damage to your avatar is also very damaging to you. Don't try it rashly. Ji Ziyue stopped Yi Fan. Don't worry, I have a technique that can allow me to enter the valley unharmed. The monkey said. He plucked out 4 strands of golden monkey fur from his body. 4 beams of light shot out from his glabella and entered the fur. The monkey fur grew larger in the wind and 4 battle saint apes appeared. They were exactly the same as the monkeys. They had fiery eyes and mouths, bearing their fangs at the few of them. Is there really such a wondrous technique? Pang Bo was very excited. He rubbed his hands and moved closer to the monkey, expressing his desire to learn it. This is the art of transforming 1 into 10 million. As the monkey explained, Yi Fan and Pang Bo listened attentively. They had long yearned for such a wondrous art, but they had never expected to learn it today. Damn it, there aren't so many hairs. Pang Bo was in great pain. After learning it, he plucked out a bunch of hair and grimaced in pain. Yi Fan plucked out 4 strands of hair. The tiny golden immortal in his immortal platform took a step out from his glabella. He blew out a mouthful of golden light and instantly transformed into 4 of himself. It's easy when you first learn it. It's not difficult to form a few of yourself, but it's too difficult to transform 1 into 10 million. Also, there's no need to count on your combat prowess, said the monkey. The destruction of these hairs wouldn't harm the main body, so the ability wouldn't be very strong. However, the monkey said that this was a terrifying forbidden art. When the Emperor of Fighting executed it, he could transform into 10 million. Each of them had incomparable combat prowess and could instantly kill all living beings in the world, destroying an entire ancient planet. Yi Fan's 4 incarnations entered the valley and advanced in different directions. His main body was very clear about the situation ahead. At this moment, his main body seemed to have arrived in the valley and was divided into 4 parts. This was a very strange feeling. He mainly paid attention to the one who entered the depths of the valley from the middle path. Ancient trees swayed, spiritual chi was dense, and old medicinal herbs were everywhere. Following the bluestone path, it was as if he had entered an otherworldly paradise. After advancing for several miles, there was a thatched cottage ahead. It was harmonious and quiet, and a spirit spring gurgled. The clear water flowed under a small stone bridge, and it was very picturesque. He quickened his pace and walked toward the thatched cottage. However, at this moment, he felt a pain in his glabella and his vision darkened. He lost consciousness, not knowing what had happened. Outside the valley, Yi Fan's main body trembled. He opened his eyes and said, "It's very terrifying. Although that incarnation of mine doesn't have much combat prowess, its intelligence is very strong. However, it didn't sense anything and died in this auspicious realm." Everyone was stunned. If it was Yi Fan's main body that had entered, it would most likely be a disaster. He didn't even know how he was killed. This was enough to show how terrifying this incarnation was. The large black dog immediately set up a corner of the wuxia killing formation, protecting them within it. He vigilantly paid attention to the movements in the surroundings. Yi Fan closed his eyes. Wisps of heavenly secrets were transmitted over from his second incarnation, and they were sensed by him. They traveled together and arrived in front of a forest of jade bamboos. Every bamboo looked as if they were carved out of suet jade. They were warm and sparkling white, and every section was translucent. Their leaves glowed with a white radiance. The forest wasn't very large, but the spiritual qi here was even denser. This was obviously a special type of treasured bamboo. Just like the chilan tree, it was extremely beneficial to cultivators. There was a milky white essence that drifted about, making one feel very comfortable. There was a stone platform in the bamboo forest, as well as a few stone blocks. The expression of this incarnation of Yi Fan immediately stiffened. That was because there was a cell phone on the stone platform. If he remembered correctly, this should be Lin Jia's cell phone. There were some bamboo leaves on it, and they had all dried up. It was obvious that no one had touched it for a very long time. With a pu sound, he felt as if the top of his head had been torn open. A trickle of blood dripped down and flowed into his eyes. All the light faded, and endless darkness engulfed him. Is this the feeling of death? Outside the valley, Yi Fan's main body opened his eyes. His second incarnation had mysteriously died, and he hadn't even seen what the enemy looked like. It was really terrifying to the extreme. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe. What kind of existence was this? How sharp was Yi Fan's spiritual sense? Yet, he had been killed on the spot, and he hadn't even seen what the enemy looked like. Then, Yi Fan's body shook again, and he said, "The third incarnation has also died." In the end, he suddenly shook, and two blazing beams of light shot out from his eyes. The beams of light were several dozen meters long. The last incarnation died, but before he died, he saw a black demonic shadow stretch out a hand and cover his face, crushing his entire head. I only saw a blurry shadow after dying 4 times. How is this immortal Ascension Valley? It's clearly a life-taking demonic valley, Li Tian said. There was a great danger in the valley. If Yi Fan and the others had entered rashly earlier, they would most likely be killed instantly. No wonder that Lightning Phoenix couldn't escape death despite being a king, Ji Ziyue said in a low voice. She used her hand to touch the golden egg, and strands of Dao patterns flowed out. Yi, are you sure that this is the writing left behind by Lin Jia? Pang Bo asked. This didn't seem like a meeting between old friends. It was clearly a fatal trap. Moreover, the layout was very natural. The message left many years ago, and the clues of a few words made people take the initiative to find it. As long as they entered the valley, they would definitely die. Yi Fan muttered to himself, all these years, there's a ghost in the dark that has been watching my every move. This is a trap laid out many years ago, and I came here to die. I didn't deliberately create it, but I don't know how many dangers are waiting for me to trigger in the future. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than a saint? I'll use a corner of the wuxia killing formation to open the way, and the Void Emperor's chessboard teleportation formation to be ready to escape at any time. I don't believe he can do anything to us, the Black Emperor said proudly. He decided to enter the Celestial Ascension Valley and see what kind of deity it was. They waited outside the valley for a very long time, but they didn't see any terrifying existences coming out. They all looked at each other, and finally prepared to enter the valley. The goddess furnace was held in Yang Yishi's hand, and she was ready to use it at any time to kill powerful enemies. Meanwhile, above Yi Fan's head, there were 81 small jet-black flags that were each an inch long floating up and down. They were strange and unfathomable. The large black dog was sweating profusely. He used up all his energy and drank a considerable amount of divine spring water, and only then did he carve a complex and unfathomable formation pattern on a jade disc. He said, "This is the killing formation of an ancient emperor, and it will probably only exist on this jade disc for half a day. We have to hurry." They advanced for several kilometers in the valley, but no danger occurred. When they reached the deepest part of the valley, they saw the thatched cottage, which still gave off a very auspicious and beautiful feeling. There was a gurgling spirit spring, and there was a pure white stone bridge. No matter how they looked at it, it was like a paradise. Boom! All of a sudden, the jade disc on the back of the Black Emperor swallowed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and it released countless wisps of divine light. Killing intent soared into the sky as it swept out. Pu. Above their heads, a streak of blood-red light exploded. It was unknown what kind of being had fallen, but it transformed into a rain of blood that scattered all over the ground. What a powerful being! None of us sensed it. Just then, it almost closed in on us and tore open our skulls. It's a king tier, and it's a king tier that has reached the great accomplishment level. Their expressions all changed. What kind of place was this? How could there be such a terrifying being? No, it doesn't have any life force. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to not sense it. But why is there a rain of blood? They stood back to back, and were vigilant of their surroundings. If it weren't for the Wux's killing formation, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After crossing the stone bridge, Pang Bo shook open the thatched cottage. In an instant, chilly winds howled furiously, and black fog surged into the sky. The auspicious valley was no longer peaceful, and the screams of ghosts were ear-piercing. All kinds of god regulations and light danced about, and this place was razed to the ground. Hong! The jade annulus carved by the Black Emperor interweaved with countless strands, turning into divine chains of natural laws. It evolved into a Tao sea that rampaged in all directions. Blood splashed about, and blood-stained bone fragments shot in all directions. There were human figures everywhere, and there were terrifying existences everywhere. How could this be? What kind of place did we come to? How could there be a group of people like this? What are they? Why are they so powerful? Li Tian cried out loudly. If it wasn't for the Wux's killing formation, they would all be finished. Not even the monkey severing his Tao would be enough. Chilly winds howled angrily, and sand and stones flew about. There were over 100 figures moving about in the rain of blood. Pu. Great Emperor Wux's killing formation revolved, turning this place into an azura field. A majestic demonic figure was killed within the black chilly winds, and a bloody arm landed at their feet. What exactly is going on? Who are these people? How could there be such a group of powerful existences gathered together? This doesn't make sense. Pang Bo cried out loudly. Hong! The sky was incomparably pitch black. A majestic and intimidating building suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. Numerous figures descended from within, surrounding and killing them. Dong. The Wux's killing formation was unparalleled in the world. Even though it was incomplete, less than a tenth of its original form, it was still incomparable. It was the most powerful killing formation that ruled over the world. The jade annulus shot out a beam of divine light that rushed into the heavens, slicing off a corner of that building. It fell beside them, and endless smoke and dust were stirred up. What? The Black Emperor cried out in alarm. He looked at the corner of the grand building that had fallen onto the ground and cried out involuntarily, "Why is it the same as the southern heavenly gate we saw in the divine ruins?" There were a few ancient words carved in primordial divine text. The monkey had already grasped all of them after all these years, and it wasn't like before. It was chanting word by word, "Southern heavenly gate. Where did we come to? What kind of relationship did the immortal Ascension Valley have with the ancient heaven? Heaven, what kind of enemies did we encounter? Could it be that we are waging war against the heavenly soldiers and generals?" Chapter 871. Great Emperor Wux's killing formation blasted off a corner of the southern heavenly gate, stunning everyone on the spot. What kind of place was this? It was truly strange and terrifying. Dust flew everywhere. It was unknown how long this magnificent building had existed for. There were immortal Tao patterns protecting it, and the word Southern Heavenly Gate on the board petrified everyone. What kind of place did we enter? Immortal Ascension Valley. Can we really ascend to immortality? Did we enter the heaven realm? Are we wreaking havoc in the heaven palace? They had their backs to each other as they looked around nervously. There was still a bloody storm around them, and ghosts were running amok. Snow-white bones and bright red blood rained down continuously. It was a ghastly sight. There was a black heavenly palace above them, and 100 ghosts were marching in the night. An intense battle was going on here, and there were even demonic figures descending from the corner of the heavenly palace. Who cares what they are? Kill them all. So what if there is ancient heaven? They have all turned into corpses and are no longer the unparalleled existences of the past. Let's kill them all, the monkey shouted. At this time, they opened their heavenly eyes and saw the scene around them. The demonic figures that were rushing over were all wearing armor. They were like celestial soldiers and generals. It was very frightening. Every body had corpse hair, and they were not living people. Inconceivable, these people are at the immortal third slaying Tao realm. It doesn't make sense at all. There can't be so many kings, it must be an illusion. Pang Bo shouted. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. The black wind whistled, and everything here was unreal. It was too strange. Who in the world could control so many ghosts and gods? They all had the strength of a king. The more they thought about it, the more scared they became. Perhaps only true heavenly soldiers and generals could have such power, retaining a portion of their strength after death. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained. Don't tell me we were really unlucky and dug out the ancient heaven. These can't be the dead ghosts of the past, right? Even the Black Emperor was scared. The elder said that the ancient heaven isn't in this world. If there is, then it is only the southern heavenly gate that fell in the divine ruins. Jizuer spoke. Purple light danced about, and the demon Saint Egg in her hand was sparkling and translucent. That's right. We need to calm down. There must be something wrong with what we're seeing. Source Heaven's eye of dispelling delusions, Yi Fan shouted. However, when his eyes shot out several li of beams of light, what he saw was still the same, not changing in the slightest. The majestic heavenly watchtower existed in the sky, the terrifying gowls that fell down, everything was real. Damn it. Who cares what it is? Even if it's the real ancient heaven, so what? Even if it's the reincarnation of some heavenly soldiers and generals, so what? The Black Emperor went all out and said crazily, Great Emperor Wuxia suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, killing gods and killing immortals. His killing array can sweep through the celestial court. Yi Fan carved a piece of Heaven Genesis rune channel and placed a pile of god roots within it. Then, he placed the jade disc in the middle to provide more god energy. Boom. At this moment, the jade disc blossomed with boundless light. Over 10,000 divine chains of order rushed into the heavens and interweaved into a terrifying divine formation, shattering everything. Many heavenly soldiers and generals were turned into blood and bones. After that, the Wuxia's killing array sucked all the essence energy dry and unleashed a world-destroying attack. With a dong sound, the heavenly watchtower in the sky was flattened and turned into dust. Everything disappeared. The rain of blood stopped, and the chilly wind stopped. The ground was covered in blood and rubble. It was a scene of destruction. They didn't speak for a long time. Everything was like a dream. All the terrifying scenes had disappeared. The ancient heaven had been destroyed by them, and only a corner of the southern heavenly gate was left in ruins. Crash. Yi Fan walked forward and swept away all the rubble with a wave of his sleeve. A collapsed thatched cottage appeared, and after cleaning it up, a white skeleton was revealed. It was thin and pure white, and it had been dead for 1 or 2 years. His heart sank, and then he felt a wave of disappointment and frustration. Had that intelligent girl died? Yi Fan felt suffocated in his heart. The scenes of the past still appeared in his mind, even though he was together with Li Xiaoman in the end. Another old friend has passed away. Pang Bo also let out a long sigh. No, this girl isn't old and shouldn't be your old friend. She can't be more than 16 or 17 years old, the Black Emperor said, judging based on his experience. Hearing this, Yi Fan squatted down and looked carefully. It's a young girl, not Lin Jiao. If it's not Lin Jiao, then who could it be? It can't be that she set up a trap to kill us old friends, right? Pang Bo mumbled. If it wasn't for the ancient emperor's killing array, anyone who entered this place would die. It's obvious that she didn't want us to leave alive. Yi Fan sighed. This place was flattened. Not long after, auspicious multicolored light rose, and auspicious aura filled the air. It turned into a celestial ground again, making people feel incomparably strange. They had already walked a long distance. The large black dog drooped his head and muttered, "No, everything just now was fake. The real southern heavenly gate is in the ruins of God. Little Nan Nan and I have been there before, and when we looked at it from afar, it was the real thing." There was an immortal, heavenly might spreading out. Then, he suddenly stood up and shivered, saying, "Could it be that kind of thing?" Everyone was startled by him. They all stopped and turned to look at him. What did this damned dog discover? Of course, it's definitely not the ancient heaven. I've already said it's not in this world. Jizue's large eyes that were filled with spirit rolled around as she muttered in a low voice, cautiously guarding against the large black dog stealing the demon saint egg. "I know what that thing is. Maybe I can obtain a heaven-defying treasure." The large black dog was almost crazy. He stuck out his large scarlet tongue and laughed loudly. "What treasure?" Pang Bo asked. "A treasure refined by the quasi-emperor." The large black dog's words caused everyone to suck in a cold breath. Whoosh! He turned into a streak of black light and rushed back, afraid that others would snatch it from him. He quickly returned to the ruined place just now. He first used the jade disc to defend himself, then stretched out his large claws and began to dig the ground, lifting up the foundation of the thatched cottage. Boom! A terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky, causing everyone to involuntarily have a layer of goosebumps. Their paws all opened up, and their bodies became cold. A black stone statue appeared under the foundation. It was shaped like a malicious spirit, incomparably ferocious. It was pitch black like ink and filled with an ominous aura. If it wasn't for the suppression of Wux's killing formation, it seemed like it could destroy all life, and no living beings could approach it. "What kind of ghost is this?" Li Tian asked. The others were also puzzled. "What a pity, this thing is almost useless. I was wondering, how could an ordinary person make it work? Turns out it's going to be destroyed." The large black dog was extremely distressed, beating his chest and stamping his feet. Cracks appeared on the black stone statue of the malicious spirit, as if it would shatter with the slightest touch. Indeed, it would be difficult for it to exist for much longer. The large black dog was careful, and he carved out various Dao patterns to seal it before putting it away into his treasure trove. "What on earth is this thing?" "This is a humanoid battle formation," the large black dog explained. To be more precise, it was a type of formation that possessed boundless might. All of its secrets were carved into this stone statue, and once it was activated, its killing intent would be overwhelming. It could control corpses and transform them into the most powerful weapons. It could kill sect leaders, kill king tiers, and kill saints. It could steal the mysteries of heaven and earth, and it was extremely powerful. It can even kill saints. The others were all astonished. Of course, this is a humanoid formation that the quasi-emperor refined with all of his life's effort. According to legends, there was a time when there was no emperor, when a holy spirit appeared and wreaked havoc in the world, but in the end, it was trapped and killed by this formation, the Black Emperor said. "No way, a stone statue like this can kill a peerless holy spirit." The others were all in disbelief. Of course there's more than one stone statue. There should be a sequence of them, and it's not like this one, which has almost been destroyed, the large black dog said. This was a stone statue of a malicious spirit. In its complete form, there should be a stone statue of a ghost, a stone statue of a human, and a stone statue of a celestial. There were a total of 9 of them, and each of them was an incredibly powerful formation. After the ghost statue was dug out, the celestial ascension valley became completely peaceful. There was no more killing intent, and all of the dangers had been resolved. Pang Bo suddenly smacked his own head in frustration, and said, "I missed a great opportunity. I might have seen a stone statue of a human." "What?" The Black Emperor immediately became spirited, and asked where he had seen it. "It was in the celestial palace outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. I didn't pay much attention at the time, and I only saw that it was covered in cracks, which were similar to this ghost statue. It was almost destroyed, so I didn't pay much attention to it." The large black dog bared his teeth, and he really wanted to bite him a few times. That was a great opportunity. If I looked closely, there must be a method to activate it. You're so infuriating. In that case, the ghost statue might have also drifted out from the celestial palace. Yi Fan pondered. Not long after, they arrived at the bamboo forest. Every single jade bamboo was pure white and sparkling, and they were translucent and sparkling. Milky white essence swirled around them, and dense mist rose up. Yi Fan walked to the stone platform with large strides, and picked up the phone. He carefully used his divine power to produce a weak electric current, and then turned it on. A sweet-sounding music rang out. At this moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt as if they had been separated from the world, and both of them were absent-minded. It had been too long, and some memories had been unlocked because of this. Their current life was completely different from the past. Little Yi, are you all right? Ji Ziyue was worried, and she lightly shook his arm. I'm fine. Yi Fan came back to his senses, and smiled at her. Then, he told her what this was, and explained it in detail. Yi Fan found some photos, and several of them were of him. He had almost forgotten when they had been taken. There were also many of Lin Jiao herself, and her smile was very bright and warm. This is... Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes froze, and his expression froze. Pang Bo, who was beside him, sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing this, the others all gathered around. This picture was very dim, and there were many people in it. Their expressions were fearful and helpless. Many of them were extremely frightened, and they were huddled together in despair. This is a picture taken by Lin Jiao from the copper coffin, Yi Fan said in a low voice. They could tell that these were all old friends, and their expressions were full of despair and fear. This was the scene that happened in the coffin pulled by the 9 dragons. How terrifying. There was actually a malicious spirit beside us, and we didn't know it at that time. Pang Bo felt cold all over, and even his heart was filled with a chill. In the picture, there was actually a black shadow not far from them. It was incomparably malevolent and incomparably terrifying. In the darkness, it was completely out of place, and only a pair of eyes emitted a ghostly light. It was very frightening. Yi Fan also felt waves of terror, and he felt a layer of goosebumps all over his body. Back then, there was another person in the pitch-black coffin. It was a black malicious spirit, and no one had discovered it. Lin Jiao actually took such a picture. She probably didn't want everyone to be afraid, so she didn't say it out loud. The more Yi Fan and Pang Bo thought about it, the more terrified they felt. At that time, there was actually such an existence in the pitch-black coffin, traveling together with them. It was hair-raising. When they recounted the events of the past, even Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others felt their hair stand on end. They had traveled with an unknown malicious spirit, but they did not know that they were right beside them. Only now did they know the truth. This was truly frightening. Soon after, Yi Fan opened a recording, and a terrifying voice came out, as if it came from hell. I'm back. Yi Fan and Pang Bo shivered, and they held their breaths, listening attentively. Chapter 872. The voice was distant and eerie, without the slightest bit of vitality. It was as if it came from the depths of the cold and dark underground, making one uncomfortable and full of resentment. You can hear my voice, which means you survived. This is beyond my expectations. Yi Fan and Pang Bo did not say anything, listening quietly. Like a malicious spirit that had escaped from hell, the voice was like 2 pieces of metal rubbing against each other. It was ear-piercing and unpleasant, sending chills down one's spine. Enjoy the time you have left. I will find you, take your life with my own hands, and sacrifice it for me. It was as if a 1,000-year-old ghost was cursing, cold and eerie. It did not speak much, but it made one feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. His tone was extremely vicious. For a long time, the bamboo forest was silent, without a single sound. Yi Fan clenched his fists. Back then, the 13 holy sons had set a trap to kill him, but it had always been a mystery. In the past, it was also this kind of voice, just as vicious, using Liu Yi as bait to lure him to his death. That was the first time he had attracted a heavenly tribulation to kill an enemy. Blood was everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. Who knew how many people had died? However, he did not find any clues in that battle. Even after Yi Fan had searched for the culprit, he could not find the culprit. In the end, the matter was left unsettled, until now. And now, the culprit had finally appeared again, and it was the same person, and it was still that same vicious voice. He would never forget it after hearing it once. Pang Bo pondered for a long time, thinking about everything in the past, feeling that there were many possibilities, but he could not grasp the final truth in a short time. He said, after so many years, he has only acted twice, and there are only two reasons. First, Yi Fan had always been cautious. Back then, there were too many powerful enemies, and many sect master-level figures were chasing after him. For many years, he had used origin techniques to hide his true appearance and wandered everywhere, so no one could find him. Second, that person's cultivation was not enough, and only in recent years did he have enough confidence, feeling that he had the ability to kill Yi Fan, so he acted. It might not be a person, the large black dog muttered. He kept up with the times, and soon learned how to play with the phone, turning it over and over, wanting to embezzle it. The cold ancient coffin, the suffocating atmosphere, and the company of a ghost in the dark. Li Tian stared at the picture of the malicious ghost in the bronze coffin and felt that it matched the voice just now. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's go back and think about it carefully. Pang Bo punched the stone table, feeling a little uneasy. Back then, what kind of things crossed the void with us? Other than this spectre, is there anything else? Yi Fan stared at the blurry picture and fell into deep thought. He and Pang Bo counted. There were 16 living people in the coffins and a few corpses. They should be on the way to the Big Dipper star region from the Mars star. Did this baleful ghost come from Earth, or did she come from Mars? The process of crossing the star domain was far more complicated than they had imagined. At that time, they had no idea at all. Now, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It was truly a bit terrifying. There might be others. Be careful, Yi Fan said. Now, they were in the open, and the existence in the dark had been eyeing them covetously for so many years. It was really too dangerous. They searched the celestial Ascension Valley. It had to be said that this was really a wonderful place. Old medicines took root in the crevices of the stone cliffs, and the fragrance of medicine wafted over. There were all kinds of precious trees, and many of them were mutants in the archaic era, let alone the present world. Li Heishui's luck was extremely good. He dug up an ancient medicine that was at least 50,000 years old beside a quiet stream. It was known as the Young Medicine King, and it overflowed with auspicious air and a strong fragrance. The large black dog targeted the ancient Chilan trees, and he dug up dozens of them at once. He almost looted them all, and even the mud and soil were put into his own treasury. To put it nicely, he was going to plant them in the celestial court in the future. Of course, that mutton-fat jade-like spiritual bamboo forest was also swept away by him, and only a small amount was left behind to be used as seeds. This emperor is the most particular about not collecting all the essence of heaven and earth. Everything must be left with a trace of vitality, so that it can continue to reproduce. Everyone looked at him with disdain. The celestial Ascension Valley was very large. This was a small world, and it was unknown when it had been opened. The ancient ruins were mottled, and some stone tables and stools had already decayed. The plants had even more so multiplied for who knew how many generations. Fresh flowers bloomed brilliantly in the valley, and there was a fragrance everywhere. A light breeze blew over, and all kinds of flowers drifted down, sparkling and translucent. The fragrance was intoxicating, and it was like a fairyland. This was a true pure land. It was beautiful and peaceful, making one not want to leave. It was a good place to cultivate and nurture one's character. The scenery was picturesque, and it was peaceful and pleasant. The sky was covered in a rain of flowers of all colors. They were sparkling and translucent, and a sweet fragrance filled the air. Ji Ziyue used Yi Fan's cell phone to take a group photo for them. Then, she stood together with Yi Fan, smiling brilliantly in the rain of flowers. She asked Pang Bo to help take a photo, and the image was frozen in this eternal moment. She said that she had to store it carefully, and that she wouldn't lose it. The starry sky was too far, And who could be sure that they could meet again? She forced herself to smile, and then asked Yi Fan for his cell phone, keeping it close to her body. It smells so good. What kind of natural treasure has appeared? The Black Emperor sniffed, revealing a doubtful expression as he sprinted forward. Everyone couldn't help but admire him. After following for 7 or 8 kilometers, they also smelled a kind of delicate fragrance that made everyone's entire body feel comfortable. Their pores all opened, as if they were about to ascend to heaven. This was a stone forest, and not a single blade of grass grew. After advancing for more than 5 kilometers, a stone mountain appeared. The peak of the mountain shone brilliantly, and there was a 4-colored flower growing there. 4 types of auras pervaded the air, and when they descended, even the mountain became hazy. The light of the earth, flames, scenery, and water swirled together, making this place appear mysterious. The 4-colored light interweaved on the flower, making it brilliant and dazzling. The large black dog cried out in surprise, and said, "Demon God flower." 4 types of light pervaded the air, and that strange flower was about to blossom. The fragrance became even thicker, drawing in one's mind, making them want to ascend along with it. They really wanted to swallow it in one gulp. The Black Emperor was incredibly excited, and said, "I'll borrow another 100,000 years from the heavens so that I can return to before I was born and encounter this flower." This was the Demon God flower, and it contained the power of heaven and earth. It had an extremely powerful spirituality, and was a holy object in the eyes of the demon race. They would go crazy over it. To adult great demons, it wasn't very useful, but its wondrous use lay in nurturing young demon race spirits, cleansing their bloodline, spirituality, and bones, and changing the heaven and earth. The so-called Demon God flower, its powerful effects could be seen from its name. It was a supreme flower that could nurture demon gods. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was indeed difficult to find in this world. The large black dog's eyes were all red, and he snatched a jar of divine spring from Yi Fan. He raised his head and roared madly, saying, "I want to be young, I want to be reborn, I want to become a young spirit." Li Heishire hurriedly snatched the jade jar from his large paw, not allowing him to waste the divine spring, and asked, "Is it really that effective?" "Of course, in my heart, this is something that is second only to the Tao integration flower. Eating it will allow one's divinity to become much stronger in the future, and one's potential will increase greatly." The large black dog stood up on his hind legs, dancing with joy, spittle flying everywhere. He wanted nothing more than to immediately reincarnate, and then come to this moment to swallow the demon god flower. If you want to become the demon race's great sage, if you want to prove your Tao, this is undoubtedly a great innate help. I dare say that if you sell this flower to the demon race, they will fight to the death to exchange for it with the best treasures. There's nothing to regret. All the Taos of heaven and earth can be cultivated. As long as you are willing to cultivate bitterly, it's all the same even if you don't have the demon god flower, Pangbo said. You make it sound so easy. If I ate this flower when I was a young spirit, perhaps I would have long ago proved my Tao. The large black dog was unwilling to accept this. I finally understand why the lightning phoenix risked its life to enter this valley. Turns out it wanted to obtain the demon god flower for its young spirit, and thus encountered a great disaster, Li Tian said. They all sighed. Without a doubt, that phoenix was already a Tao-severing king tier, and it already knew how terrifying this place was. However, it still took the risk to open up a path and fly in. Everything was for its child. Obviously, it failed, and its body died. It only had time to fly back to that golden egg, and in the end, it dissolved into Tao. How pitiful. Ji Ziyue took out that demon saint egg, and held it in her palm. Instantly, multiple ripples and brilliance flowed out, and Tao marks flickered. The large black dog's face was thick enough to resist an extreme emperor weapon, and he said, I think. I am actually still very young. Perhaps the demon god flower is still useful to me. Something's wrong. There's another life force on the mountain peak. There's some creature on it. The monkey said. That's right. Could it be that some powerful demon spirit beat us to it? Yi Fan nodded, and looked toward the stone mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, they all soared into the sky, and looked down at the mountain peak, looking at the demon god flower. Specks of golden light rippled out, forming traces of ripples. A golden egg. Heavens, could it be another lightning phoenix divine egg? It looks very similar. The few of them cried out in surprise, revealing strange expressions. On the stone mountain, the demon god flower had 4 leaves, and at the top was a 4-colored bud that was about to bloom. Wisps of brilliance swayed down, and every wisp was so mysterious, innately compatible with the Tao. There was an egg at its root, and it was only the size of a fist. Specks of ripples spread out, and a mysterious aura flowed out. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary egg. There really is another phoenix divine egg. It seems like the lightning phoenix that cut through the Tao succeeded and made a choice, leaving behind a child here, Li Tian said. Why do I feel that there's something different? It seems like it's not quite the same, and the aura of Tao ripples that spread out don't seem to come from the same source, the monkey said. The golden divine egg in Ji Ziwe's hand moved gently, emitting a softer and more auspicious light. At this moment, everyone could see that the 2 eggs were different. It's angry, and it naturally clashes with that egg. The little fellow is very pitiful, but also very cute. It seems like it wants to rush up, Ji Ziwe said softly, caressing the phoenix divine egg in her hand dotingly. The golden egg on the mountain peak is no small matter. It doesn't seem to be weaker than the phoenix egg at all, the Black Emperor said. As a demon, he could naturally see more things. On the mountain peak, the egg was also moving. Golden ripples flowed under the demon god flower, absorbing essence energy from all directions, quietly waiting for the demon god flower to bloom. Another divine egg that can become a demonic saint. It really makes one look forward to it. This time, we really have great luck, obtaining 2 eggs in a row. If we nurture them, we can sweep through the world in the future. Li Tian was quite satisfied. Kill it, we can't let this egg remain in this world. Yi Fan suddenly said with a solemn expression. His memories were opened, and he clenched his fists. He sensed a familiar aura, and he thought of his old friends who had died. Chapter 873. What did you discover? Do you know its origin? Pang Bo was bewildered as he looked at Yi Fan. My feeling shouldn't be wrong. Do you still remember? I saw a streak of golden light on the way here. It was inconceivably fast. At that time, I captured a bit of its aura, and it was the same type as this egg, said Yi Fan. Everyone recalled that before they discovered the lightning phoenix's nest, they had indeed caught a glimpse of a golden creature that disappeared into the depths of the mountain. At that time, they all thought it was a lightning bird. Don't you feel that this egg's aura is very familiar? I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Yi Fan's knuckles were turning white. Familiar. Pang Bo was startled and thought hard. I've long suspected that there might be other things in the ancient coffin that came to this world with us. Now, it seems like my suspicions have come true, Yi Fan said to himself. It's them. Pang Bo widened his eyes and said in a deep voice, they also followed us. His expression was furious as he clenched his fists tightly. Both of his brows were vertical as he wanted to stomp down and shatter the golden divine egg on the mountain peak. The others were puzzled and revealed astonished expressions. They didn't expect the 2 of them to be so agitated. They couldn't help but ask what exactly was going on. An unforgettable aura that took the lives of many of my old friends back then. Yi Fan said. He stared at the divine egg and said through clenched teeth, if I'm not wrong, it should be a divine crocodile egg. Distant memories were unlocked. On Mars' ancient star, they had experienced life and death for the first time. Their cries of despair, helpless cries, frightened expressions, and sorrowful pleas for help, all of them still resounded in their ears. It was a bleeding liquid. A group of youngsters who could have lived a good life and followed their own paths faced death for the first time. They were filled with grief and helplessness as they watched their companions fall into pools of blood one after another. Yi Fan's group had a total of 30 people crossing the void. From the moment they arrived on Mars' ancient star, people died continuously. In the end, 14 people died, and nearly half of them left them forever. All of this was because of the divine crocodiles under the Great Lightning Tune Temple. They sucked their blood and took their lives, piercing the heads of their classmates one after another. Yi Fan still remembered the pale face of a female student. She was so helpless and didn't want to die. She tried her best to reach out to him with a sad expression. In the end, a golden light entered the space between her brows and a wisp of blood spilled out. He tried to save her, but it was too late. He could only watch as she fell on her back in the dust. Her eyes were wide open as blood stained her pale face. She never again. All of them had their own paths and had their own future. Even though they were ordinary. Even if they were just some ordinary people, they could live ordinary lives. Pang Bo's eyes were red as he said, "I will never forget little Lin's heart-wrenching screams." He looked at me with such a helpless gaze. That divine crocodile, no, that bedbug that should be shaved off, burrowed in and out of his skull, but I was powerless. The others were all shocked. There were no creatures like the divine crocodile in this world, and it was rumored that many species had gone extinct a long time ago. Perhaps they could only be seen during that period. The divine alligator was like a snake, but it wasn't a snake. It was shaped like a crocodile, but it didn't have legs. Its belly was bare, and its entire body was covered in black scales. It was eerie, like an evil creature from the netherworld. That day, the ones Yi Fan and the others saw were only 10 centimeters long and as thick as a finger. Their bodies were as hard as diamond, and they could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They could penetrate human bones and easily pierce into flesh and blood. What else crossed the void with us? Pang Bo muttered to himself. Suddenly, there was an evil spirit, and now, there was a divine crocodile. Were there any other mysterious creatures? The demon god flower's 4-colored flower buds were dazzling and resplendent. Strand after strand of multicolored light scattered down. That golden egg was absorbing it, becoming more and more unordinary, as if a divine embryo was being nurtured. This was obviously different from those divine crocodiles from before. It would definitely be stronger, comparable to the phoenix egg in Jizue's hands. It could grow to the beast saint realm. Back then, the supreme crocodile that was suppressed under the great thunderclap monastery by the Buddha didn't come with its true body, but it had many tricks up its sleeve. Yi Fan and Pang Bo couldn't allow this egg to hatch. There was too much sadness and hatred in it, so they wanted to destroy it immediately. The monkey was very vigilant and said, "Be careful. There's most likely a super terrifying ancient demon nearby to be able to place this egg at the root of the demon god flower. PH, you want to use the rarely seen demon god flower to form a Tao foundation? Don't even think about it. There's no way I'll let you have an innate affinity for the Tao. Disappear." Pang Bo took a step forward and landed on the stone mountain. Suddenly, a strand of terrifying killing intent rushed out from an ancient cave on the stone mountain like a heavenly sword. A wave of dusky gas filled the entire heaven and earth, and a pungent stench assailed the nostrils. Moreover, the next moment, the killing intent became even more terrifying. It was as if 100,000 divine swords were ringing in unison, piercing through the sky and shattering everything, wanting to destroy Pang Bo. 9 slashes of the demon god. Pang Bo shouted loudly. Since he couldn't kill the enemy, he hacked through the void, turning into a streak of light and disappearing from his original location. He returned to the sky and avoided the surging grey mist. Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others were all shocked, feeling worried for him. When they saw him return safely, they released a breath of relief. The aura below was too terrifying. It definitely wasn't an ordinary existence. What a powerful demonic aura. This person has severed the Tao. It's a king protecting the divine crocodile egg, said the Black Emperor. Hong. 2 tentacles as thick as a water tank reached out from the grey mist, dancing about like demonic hands. The scene was terrifying. There was a colossus slowly crawling out of the stone mountain below. Endless killing intent and terrifying poisonous mist surged, drowning out this region. Many plants withered on the spot, turning into ashes. What is this thing? Yi Fan and the others retreated far away to avoid the poisonous mist. Honglong, mountain rocks rolled about, the earth surface trembling. The stone mountain looked like it was going to collapse, yet that demonic god flower was still sparkling and translucent, unharmed in the mist. It flickered with 4-colored immortal light. The mist surged into the sky like clouds. An enormous creature rose up, passing through the poisonous mist, finally revealing its true body. Its entire body flickered with dark light. It had 100 feet, its physique terrifying. Heavens, that's a centipede. Why is it so large, several hundred zhong long? Is this even a poisonous bug? Why is it even larger than a giant snake? Their scalps went numb. The several hundred zhong long great centipedes 100 feet moved together, releasing sho-sho sounds that made their skulls go cold. It was like a demonic sound. It breathed in and out mist, already severing the Tao. This type of mist could poison sect masters to death. Did we guess incorrectly? That was a centipede egg just now, or else how could there be such a terrifying existence protecting it? Li Tian swallowed with difficulty. This great centipede's entire body was covered in dark scales, flickering with an ice-cold luster like black iron. It opened its mouth and spat out an expanse of poison liquid, turning into divine chains of order, piercing towards those people. The monkey released a light shout. It opened its mouth and spat out a streak of golden light. It was similarly an immortal severing Tao expert, valiant beyond the king realm, so it naturally wasn't scared. It brandished a large metal rod and rushed over, raising the rod to strike out. However, immediately afterwards, it staggered about, backing up, reminding everyone, saying, "Be careful, this old centipede's cultivation is extremely profound, unknown just how many thousand years it has cultivated for. The divine chains of order and poison combine, able to corrode the protective energy of the body." Dang! Finally, the monkey and centipede exchanged a blow. Two terrifying tentacles descended from the sky, bringing with them large amounts of poison rain. A fishy stench assailed the nostrils. The centipede spirit was injured. It rushed into the sky like a dragon, shaking its head and tail, circling above the clouds. It was incomparably large, stirring up the winds and clouds. Then, it coiled together, its head raised high. This was simply the style of a true dragon. The jet-black great centipede's entire body shone, turning into a giant Tao diagram. It became the Tao eye at the center. This was going all out, wishing to use its several thousand years of cultivation to kill the monkey. "There's no need to bicker with him, directly suppress him," Pang Bo said, activating the goddess furnace together with Li Tian. The pressure of a human race saint immediately seeped out. The weapon refined by the eternal space great emperor for the path of carnal desires far exceeded ordinary holy weapons. Its power was tyrannical, making the entire immortal Ascension Valley tremble. The high skies immediately collapsed. A streak of blazing flames shot out, nailing that great centipede that was severing the Tao. The divine flames within the inheritance furnace were not child's play, burning it until it tumbled about. The Tao diagram it constructed immediately collapsed. The centipede king wanted to flee, flying into the sky, about to tear through the sky dome to escape. At this time, the monkey took action, a large hand pressing down on the goddess furnace, activating an even more terrifying flame. All types of juices splashed out. The several hundred zhong long centipede king was broken into several dozen pieces, especially the place where its primordial spirit was hidden. It died a violent death, its corpse falling to the side of the stone mountain. Only after a long time had passed did all types of grey poison mist scatter. They descended on the stone mountain. Yi Fan personally took action, wishing to destroy that golden egg. Kai. Suddenly, a dazzling streak of golden light flew out from the giant centipede corpse, turning into a streak of light as it rushed towards Yi Fan. It was fast to the extreme. Everyone cried out in alarm. It was just too fast. Yi Fan's eyes released cold light, immediately becoming vigilant. His feet moved with the rho symbol art, evading. When he turned around, he immediately clenched his fists. This was a divine crocodile, different from the small black crocodiles they had seen in the past. It was 8 meters long, its entire body seemingly cast from gold. It released an intimidating might as it rushed over murderously. The present is no longer the past. You group of cold-blooded bugs, I will kill you all and avenge my old friend. Black hair covered half of Yi Fan's face. His entire body erupted with brilliance like a divine flame. His right hand used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, his left hand turning into a golden taiji circle, striking out on the spot, engaging in close combat. Dang! All types of sounds rang out, as if a giant was swinging a large hammer. This place was completely submerged in golden blood energy. When the monkey rushed over, Yifan almost smashed this divine crocodile into pieces. Golden pieces flew about, blood splashing everywhere. Yifan's golden fist blasted the divine crocodile into several hundred pieces. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to use his divine will to search, it would have long been turned into ashes. The monkey took action together with him, grabbing towards the primordial spirit, taking extra precautions out of fear that it would self-destruct. However, in the end, they still couldn't block it. An aged cold snort sounded from the primordial spirit, and it immediately collapsed. Could it be the incarnation of the crocodile ancestor that the Buddha suppressed under the great thunderclap temple? Pang Bo's expression became serious. No matter who it is, I will find them and kill them all, Yifan said coldly. Seeing that Pang Bo was really going to stretch out a large foot to crush the divine crocodile egg, the large black dog hurriedly stopped him, saying, Don't waste natural resources recklessly. This is a demon saint divine egg. Let me think about how to eat it. Should I eat poached eggs, boiled eggs, or egg-fried rice? As soon as he said this, not only did the divine crocodile egg tremble, but even the phoenix divine egg in Ji Ziyue's palm also trembled. Obviously, they were both frightened. Ji Ziyue comforted it softly, and only then did the demon saint-level phoenix divine egg calm down. It emitted circles of golden ripples, resonating with the demon god flower, getting closer to the great Tao. Is it the black ghost in the copper coffin, the divine crocodile, or an old friend? Yifan asked himself. He wanted to know who the culprit was. He looked into the distance, and said, Go to the ancient desolate forbidden land, I must get to the bottom of everything. Chapter 874. The divine crocodile had actually chased them from the ancient Mars to this world. Everything was becoming more and more confusing. Yifan even suspected that the 18 levels of hell suppressed by the Great Tempest Temple had completely opened. From this, he thought of that black malicious spirit. What exactly had followed them through the void to the Big Dipper galaxy? It was really hard to say now. Although they really wanted to leave the Celestial Ascension Valley immediately, they did not want to miss the moment when the demon god flower bloomed, because only at that instant would the divine effect reach its peak. They waited for half a month, and during these days, the large black dog was the busiest. He personally went to dig iron ores, and forged a frying pan, wanting to fry a poached egg. However, after smashing the eggshell with a stone for a long time, he still could not crack it. He was so angry that he forged a large pot, filled it with water, and threw the divine crocodile egg inside, clamoring to eat the boiled egg. It had to be said that this really was a divine egg, not inferior to the phoenix egg. They all guessed the same thing: it could become a demon saint in the future. There were powerful veins on the eggshell, and mysterious divine chains of laws had been laid down on it. It was protected by heaven and earth, and the large black dog was so anxious that he went crazy. He fiddled with it for a few days, but still could not break it. F***ck, going against me, I don't believe I can't eat this egg. He wanted to completely destroy this egg, and was prepared to throw it into the goddess furnace to roast. Pop! At this moment, the demon god flower bloomed, spitting out rays of auspicious light. The light of the earth, the light of fire, the scenery, and the light of water all surged together, flowing down, and landing on the phoenix egg. A rich fragrance filled the air, and everyone looked over. Ji Ziyue even personally guarded the golden demon saint egg, afraid that something would happen to it. Pop! Another petal bloomed, thousands of rays of auspicious light, incomparably beautiful, setting off the phoenix egg even more brilliantly. All kinds of ripples spread out, and light sounds continuously rang out. Not far away, the divine crocodile egg that the Black Emperor was fiddling with suddenly trembled very violently, filled with unwillingness, and a cold and resentful aura spilled out. This is the aura that caused the death of so many old friends in the past. I'll trample you to pieces. Pang Bo sensed this aura, and his eyes all stood up. He extended his large foot and stomped madly. Woof! These are my scrambled eggs. Don't dirty them. The large black dog bared his teeth in displeasure. Keep an eye on me. Don't make any mistakes. The lightning phoenix's divine egg is at a critical moment. If the divine alligator comes over, it'll be troublesome, Yifan reminded. You don't have to worry about this emperor's work. This is a meal on my plate, so how could it run away? The Black Emperor said. He borrowed the goddess furnace from Yang Ishi's hands, truly wishing to roast it and eat it. Pop! Another strand of the demonic god flower petal blossomed, turning into an expanse of auspicious energy that surged, entering that golden divine egg. Chirping sounds could be heard from within, as if a child was acting coquettishly. Ripples extended one after another. The entire golden egg became more and more divine. All types of patterns appeared, all of them engraved on the shell, resonating with the great Tao. Everyone became stupefied. This demonic god flower had miraculous effects after all. At this moment, strand after strand of indescribable Tao source engraved themselves into the phoenix egg, purifying its blood, bones, and divine nature, making it even more pure. The Black Emperor was immediately filled with envy and jealousy, wishing he could take its place. Unfortunately, his old arms and legs couldn't accept that kind of baptism. It was only effective on young demonic spirits. Catcher. Suddenly, the divine alligator egg split open. A streak of golden light flew out, rushing towards the demonic god flower, wanting to seize it and escape. No one expected such a sudden change. The Black Emperor was in a trance and didn't have time to defend against it. He didn't even have time to throw it into the goddess furnace. Ji Ziyue took action. Her slender jade-like fingers tapped on that streak of golden light, stopping its momentum. What made everyone the most surprised was that the phoenix divine egg also retaliated. Even though it hadn't broken out of its shell yet, it was quite intelligent. It immediately rushed out, heavily smashing into the golden light in an extremely valiant manner. Kai. The golden light changed directions, wanting to escape, but it was impossible for it to succeed. Yifan walked up, a foot trampling down, trampling it into the ground. A mournful shriek sounded, filled with resentment. It was incomparably ear-piercing, as if it came from the depths of hell. The sound was extremely terrifying. At this time, everyone finally saw its appearance clearly. This was a golden divine alligator that was half a foot long. It didn't have 4 limbs and looked extremely evil. Its eyes were filled with ruthlessness, looking a bit terrifying. It didn't look like a young one at all. It's even more vicious than those little alligators back then. Pang Bo walked up. When he thought of the scene of the divine alligator drilling in and out of the heads of more than 10 students, he was incomparably resentful, trampling on it madly. Damn it, this emperor's poached egg, this emperor's egg-fried rice, why did it come out ahead of time? Forget it, I'll reluctantly eat the roasted alligator. The Black Emperor said. You still have the nerve to say that. An accident almost happened just now. Yifan scolded it. The phoenix divine egg settled down, and once again landed at the root of the demon god flower, continuously absorbing the power of Tao. Countless symbols were engraved into the eggshell, becoming more and more clear. Indistinctly, a small thing could be seen struggling inside. Pang Bo restrained this small golden divine alligator, and was just about to throw it into the goddess furnace when the large black dog suddenly changed his mind, saying, "That's right, how could this emperor have forgotten? This is a rare demon saint embryo, so it can't be destroyed like this. What do you want to do? Leave behind a great disaster?" Yifan warned sternly. He definitely couldn't leave behind this divine alligator. Wrong, how could this emperor leave behind a disaster? What I want to say is that the demon saint embryo is a good item to refine an external incarnation. If I take its primordial spirit and replace it, I can even use it as my own body. The large black dog's eyes became brighter as he spoke. The few of them looked at each other. They really couldn't imagine what would happen if a dog became a detestable divine alligator. Don't destroy it. This is a rare incarnation, and it can become a demon saint in the future. If this emperor becomes its master, it will definitely become invincible under the heavens one day. The large black dog was completely excited, and his worries about the infant spirit were all swept away. The divine alligator shrieked mournfully, but how could it block the large black dog's terrifying divine sense? It was only an infant spirit that had just been born, so it was instantly wiped out. The Black Emperor's primordial spirit was a miniature black dog, and it rushed out from between his brows. Jizue's eyes were filled with little stars as she stared at it, and she wanted to stroke it. This almost caused the large black dog to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he quickly entered the divine alligator's body. Waha! This body is amazing. It can definitely become a saint in the future, and with my previous experience, it won't be a problem for me to fight against the great sage or the quasi-emperor. The small golden alligator blinked its eyes, and the large black dog spoke in an arrogant voice. It was as strange could be. F***ck, I feel so annoyed whenever I see this worm, and I always want to step on it, Pangbo said, and stepped on it with a squeak. Woof, F***ck, brat, I'm going to kill you. Woof, woof, woof. The small golden alligator wagged its tail, and loudly barked under his feet. The few of them laughed loudly. Woof, goddamit, absorb that bird egg slowly, and leave some for me. The large black dog was furious, and he struggled out from under Pangbo's feet. He couldn't be bothered to settle the score with Pangbo anymore, and he rushed toward the demon god flower, fighting with the golden divine egg for the power of Tao. At this moment, the demon god flower had completely bloomed, and countless rays of light of Tao descended from it. All of them entered the golden bird egg, and they transformed into divine chains of laws, as well as the most fundamental thing related to Tao. The large black dog's incarnation, the small golden alligator, rushed over, and also began to absorb the power of Tao. However, it was still a step too late, and most of the power was absorbed by the egg, and it only obtained a small portion. Pop! A soft cry rang out, and the demon god flower shattered, turning into fine powder, and then scattered with the wind. At the same time, the golden divine egg cracked open, and a little thing murmured. Its feathers fluttered as it flew up, and it seemed to be very confused. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. This was a little thing that was about the size of a fist, and its whole body was furry, golden, and round. It was full of spiritual chi, and it jumped onto Jizue's arm, chirping continuously, and was extremely affectionate. F***ck, it's this stupid bird that stole my fruit of Tao. The small golden alligator stood up, and it was extremely indignant. Catcher! An arc of lightning flew over, and it struck its body. The divine alligator immediately faced the sky, and smoke rose from its body as it collapsed there. The little phoenix was panting with rage, and it swooped down, stepping on its belly. It continuously opened its mouth, and spat out lightning. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog barked miserably. This body really couldn't withstand the torment. After all, it hadn't cultivated before, and it was so angry that it almost used its divine sense to attack. This was really too embarrassing. It was the first time in its life that a newborn bird had stepped on its head and released electricity. As expected of a demon saint egg, it's even a bit stronger than this divine alligator. The surrounding people all sighed in admiration. Not a single person was like the Black Emperor. That's because it absorbed most of the medicinal power of the demon god flower. I'm so angry. The large black dog struggled free, and its divine sense returned to its body. It stretched out a large paw, and picked up the divine alligator as if it was a dead fish. It said, "It's far from being as good as the physical body that great Emperor Wu Sha helped me fuse with the Tao. In the future, it can only be used as a clone. Being stepped on by a stupid bird is too boring." As expected, this bastard was insatiably greedy. Its body was so powerful, and its foundation had been built by great Emperor Wu Sha, but it still wanted to reincarnate, and coveted the demon god flower. It really deserved to be trampled on. Chirp chirp. The little phoenix murmured. Its whole body was surrounded by golden lightning, and it looked furry and intelligent. It swayed around Jizue, and it was very close to her. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth automatically surged into its body, and it was resonating with the Tao. Demon Saint. Everyone was shocked. As long as it could grow normally, it would at least become a demon saint. This was the judgment that everyone made at the same time. Although the demon god flower has melted, its roots are still there. Can we dig it away? It might be able to bloom again in the future, Jizue said. Forget it. It's already not bad if this kind of flower can bloom even once. Back then, the Sky Demon Palace once raised one, and it waited for a whole 50,000 years, but it didn't bloom a second flower. The Black Emperor shook his head. Ji Ziyue ignored him, and personally dug it out. She carefully planted it into a jade cauldron, and said, "I believe in miracles in this world." The group stayed here for half a month, and they finally left the immortal Ascension Valley. They immediately crossed the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. The realm gate opened, and they appeared in the primitive ancient forest outside the life-forbidden land. They stood on a tall mountain, and looked around. Now, they all had the heavenly eyes, and they could see the scenery in the distance. The 9 majestic holy mountains stood in the center of the forbidden land, and they could clearly see them. They were like 9 coiling dragons, majestic and magnificent. When they were connected together, there was a terrifying aura that could suppress the ages. This was a life-forbidden land. Anyone who entered would die of old age, and eventually become a pile of yellow soil. No one could stop the erosion of time, and even the saints didn't dare to enter. Boom! The sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. The terrifying roar of the great Tao was like a star field collapsing, causing the primitive ancient forest outside the life-forbidden land to shake violently, and leaves fell in disorder. Divine chains of order, laws of heaven and earth, and strands of Tao light erupted in the depths of the ancient desolate forbidden land. Billions of divine radiance rushed into the sky. What? Someone is fighting on the holy mountain. What happened? Who is that? How dare they fight in the life-forbidden land? Yi Fan, Pang Bo, the monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others were all shocked. At this moment, a world-shaking battle was happening above the ancient desolate abyss, and it even affected the outside. It was a terrifying battle, and the power was boundlessly terrifying. It was as if time and space were being reversed. Tens of thousands of divine chains of order pierced through heaven and earth like a phoenix undergoing nirvana. They shot out countless beautiful divine feathers, piercing between heaven and earth. They were resplendent and dazzling, illuminating the sky. Who was that? Yi Fan and the others were all stunned. This was a life-forbidden land. Cultivators who entered would immediately be reduced to a mortal body, and it would be difficult for them to use the laws of heaven and earth. How could such a world-shaking battle erupt? Chapter 875. The 7 great life-restricted regions, every single one of them a land of death. Only those who entered could come out, and not many people could return alive. This was especially true for the desolate ancient abyss. The body of an aging person was innately at odds with immortal ascension. Not only could one not live forever, it would instead cause one to die of old age quickly. However, right now, there was someone carrying out a world-shocking battle. All types of divine chains of order were like bright phoenix feathers, piercing through heaven and earth, piercing through all directions. The shockwaves reached the outside world, making heaven and earth collapse. Who exactly is it? Yi Fan and the others were shocked to the extreme. They quickly ran through the primordial mountain ridge, circling around the life-restricted regions to observe. They found a vantage point, avoiding the obstruction of the 9 sacred mountains. They flew high into the sky and looked forward. They immediately sensed a terrifying aura that covered heaven and earth. What terrifying power! Above that abyss, it can obliterate all divine laws and Tao power, yet now, there are such powerful fluctuations. Just what kind of powerful existence is this? Even the Black Emperor was horrified. Someone is fighting a great battle against the desolate slave. Yi Fan said with a sunken voice. They all seemed to be holding their breaths. What kind of cultivation was this? What kind of boldness did this person have to dare unleash a massacre on the 9 sacred mountains? A vigorous figure was moving about. He wore battle clothes that even covered his head. He was as fast as lightning, sinking into the desolate ancient abyss in one moment, and then appearing on these sacred mountains' cliffs in the next. Just how fast was this? The monkey immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He felt the pressure suddenly rise. Even though he was so far away, he still felt a great fear. Meanwhile, he had long slashed the immortal 3 times. Who was that? Everyone was shocked, all of them in a daze. Several desolate slaves took action together, yet they were unable to do anything. Even Huang's power can't suppress that person's Tao laws. How can he fight a great battle in the desolate ancient forbidden land? Why isn't his physical body reduced to that of an ordinary person? Do you all see that? Those desolate slaves are all overflowing with magical power. They are like divine phoenixes that were born from flames. That type of aura doesn't seem like puppets at all. They have their own intelligence. That person's power has been greatly weakened. Otherwise, he would be many times more powerful than he is now. This is truly unbelievable. He wasn't destroyed by Huang. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the Black Emperor were all shocked to the extreme. They couldn't help but mutter. This was something rarely seen throughout history. How could a person be so powerful to fight in the desolate forbidden land? Was he the great sage or quasi-emperor? Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Even the monkey was stupefied, sensing that type of unmatched terrifying aura. There were people fighting here, no different from slaughtering their way into Origin Ancient Mine, similarly a restricted area. The monkey didn't know much about the ancient desolate forbidden land, but it was full of reverence towards Origin Ancient Mine. Even in the archaic era, that was a secret land. Has the world really changed? What kind of terrifying person has appeared? Does he really belong to this world? He can't be from the outside world, right? Pang Bo was the first to think of this. Back then, they rode 9 dragons pulling coffins and appeared above the abyss. Could it be that there was someone like them, crossing the star domain and entering this world? Everyone felt that this was reasonable. This was quite possible, because there was a 5-colored altar below the abyss that was connected to outer space. That was a starry ancient path. The heavens have changed. Why did such an unmatched figure appear? After he came to this world, who could verify the Tao? The Black Emperor muttered. Yi Fan and the others quickly moved. For the sake of not being blocked by the sacred mountain, they had to continuously change their positions. This was especially the case when that person rushed into the abyss, making it even harder for them to see him. Not good. Huang's aura is becoming stronger and stronger. It has already seeped out of the forbidden land. They quickly retreated. They personally sensed a terrifying aura. Many animals in the mountain ridge cried out in fear. Some wolves died of old age on the spot, and a few vicious beasts with cultivation were terrified at the first moment. They flew into the air and fled. That person has been affected, not as good as before. He is about to be suppressed. The monkey said. Above the ancient desolate abyss, that vigorous figure suffered a heavy blow. The attackers were all exceptional experts, and their clothes were extremely ancient. Apart from the heavenly jade holy maiden, it was difficult for the others to say what era they were from. The heavenly jade holy maiden was like an immortal descending into the world of mortals. Her white clothes fluttered about, and with every movement she made, natural laws were like a sea. She was the number 1 beauty 6,000 years ago, and it was unknown just how many heroes fell for her. Unfortunately, she was muddle-headed now, becoming like this. The people who admired her had long turned into the yellow earth. A wave of fluctuations spread over, spreading to the outside world. The 8 desolate slaves took action, suppressing that person into the abyss. It was covered in dense Tao light, and the 8 of them were not suppressed within the forbidden land. They possessed the greatest power. Everyone's heart sank. However, right at this time, a loud hong sounded. A powerful wave of fluctuations spread to the outside world, sending them flying. Archaic Emperor. The monkey was the first to cry out in alarm. At this moment, they felt an indescribable type of unmatched divine law fluctuation. It was as if heaven and earth were being opened, and primal chaos surged. Everyone was practically trembling. They quickly rushed into the distance to avoid these ripples. They didn't dare to stop for even a single step. This was like the end of the world. Beside Ji Ziyue, the little golden phoenix chirped. It was timid and scared as it hid in her bosom. This kind of divine bird's spiritual perception was the sharpest. That figure rushed out from the ancient desolate abyss. His entire body radiated with 9-colored light, illuminating the sky. All the desolate slaves immediately jumped into the abyss as if they were avoiding an immortal. None of them dared to face him head-on. They didn't even dare to stop for a moment. The aura of an ancient great emperor, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and Ji Ziyue all paled. They rushed far enough and looked into the depths of the Forbidden Land. All of them revealed looks of disbelief. Who was it? Who exactly was this person? It's definitely not a living great emperor. Someone must be using an extreme Dao emperor weapon. At this moment, they understood why that person could use the power of laws in the Forbidden Land. So it turned out that he had such a heaven-defying weapon accompanying him. Even if he has an emperor weapon, this person has to be a saint. Moreover, he is a peak expert. Otherwise, he will also die because this is the ancient desolate Forbidden Land, said the Black Emperor. The monkey's fiery eyes lit up. He stared at the abyss without blinking and said to himself, "That is an ancient emperor weapon." The robust figure rushed into the abyss. He himself also swayed. Clearly, he had suffered an impact. The so-called weapon was the battle clothes on his body. They flowed with 9 dreamlike colors. The few of them were shocked. The weapons of the ancient great emperors were mainly offensive. There didn't seem to be any battle clothes. This person's was very different. It could be said that they had never heard of it before. It's someone from the divine Silkworm Ridge. They want to find the 9-wonder undying medicine, said the monkey. He recognized the ancient emperor battle clothes and deduced this person's origins. During the ancient desolate era, the 9-wonder divine medicine flew away, its whereabouts unknown. The stars changed, and millions of years passed. Now, it had taken root in the Forbidden Land of the ancient desolate Forbidden Land. The divine silkworm race naturally wanted to obtain it again. In reality, during all these years, it wasn't just their race. Even the other royal and imperial clans had made a move several times, wanting to obtain this stalk of undying medicine. However, they all failed. The 9 transformations of the divine silkworm is invincible in the heavens and earth. In reality, if one wants to become an ancient emperor, they still need to undergo the final great sublimation, the ultimate transformation, said the monkey. The ancient emperor weapons of the divine Silkworm Ridge had astonishing defensive power. They were unparalleled in the world. The reason why they were forged into battle clothes was related to the growth of their race. They were always continuously transforming, as if they were shedding pieces of divine clothes. It's Princess Divine Silkworm. Yi Fan thought of the scene at the Jade Pool meeting. After this arrogant and unparalleled princess revived, she was incomparably powerful. She killed an ancient king with a single hand and had once said that she wanted to come to the Forbidden Land of the ancient desolate Forbidden Land to retrieve her race's undying medicine. Brother Monkey, this is your future aunt, Li Heishure said. The reason why the Princess Divine Silkworm could revive was because the few of them had won the bet. After that, the monkey searched everywhere for the divine medicine. Otherwise, she would still be sleeping underground. I know. Not only does she want to dig away the 9 wonders divine medicine, but she might even want to force my uncle out. The monkey was very agitated. Over the years, he had gone to the Western Desert several times to seek an audience with the victorious fighting Buddha, but unfortunately, he had failed. The ancient Buddha on Mount Meru had been in seclusion all year round, comprehending the profoundness of life and death. He had already passed down a decree, telling those old monks that he would not see anyone. The people of the divine Silkworm Ridge must have already sent the news to the great Thunderclap Monastery on Mount Meru. The victorious fighting Buddha is coming. Pang Bo immediately became agitated. He went forward and said, "Brother Monkey, you don't know this, but when I was in my hometown, I admired your race the most." The monkey was baffled and ignored him. He blinked his fiery eyes of gold and stared at the 9 sacred mountains, feeling a little nervous. After all, that was an ancient forbidden land. No matter how powerful the Princess Divine Silkworm was, even with the protection of the ancient emperor's battle clothes, there would be a time when her strength would be exhausted. Clatter. The ear-piercing sound of divine chains rang out, and everyone felt their hair stand on end. Even though they were extremely far away, they could hear it clearly. It was as if an unparalleled demon emperor that had been locked down through the ages had appeared. That kind of agitation made their primordial spirits shatter, and they could only retreat. Boom! A torrential black fog surged up, drowning the entire ancient desolate abyss. The 9 sacred mountains were covered, and a terrifying aura rushed out of the forbidden zone of life, spreading out in all direction. The Princess Divine Silkworm was the first to be hit, and she was sent flying. That was the power of desolation, and it could make a saint die of old age instantly. Even if the great sage Hunchuo came, it would be difficult for him to block it for a long time. If not for the ancient emperor's battle clothes, she would have definitely turned into a pile of soil the moment the fog soared into the sky. This is bad. The most terrifying thing has happened. After all, the Princess Divine Silkworm is not an ancient emperor. It's useless even with the protection of the emperor's battle clothes. If the thing inside rushes out, she'll definitely suffer a grievance, the Black Emperor said. Clatter. The ice-cold iron chains rattled, as if the gods of hell had broken free from their shackles and were killing their way into the mortal world. A blurry black figure slowly walked out from the abyss. It was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman, and it was even impossible to tell if it was a human or a beast. It danced around the thick iron chains that were thousands of feet long, and its ferocity was terrifying. Desolation. It's a creature from the abyss. It's not those desolate slaves from before. The Princess Divine Silkworm, who had fallen far away, coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. In front of that terrifying supreme existence, it was actually difficult for her to fight, and she kept coughing up blood from the aura. This is too terrifying. If not for the protection of the Divine Silkworm race's supreme ancient emperor's battle clothes, even the Princess Divine Silkworm would have been destroyed long ago. This was the first time they had seen someone so powerful, daring to fight against the ancient emperor's weapon. It was truly shocking. I'm afraid that the Princess Divine Silkworm won't be able to fight at all. Even if the Divine Silkworm Ridge's battle clothes are unparalleled, it's not the ancient emperor's body, after all, the large black dog said. Oh no, the princess is in danger, the monkey cried out. This was because in the monstrous black fog, the blurry figure was walking out of the abyss step by step, pressing forward. How could the Princess Divine Silkworm resist it? Boom. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor. In another direction of the life-forbidden zone, an extreme might erupted. It was domineering, as if it had connected the past, present, and future. A large staff exuded a monstrous holy light, crushing the ages. It struck toward a few holy mountains, its brilliance dazzling the heavens. The aura of the Emperor of Fighting swept through the sun, moon, and stars. It's my father's weapon, the monkey cried out in shock, incredibly excited. Chapter 876. A large metal rod pressed down until the life-forbidden region was about to collapse. Even with the protection of the immortal ancient divine formation, it was useless. The earth cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the formation patterns were obliterated. This scene was just too terrifying. The metal rod stretched out for several hundred li, striking out from the mountain ridge and directly striking the 9 sacred mountains at the center of the life-forbidden region. Its divine might was matchless. Since ancient times, who dared to do something like this? This was a forbidden region. The victorious fighting Buddha still came in the end, taking action at this crucial moment. A loud roar shattered mountains and rivers, shaking Yi Fan, the monkey, and the others until their chi and blood surged, and their ears rang with wong-wong sounds. Li Heishui's cultivation was the weakest. Even his ears were overflowing with blood. He was protected by the others and quickly retreated into the distance. This place was just too terrifying. They were in another direction, several hundred li away from where the victorious fighting Buddha attacked, but they still suffered such an impact. In that direction, golden light dyed the heaven and earth, filled with an extreme emperor's might. It was as if the river of time had been severed, and the shackles of space had been broken. The space here became incomparably chaotic. What order of heaven and earth? What great Tao laws? They seemed to have been immediately severed. Only a large rod became the only thing. Hong. On the 9 sacred mountains, that indistinct figure devoured the essence energy of the mountains and rivers, looking down on the world. His true body couldn't be seen. Only a pair of eyes turned into green light, flickering in the darkness. It made one's heart go cold, and even their souls couldn't help but sink. What kind of powerful existence was this? No one could say for sure. They felt as if they would be destroyed just by looking at him. Their divine senses were unstable, and their Tao foundations were on the verge of collapse, heading towards decay. Pu. He opened his mouth and spat out a streak of essence energy. It turned into a dazzling streak of light within the black clouds, hacking towards the Emperor of Fighting's jet-black metal rod, releasing a sky-shaking sound. Boundless mists filled the surroundings, and all types of divine chains of order broke apart. This strike destroyed everything. The collision between the two produced deafening ripples. One could see terrifying ripples spreading out from the 9 sacred mountains, covering the entire life-restricted region. It continuously collapsed. This was a terrifying great collapse. What a terrifying victorious fighting Buddha, daring to take action against an existence within the ancient forbidden region. The Black Emperor let out a long sigh. Immediately afterwards, they began to quickly flee again, shattering the void as they fled. It was because the terrifying fluctuations swept far into outer space. At the same time, the Emperor of Fighting's weapon was jolted high into the air and smashed into the wilderness outside. Who knew how many mountains were turned into dust? There was no suspense at all. It was complete destruction. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that it carried a wave of desolate aura. Many creatures in the mountain range immediately aged, their flesh drying up, turning into withered bones. Their lives approached the end. Kai. In the center of the forbidden zone of life, above the abyss, the figure looked down on the world. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out. Those were his eyes. They cut through the laws and the light of the path that filled the sky. He looked at Princess Divine Silkworm, sending her flying and coughing up blood. This was an extremely shocking scene. If not for the fact that the Divine Silkworm Princess was wearing her race's 9-colored battle armor, which flashed with a dreamy divine splendor at that moment, she would have definitely been pulverized. That's the archaic Emperor's battle armor. I really didn't expect such an existence to exist in this world, able to unleash such battle prowess and face the supreme Emperor weapon of the Divine Silkworm Ridge head-on. The monkey was horrified. At the same time, in the distant mountain range, the victorious fighting Buddha made his move again. He brandished the large metal rod and began to hack at the 9 sacred mountains, as if he really wanted to destroy this place. The jet-black metal rod was a piece of immortal metal that was personally refined by the Emperor of Fighting. Multicolored light shone brilliantly and auspicious chi surged. It was as if a sacred emperor had revived. It's my father's aura. At this moment, the monkey's eyes were brimming with tears. He immediately thought of his father and wanted nothing more than to return to the archaic era. The revival of the supreme emperor weapon, it was activated by the fearless victorious fighting Buddha. It was almost equivalent to the reincarnation of the Emperor of Fighting. He was probably the only one who could do this in this world. It was because this was his older brother's weapon. They had the same cultivation technique, and they were even descendants of the same bloodline. It could be said that they were of the same bloodline, allowing it to revive in the shortest amount of time. The jet-black immortal treasure metal rod radiated brilliantly in all directions. Boundless multicolored light gushed out from the rod's body, and there were even streaks of primal chaos descending from it. The will to fight could be felt throughout the ages. This was the unique aura of the sacred battling ape bloodline. A single word battle could shock the 9 heavens and crush the various worlds. This was the unique characteristic of the race that was the most proficient in battle. No one could compare to them. The Emperor of Fighting's supreme laws drowned out the ancient abyss, turning into boundless Tao power that wiped out all life. This was a world-shaking battle. It was displayed through the victorious fighting Buddha's hand and activated by the immortal treasure metal rod. It was as if the old sacred emperor of the past had reappeared. The towering black fog was about to be scattered. A figure flickered and finally appeared indistinctly. It was the silhouette of a person, but it was still impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. The revival of the Emperor of Fighting's weapon made it so that he or she didn't dare to underestimate it. He stretched out a hand and drew out the order of heaven and earth, turning into a dense expanse of great Tao runes that faced the metal rod that had illuminated the ages. Yi Fan, the monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others all held their breaths. This kind of great battle was rarely seen since ancient times. It was truly a great fortune to be able to witness it. The ancient forbidden land had deterred the ages. Who could see through the true appearance of Mount Lu? Now, a living existence had walked out from within and was personally taking action. It was truly shocking. In reality, they really wanted to know what exactly was beneath the eternal abyss. Was it like the undying mountain with two or more terrifying existences? Rumble, the heaven and earth were resonating, and the great Tao was resonating. True dragons, vermilion birds, and all kinds of other immortal spirits appeared and danced in the great Tao divine laws. This battle evolved into a complicated and terrifying one. All kinds of strange scenes appeared and lingered under the heavens. Dawn. That was the awakening of the deity within the Emperor of Fighting's weapon. A human figure rushed out to confront that existence. An extreme immortal light shot out, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Heavens, the ancient forbidden land is densely covered with formation patterns that are at least at the level of great ancient emperors. The Black Emperor cried out in alarm. At this moment, he finally saw some clues. All kinds of great Tao runes flickered and spread out from the 9 sacred mountains, dispelling the remnant waves of Tao laws released by the old sacred emperor's weapon. Otherwise, without the appearance of a Tao pattern of this level, not to mention this place, even the southern region would have most likely sunk, because this was an attack unleashed by an awakened extreme Tao imperial weapon. The heavens and earth could split apart. It was simply unimaginable how powerful it was. We managed to escape this calamity. Otherwise, with how close we were, without the flickering of those Tao patterns, we would definitely have been turned into dust immediately. The monkey spoke. No one understood better than him how terrifying the old sacred emperor's weapon was. Your uncle really has a violent temper. He even dared to fight like this. Is he really not afraid of destroying the southern region? This is like the end of the world. Li Tian was speechless. He felt a kind of reverence for the monkey's uncle even though he had never seen him before. The Ji family's little Moon's face was a bit pale. After coming back to her senses, she stuck out her tongue and stroked the fluffy golden phoenix. She was very nervous. The victorious fighting Buddha started a war in the ancient forbidden land like this, causing their family to feel threatened. If the southern region was destroyed, would the Ji family still be able to exist? In reality, at this moment, all the great ancient sects in the southern region felt a kind of shocking might. All of them were trembling with fear. Boom! In the Ji family, an ancient scripture rose up and released rays of auspicious light, protecting the entire ancient land of the family within. It was as if it had merged into the void and didn't belong to this world. At this moment, the expressions of all the elders in this ancient family were solemn. The extreme Tao imperial weapon gave a warning and the ancient mirror automatically protected the family. What did this mean? There was a great calamity in the southern region, and the power of the great ancient emperors was attacking. At the same time, within the wavering light sacred land, dragon roars shook the 9 heavens. A huge black cauldron rose up and draconic patterns fell down. They flickered with dazzling light as if a black true dragon had been revived. The entire ancient land was protected by it, and a terrifying aura flowed out. This was the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, the greatest miracle in this world. The entire wavering light sacred land was forged with the power of the entire sect. All the saints and disciples were of one mind, sincerely worshipping and refining it. After spending 50,000 years, it finally fused with the Tao on a stormy night. Even though there were rumors that an unparalleled existence descended on that terrifying rainy night filled with flashing lightning and rolling thunder, there was no evidence in the end, so no one believed it. In the southern region, within this life-forbidden zone, the deity nurtured within the immortal treasure iron rod was revived. Under the victorious fighting Buddha's urging, it was boundlessly domineering, sweeping through everything. Above the abyss, the blurry figure didn't make any big movements. His hands simply moved, bursting forth one rune after another. They collided with the black iron rod, creating sonorous sounds. That wasn't the sound of weapons colliding, but the rumbling of the great Tao. There was no more terrifying power than this. At this moment, no one dared to approach. Even if a saint came, they would have to suffer a grievance. Above the 9 sacred mountains, the black mist that overflowed into the heavens surged violently. That figure's eyes shifted, as if 10,000 years of time flowed past in the blink of an eye. The immortal treasure iron rod was trembling from the pressure, almost falling into the abyss. The victorious fighting Buddha is so powerful, able to fight against the existence below the abyss. Li Heishure sucked in a breath of cold air. You're wrong. In the current world, there is no one who can contend against Huang. The victorious fighting Buddha borrowed the power of the deity within the ancient emperor weapon, said the Black Emperor. Meanwhile, the monkey revealed a deep look of worried for his uncle. An extreme Dao imperial weapon almost had the power of an archaic emperor, but the consumption was tremendous. How long could the victorious fighting Buddha last? Roar! At this moment, a great roar sounded. The mountains and rivers trembled, the sun and moon lost their radiance, and a crazy wave engulfed the entire great earth. This was a type of Dao roar. In the southern region, there wasn't a single powerful cultivator who wasn't horrified. No matter how far away they were, they all heard it. This was the perception of heaven, transmitted down through the great Dao of heaven and earth. In the mountain ridge, an old monkey displayed a type of dharmic heaven and earth ancient technique. His body reached the 9 heavens and stepped on the 9 underworlds, his entire body erupting with boundless divine light. He towered into the clouds, revealing his true body. He wasn't chanting the name of Buddha, but just like during the archaic era, his sharpness didn't diminish at all. He looked down on the world, his heroic appearance intimidating. The monkey's eyes immediately turned red, and tears rolled down. This was his uncle, just like his father, not fearing the heavens or the earth, crushing everything in his way. This was their clan. This kind of aura was unique and incomparable. In the forbidden ancient land, the divine silkworm princess had already fallen below the sacred mountain, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Protected by the 9-colored imperial clothes, she raised her head with great difficulty. Her face was pale, but her beautiful eyes flowed with extraordinary splendor. She muttered, "You are still you in the end. No matter what happens, the battle blood in your bones will never change." Chapter 877. The divine silkworm princess coughed out blood. Her face was pale, and her expression was sad and beautiful. She used all of her strength to help the victorious fighting Buddha. 9 patterns appeared on the 9-colored battle clothes on her body. True dragon, immortal phoenix, divine unicorn. These were the various forms that the ancient emperors of the divine silkworm ridge had transformed into. Every single form was a great Tao symbol. They turned into a type of supreme power that suppressed the void, and then they blasted towards the 9 sacred mountains. The immortal might was unparalleled. At this moment, the southern region was shaken once again. Everyone was shocked. G family, Alcade, Great Mystery, Carefree, and many other ancient sex giants were horrified. What kind of people were fighting? The power of an ancient great emperor had revived and was carrying out an expedition. It would destroy this great land. Outside the ancient desolate forbidden land, the Black Emperor had already finished carving the formation patterns. He was prepared to run at any time and leave the eastern wasteland. He was afraid that the 2 ancient imperial weapons would pierce through the life-forbidden region and bury them all here. The 9 sacred mountains have great emperor-level formation patterns carved on them. They shouldn't be destroyed, said the monkey. Even though there were 2 ancient imperial weapons assisting him, he was still incomparably worried for his uncle. The 9-colored battle clothes not only had unparalleled defensive power, but they could also carry out terrifying attacks. Back then, the divine Silkworm Ridge's archaic emperor had clearly considered all kinds of problems, fearing that his descendants lacked combat strength. At this moment, 9 types of immortal spirits appeared. True dragon, immortal phoenix, divine unicorn. They turned into 9 ancient symbols, each representing a type of heaven and earth great Tao. They suppressed the 9 sacred mountains until they were about to collapse. In the black mist, the blurry figure's eyes flashed with green light. Chong, chong. 9 types of light flew out in succession, each of them different, colliding with the 9 immortal spirits. Hong. The ancient desolate abyss was trembling. Overflowing black mist surged, drowning out this place. Even the heavenly eye couldn't see through it. It was densely covered in traces of the great Tao, and nothing could be seen through. Roar, in the mountain ridge, the old monkey that reached the 9 heavens and stepped on the 9 underworlds released a great Tao roar that shattered everything. A wave of innate essence energy turned into a Tao diagram that flew into the sacred mountain. Then, the deity within the immortal treasure black iron rod appeared. It opened its mouth and spat out blazing light into the Tao diagram. It turned into a world-grinding wheel, dazzling and resplendent. It became the carrier of the Tao, crushing that figure. This was a terrifying attack. It was the greatest enhancement of a fully awakened god born from the ancient imperial weapon. This kind of attack was almost equivalent to an ancient emperor's attack. It could be said that this attack was world-shaking. If it struck the southern region, it would definitely be destroyed and cease to exist. However, in the face of this world-shaking attack, the figure on the sacred mountain slashed forward with his finger like a blade. The roulette was immediately cut in half, turning into a field of battle holy light that shattered the vacuum. Pu. Then, with a flip of his hand, all of the light gathered together, piercing through a black hole and rushing into an unknown dimensional space, extinguishing all of it. This method shocked the Black Emperor and the others to the point that they were tongue-tied. Pop, pop, at the same time, a series of light sounds came from the sky. That person's eyes shot out divine light, shattering the true dragon, immortal phoenix, and divine unicorn. This kind of heaven-defying method left everyone speechless, and they could only be shocked. A casual strike could break through everything, and nothing could stop it. Royal weapon resonance. The victorious fighting Buddha in the mountain ridge shouted loudly, accompanied by the aura of the heavenly Tao, resounding through most of the southern region. Every single golden hair on his body was sparkling and sparkling. Although his body was thin, he was incomparably divine, making people want to prostrate themselves in worship. The black divine metal in his hand shone brightly, and immortal chi rushed into the sky. It was humming, emitting incomparable might, stirring up the great Tao laws of the entire southern region. At this moment, his aura rapidly rose, just like in the primordial era. There was a kind of majesty that fought against the heavens and earth, pressing forward with indomitable will. His true body entered the forbidden area of the primordial era, about to carry out a great battle. No. The monkey cried out. He knew that no one in the desolate era could fight. Even if his uncle had the ancient imperial weapon in hand, he would most likely die, unless his father, the Emperor of Fighting, revive. At the same time, the divine silkworm princess did the same. Her aura rose sharply, and the 9-colored battle clothes on her body emitted endless light. 9 types of symbols densely covered her body, turning into supreme divine power of the great Tao. Her entire body was resplendent and dazzling, displaying the extreme divine might of the ancient imperial weapon to the fullest. This battle clothes had almost completely revived, and she was going to fight the supreme existence under the primordial era's abyss. Hong. A terrifying aura erupted. The 2 ancient imperial weapons were resonating, interacting with each other. There was a type of wondrous reaction between them, and when they were connected, their might became even greater. Yi Fan, Li Tian, the Black Emperor, and the others were all worried. Was this going to be a great battle? How many generations of heroes had appeared in the past, yet none of them had been able to flatten the life-forbidden area. Could the victorious fighting Buddha do it? He wouldn't fall here, right? Dong. The 2 ancient imperial weapons resonated, releasing the most powerful attack. Ancient symbols burst forth one after another, covering the 9 sacred mountains densely as if they were going to seal the mountains. The monkey was shocked, as if he had seen his father's methods. Those were ancient imperial texts that could suppress and kill all experts. They were spat out by the 2 deities in the ancient imperial weapons after they revived. Above the abyss, that blurry figure was stopped. He had no choice but to resist these ancient symbols, because the 2 extreme imperial weapons resonated, reversing heaven and earth. They were too terrifying, possessing world-destroying power. Hong. The victorious fighting Buddha took action again. The imperial symbols that filled the sky hadn't disappeared yet. He soared into the life-forbidden area, brandishing the black iron rod and smashing it down, heavily attacking this person. This was his most powerful attack. His entire person pounced down from the 9 heavens, and an unrivaled might swept through everything. He didn't seem like an ancient Buddha that had walked down from Mount Meru at all, possessing an unrivaled aura that could dominate the world. The monkey clenched his fists tightly and trembled in excitement. His uncle was too similar to his father. Regardless of whether it was this kind of domineering aura or that kind of appearance, they were almost exactly the same. Everyone held their breaths, quietly waiting for this rod to fall. They wanted to know what kind of result it would produce. Would the ancient desolate forbidden area be split open, or would the victorious fighting Buddha fall? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, there was a change in the end when the immortal treasure metal rod fiercely fell. It suddenly turned around lightly and turned into a beam of black light, sinking into the foot of the mountain. The battle sacred ape race not only possessed innate divine valor, but they also had unfathomable secret techniques. The metal rod turned into a bridge that connected to the heavens. It flickered with black light and directly extended from the outside of the forbidden area to the foot of the mountain. On the 9 sacred mountains, that blurry figure coldly looked down. Through the densely packed mountain ceiling symbols, he stretched out a hand and grabbed downwards. Swoosh! The victorious fighting Buddha turned into a beam of golden light and arrived personally along the black immortal treasure metal rod bridge. With a long roar, his body turned into thousands of golden figures and ancient Buddhas everywhere. Countless old sacred apes appeared and pounced towards the mountain peak. At the same time, his true body rescued Princess Divine Silkworm and quickly rushed out of the forbidden area along the black divine metal rod. The 2 ancient imperial weapons resonated and interweaved heavenly path sacred power. Boom! Above the abyss, that hand crushed all the sacred ape incarnations and turned into a beam of terrifying light. It stretched out over 100 miles and grabbed towards the battle sacred ape and Princess Divine Silkworm. Clang, clang, 9 pieces of battle armor flew out from Princess Divine Silkworm's body and turned into a dazzling light. All of them covered the old sacred ape's body and protected his battle body. 9-colored divine splendor soared into the sky. The old monkey forcefully threw her into the distance and into a realm gate, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After that, he wore the primordial imperial robe and held the immortal treasure metal rod in his hand. He roared at the sky and turned back to fight. He wanted to fight to the death with the supreme existence that was chasing after him from behind. He wanted to forcefully fight against that huge hand that covered the sky and earth. Ah! At the same time, a Buddhist roar shook the world. A demon-subduing pestle rushed out from the top of the victorious fighting Buddha's head, emitting boundless Buddhist light and unparalleled magic power. This was the supreme treasure of the great Thunderclap Monastery on Mount Meru, and it resisted together with him. What should we do? The victorious fighting Buddha might die. Can he resist the existence in the life-forbidden area? Li Tian and the others were all shocked. The monkey's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He let out a loud roar and slapped the top of his head. A golden ancient scroll rushed out from his head and entered the forbidden area of the primordial era. This was actually a decree that was personally written by the emperor of fighting back then. His great Tao flowed in front of him, and it was used to pay for the monkey's life. At this moment, it emitted the unparalleled aura of the old sacred emperor. It was boundlessly domineering and filled the sky and earth. It turned into an immortal light and entered the forbidden area of the primordial era, blocking between the victorious fighting Buddha and that huge hand. Ancient characters were produced one after another, flowing with the power of the sacred emperor. Count this one in as well. The large black dog opened his mouth and spat out the decree of great Emperor Wu Shi that had appeared at the Jade Pool meeting. It also turned into an eternal ray of celestial light and flew into the Holy Land, blocking in front of the huge hand. The aura of an ancient emperor pervaded the air. To everyone's surprise, the huge hand really stopped. The eyes of the existence above the abyss flickered, and he stared at the 2 decrees. Then, he used the huge hand to carve a few ancient characters in the air, and the huge hand disappeared just like that. The slaughter stopped just like that. Everyone felt as if they had experienced a great dream. What do those ancient characters mean? They didn't recognize them, but they looked very ancient, so they didn't understand what they meant. They should be imperial characters. Those who have proven their Tao won't be able to recognize them, the Black Emperor said. This was actually an outcome that exceeded everyone's expectations. The slaughter that filled the sky completely disappeared, and the forbidden area of the primordial era regained its peace. The surging black fog dissipated, and the figure on the 9 holy mountains disappeared with a flash. He entered the abyss, and his figure was indistinct. It was as if he had never appeared in the first place. The empty mountains were silent, and it was extremely quiet. The 5-colored altar has appeared. Everyone was shocked. Above the 9 holy mountains, an ancient altar appeared, and it floated there, sealing the abyss. It was simple and unadorned, and it was missing parts. It was broken over the years, and it quietly floated in the air, not moving at all. Why did it appear? What kind of consequences did this battle bring about? Yi Fan and the others were shaken. They looked at each other in dismay, not understanding what was going on. The victorious fighting Buddha's majestic appearance wasn't any less than before. He wore a 9-colored battle armor, and he held a black gold immortal treasure iron rod in his hand. He walked out step by step, and his aura was restrained. It wasn't intimidating, but it still made people want to kneel down and worship him. "Uncle!" the monkey cried on the spot. He was extremely emotional, and he leaped in the mountain ridges, quickly rushing over, and arrived before him. "Mother ***, why should I save him? I hate this monkey the most." At this moment, the Black Emperor seemed to have come to his senses. He couldn't help but bare his teeth, and he cursed in a low voice. Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, Yang Ishi, and the others also rose into the air, rushing towards that region, quickly approaching. Among them, Pang Bo was the most excited. He said, "I pay my respects to the great sage equal to heaven. In the past, did you go to a place called the Great Tang of the Middle Earth? Then, you left the Hanggu Pass in the west, traversed the starry sky, and met Tathagata, and finally arrived at Mount Meru?" Chapter 878. Cheong, Cheong, the 9-colored battle clothes were lightly ringing, releasing zheng sounds, releasing brilliant radiance and oppressive might. This was the divine silkworm ridge's weapon of the extreme Tao. It flickered with dreamlike radiance, separating from the victorious fighting Buddha's body, revealing his true body. This was a shriveled old ape, every single strand of golden hair on his body sparkling and translucent, making him look otherworldly, his appearance dignified and dignified. What was the meaning of achieving the Tao? This old ape gave the best explanation. He stood before them, untainted by the aura of the mortal world, as if he had transcended beyond the world. He was like a boulder that had existed since time immemorial, not moving at all. He was extremely puzzled by Pang Bo's words, expressing that he had never been to the central Great Tang. His palms were pressed together, a ring of Buddhist radiance appearing behind his head, making him look like an old monk, his body like a withered tree. At this moment, Pang Bo seemed to have been possessed by 2 Fae, turning into a loudspeaker, speaking continuously, finishing all types of legends in one go. The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head, not knowing anything he was talking about. He had never left this ancient star, never suppressed for 500 years. On the side, the monkey's expression was unkind, saying, "How heroic is my uncle? Who could suppress him?" Pang Bo was embarrassed. What he heard was just a legend in the end, moreover something from the other side of the starry sky. How could it be true? Even he himself felt that it was a bit absurd. "It isn't all just rumors, I've seen the Sakyamuni," the victorious fighting Buddha said. "What?" Yi Fan and Pang Bo both cried out in alarm, having too many questions in their hearts, wishing to get to the bottom of this. The old saint fighting ape held a jet-black immortal treasure iron rod in his hand. The domineering aura from the great battle just now had long been restrained, only having a benevolent appearance, like an old monk. "In the past, I've seen the Sakyamuni, but I didn't fight. 2,000 years ago, the monkey's uncle awakened from a piece of divine source, reappearing in this world. He was currently in the western desert, just in time for a flourishing era. At that time, the Sakyamuni entered Mount Meru, overseeing the great Thunderclap Temple. This was an ancient person from outside this region, coming from an unknown star domain. His magical force was profound, subduing many monks, and as a result, he was elected as the Lord of the spiritual mountain. However, not long after, because of the doctrine, the monks and bodhisattvas on Mount Meru broke off relations with Gautama Buddha and did not recognize him as the master of the great Lei-Yin temple. Buddhism emphasized cause and effect, focusing on the future, and believed in the afterlife. At first, when the sages saw Sakyamuni's power and Buddha nature, they all thought he was the reincarnation of the ancient Amitabha Buddha. When the doctrines conflicted, they immediately rejected it. That was why disputes arose. A great chaos took place on Mount Meru, almost splitting into two sects. Someone lit a Buddhist lamp and erased the mirror of the past, using it to illuminate the true body of Gautama Buddha. They wanted to know if he was the reincarnation of a true Buddha in the past. In the end, when the Buddhist lamp shone on his body, Shakyamuni was rejected and no longer recognized as the Lord Buddha. He was expelled from the Great Thunderclap Monastery and was considered a demon. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other in dismay. There was actually such a thing. In the past, the little white-clothed nun had told him a bit, but she didn't touch upon the secrets within. All of the truth had been sealed. Shakyamuni had boundless magical power. Back then, he relied on his own strength to overturn Mount Meru and reform Buddhism. He entered and left the Great Thunderclap Monastery alone, and no one could stop him. The Dojan ape said. 2,000 years ago, he hadn't ascended Mount Meru yet. All of this was what he saw and heard in the Western Desert. The doctrines were different. The one who was illuminated by the Buddhist mirror wasn't the reincarnation of the Amitabha Buddha. The guardian Vajra of Mount Meru came out together to destroy Shakyamuni. That was because there were rumors that he was the demonic shell of a Buddha. However, Mount Meru was defeated in the final battle. Even with the subduing demon pestle left behind by the Amitabha Buddha, they couldn't capture him and stop him from descending the mountain. One had to know that that was the weapon of an ancient emperor. If one isn't a saint and wants to activate the subduing demon pestle of the Amitabha Buddha and leave behind someone who is at least the great sage or the quasi-emperor, the difficulty is too great. The Black Emperor muttered to himself not far away. In this battle, Shakyamuni could be said to have displayed an extraordinary realm. He charged into Mount Meru alone and could even completely topple Buddhism. Thus, it became a taboo. Even the Arhat couldn't bring it up again. I met him in an ancient temple and sat down to discuss the Tao. We talked for an entire night. He explained his Tao and doctrines to me, which made me rather interested. The great battle Saint Ape was attracted. Back then, he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and needed to walk his own Tao. Buddhism advocated the afterlife and focused on cultivating the future. This moved him greatly. After that night, Shakyamuni went on his way and left the Western Desert. In the end, even the great battle Saint Ape didn't know where he went. He has the power of the quasi-emperor. The monkey's uncle's words shocked everyone present. How great was his magic power and divine ability. From then on, Buddhism no longer had a Tathagata, but Mount Meru had a victorious fighting Buddha. He entered the Great Thunderclap Monastery and studied all kinds of scriptures to comprehend the mysteries of life and death. It's a bit messy. Pang Bo rubbed his temples. He still hadn't walked out of his reverie. Reality and legends were two different things. Is Shakyamuni really the demonic shell of Buddha? Why is there such a saying? Buddha talks about the afterlife. Did the mirror of the past really reflect anything? The few of them didn't understand many things. Back then, the person who lit the green lamp and polished the ancient mirror had all mysteriously passed away without leaving any useful records. Their deaths were very strange. Even the monkey's uncle couldn't find anything. How did Buddhism come about? Pang Bo was puzzled. Wasn't it born in ancient India? Why was Shakyamuni a traitor on this side of the starry sky? Yi Fan explained. He had read some ancient books and more or less knew about it. On the other side of the starry sky, some ancient books recorded that when Shakyamuni traveled, he saw Buddhists sacrificing themselves to cultivate. He felt that it wasn't the right way. From then on, there was the Tathagata Dharma and he established a sect. There was a legend that Buddhism had existed for a long time before that. However, the Dharma was exhausted and Shakyamuni carried it forward again. There are too many secrets. I really want to go back and investigate them in detail. Pang Bo muttered to himself. Laozi and Buddha were both people from 2,500 years ago. They were almost born in the same era and were ancient people with great wisdom. They had both entered the starfield. There were too many mysteries on Earth. Pre-Qin Chi practitioners. Yi Fan and Pang Bo didn't understand many things about ancient China. They wanted to go back to the other side of the starry sky immediately to investigate. This benefactor is right about one thing. After I ascended Mount Meru and converted to Buddhism, my Dharma name was Wukong, said the fighting Saint Ape. Pang Bo was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. After a long while, he said, Wukong. Some legends are actually true. How did they get to ancient China? Uncle. Next, the monkey stepped forward. Everyone tactfully stepped back and let them talk about their relationship. When you reach the Saint Realm, come to Mount Meru and find me. I'll pass your father's immortal treasure, the Black Iron, to you, said the victorious fighting Buddha. He had been in seclusion all year round just to prove his Tao and comprehend life and death. He usually didn't see anyone. Auntie, she. The monkey carefully picked up Princess Divine Silkworm. The victorious fighting Buddha didn't reply. For so many years, he had been sitting in the ancient temple. Princess Divine Silkworm had ascended Mount Meru 9 times, but he had avoided her. At this moment, there was a deep look in his eyes as if he had comprehended his past life and future life. This time, Princess Divine Silkworm threatened him with her death. She entered the ancient desolate forbidden land alone to pluck the 9 wonders immortal herb and send him a message. Finally, he was forced to come out. After a long time, the uncle and nephew finally finished talking. The victorious fighting Buddha's golden fur was sparkling, and he was about to leave. Before leaving, he walked toward the large black dog and said, I've offended you in the past. Woof, if Emperor Wu Sha was still alive, he would be able to suppress you with one hand. It's a pity that I was defeated again. I deserve to be unlucky. I don't have a chance to deal with you. The large black dog bared his teeth. Please forgive me for my disrespect in the past. A disk of light appeared behind the battling Buddha's head. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed. A dazzling light shot toward the Black Emperor. What do you want? The black fur all over the large black dog's body stood up. Wang. The void trembled, and glossy black fur grew out of his bald tail. Just like the rest of his body, it was as shiny as black silk. Hee. Yi Fan, Li Tian, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others suppressed their laughter with great difficulty. However, they still laughed out loud in the end. They finally understood why the large black dog was so resentful toward the monkey. At the same time, they also understood why the black fur on his body was dense and glossy, and only his tail was bald. As it turned out, all of this had been caused by the battling Saint Ape. No wonder he couldn't be cured. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog flew into a rage, and he chased after them, biting furiously. Senior, please guide us on the way home. Yi Fan stepped forward and blocked the victorious fighting Buddha's path. He asked him to guide them. I don't know about the ancient starry sky path that leads to the outer realm. The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head and looked toward the depths of the ancient desolate forbidden land. There was a 5-colored sacrificial altar there, and it blocked the abyss. He warned them not to go there and try. In the end, Pang Bo asked Cade about this. That clumsy foreigner had been sent to the western desert by an old monk, and he didn't know how he was doing now. He was just trying his luck, and he didn't think that the victorious fighting Buddha would really know that Cade was the monk who waited on him in seclusion. The Buddhist monks believed that Cade was born with extraordinary talent. He had golden hair and blue eyes, and he was slightly similar to the battling Saint Ape. Thus, they allowed him to listen to the teachings of the Buddha in an important place, and he was raised as a guardian Vajra. F***ck your God. You've abandoned me. I despise you. Praise the Buddha. When I achieve enlightenment, I'll go back myself and invite Satan for afternoon tea. Go to hell, God. This was Cade's special prayer, and he would curse when he woke up every morning. Gradually, Some of the monks learned of this and remembered it. In the end, no one could stop the victorious fighting Buddha. He took a step out of this mountain range, and he disappeared into the distance. Monkey, stop right there. Are you not going to see me for the rest of your life? The divine silkworm princess appeared and chased after him. We threw the divine silkworm Ridge's ancient sovereign battle armor to that damn monkey. How can he not see us? He's just avoiding us. The Black Emperor curled his lips. Cough. The monkey glared at him, warning him not to always be hostile to his uncle. Yellow leaves drifted down. This was a stone cliff at the edge of the ancient desolate lands. Yi Fan and Pang Bo revisited this old place, and they were filled with emotions. They recalled the various past events when they first came to this world. I keep feeling that there are old friends who should have passed away who are still alive. We have to get to the bottom of this and find this ghost. Yi Fan and Pang Bo walked side by side, and they walked forward with large strides. They arrived in front of a crack under the stone wall, and there was a stone cave here. Back then, Liu Yunji, Li Changqing, and Wang Yang wanted to kill them, but they were thrown into this tiger cave instead. In theory, they would definitely die. Back then, there was a clear tiger's roar. However, after so many years, Yi Fan always felt that there was a pair of vicious eyes watching him in the darkness, and they understood him very well. He believed that the person who was targeting him might be among his old friends, and those who hated him and Pang Bo to the bone were Liu Yunji, Li Changqing, and Wang Yang. It's time to unravel the mystery. Pang Bo sneered and strode into the stone cave. However, when he saw everything inside, he was stunned. Chapter 879. After experiencing the calamity of the immortal Ascension Valley, they had become even more cautious. The Black Emperor had already carefully inspected the area from afar and was sure that there were no terrifying formations. The Tiger Cave was still as before. It was dry and spacious, and there was a baleful aura lingering around it. Pang Bo's expression became sluggish. He actually saw divine crocodiles with black scales flickering with cold light. There were more than 10 of them lying there motionlessly. You're truly a lingering spirit that won't go away. You guys caused the deaths of so many of my classmates back then. Pang Bo extended his large foot and kicked wildly. No, they're all dead. I don't even know how many years they've lost their lives, said Li Tian. Yi Fan and Pang Bo especially loathed the divine crocodiles. Back then, when they crossed the star domain, these creatures had left them with an indelible impression of cruelty. They had taken the lives of many of their old friends, so they hated them greatly at the sight of them. They've been dead for more than 20 years. They all died of old age. The Black Emperor walked forward and stretched out a large claw to examine them. Yi Fan squatted down and also examined them carefully. They should have died after being deprived of their lifespan when they escaped from the forbidden ancient land. Back then, there were actually so many divine crocodiles that didn't die. They must have hidden among the corpses of their old friends to avoid our eyes and ears and then followed us out, said Pang Bo hatefully. The flesh of the divine crocodiles had long since decayed, but the black scales on the outside were still flickering with a dark light, making them look lifelike and sinister. Everything that happened back then had surpassed their imaginations. There were some mysterious existences that had followed them here, and only when they discovered Lin Jia's cell phone did they reveal some clues. They are actually died. Yi Fan's pupils contracted. Things had exceeded his expectations. In the depths of the Tiger Cave, the 3 of them seemed to have died from extreme fear. They squeezed into the corner and leaned against each other. Their arms were bound with rotten cloth and leather belts. More than 20 years had passed, and they had long since turned into withered bones. Only a few key pendants and hair clips remained, as well as some messy hair. It was a terrifying sight. Were we wrong? Pang Bo muttered to himself. Liu Yunji, Li Zhongqing, and Wang Yang were all dead. They weren't the evil people who had targeted them in the darkness. Back then, hadn't they gone too far? Shouldn't they have abandoned them here? Not far away from the godly crocodile were the skeletons of 2 tiger cubs. They were less than a foot long, and there was also a huge tiger skeleton. There was a small hole between its eyebrows, and it had been pierced through. Back then, when they were leaving, they heard a tiger's roar. They originally thought that it was the saber-toothed tiger returning to its cave and seeing Liu Yunji and the others invading its lair. They didn't expect it to be like this. They walked up and carefully examined the 3 skeletons. Every single one of them had their chins hanging down. They had died in extreme fear. The space between their brows had been pierced through, and they had died under the mouth of the divine crocodile. Based on my many years of experience, these people have been dead for more than 20 years. Based on their bones, each of them seems to have lived to be 25 or 26 years old. Of course, it would be more professional to invite grave robbers to check the scene. The Black Emperor said. That's right, it's them without a doubt, Pang Bo said solemnly. Even though the 3's hair was withered, it was still there after all. Their hairstyles were completely different from this world's, and based on their bones and height, it was also consistent with the 3 of them from back then. There was a necklace in front of the female's chest, and there was a blood diamond that was stained with dirty blood. It was Wang Yang's favorite, and it was still flickering with bloody light. Back then, the mutton fat jade that Liu Yunji often flaunted is also here. That was his lifeblood, and they died here without a doubt. It was actually this kind of result. This made Yi Fan and Pang Bo feel a wave of disappointment. They originally thought that the mystery had been solved, but they didn't expect it to be like this. Yi Fan always thought that Liu Yunji didn't die, and that the enemy in the dark was him. However, when the mystery was truly unraveled, he was at a loss. Were we too heartless back then? Pang Bo said to himself. A gust of wind blew past, and there were fallen leaves floating in the distance. It made them silent, and they didn't say anything for a long time. Monkey and the others stood outside the cave. They couldn't help much with all of this, and could only advise them. The people who wanted to kill them had such an unyielding end, so they didn't feel bad about it. That's right. They all had the intention to kill you all. Leaving them alive will only bring about great trouble. If they die, then so be it. They deserved it, Li Heishure said. Yi Fan squatted down and carefully examined them again. In the end, he could only sigh and stand up, saying, I actually hope that they didn't die. Who exactly was the mastermind? It was confusing. He originally thought that he had guessed it, but in the end, it was all for naught. After seeing this result, Yi Fan felt very uneasy. There's no need to be conflicted. Let this emperor use a small technique to restore their true appearance and see the final result, the Black Emperor said. A beam of dim light shot out from between its brows, and the heads of the 3 skeletons immediately had flesh-like substances regenerate, reconstructing their facial features and restoring their original appearance. Not bad. It's actually very simple, and we can find out with this small technique. Monkey nodded. That wasn't flesh and blood, but divine power. Based on the original appearance of the bones, it could reproduce the true appearance of the deceased. Yi Fan and Pang Bo watched nervously. After a moment, the faces of the 3 gradually filled up and transformed back to their original appearance, which made them feel a sense of loss. It really was Liu Yunji, Wang Yang, and the others. Stop it. There's no need to reconstruct it. It's them. They left the tiger cave and walked out of the forbidden area. Yi Fan was deep in thought. What went wrong? Why did it go against his intuition and deduction? There's nothing suspicious. It gave us a shock, Pang Bo said. Ji Ziyue said, it's the most suspicious when there's nothing suspicious. It's obvious that they thought that you all would come to seek confirmation, and they targeted every detail to mislead you, making you believe that they're really dead. That's right. Yi Fan nodded. Summon Duanda, Pang Bo said. That's right. Call the grave robber over. He has special methods to distinguish between the real and the fake, the Black Emperor said. Even he had to admire Fatty Duan's expertise and believe in his methods. The so-called summoning of Duanda was very simple. They believed that as long as they spread the news that the tomb of the great sage had appeared, this damned Fatty would definitely rush over. Of course, there was definitely no need this time because the victorious fighting Buddha's battle here had shaken the entire southern region. He believed that the various powers and people like Duanda would definitely come to investigate. As expected, on that day, many cultivators came to this wilderness, and they all came from various powers. The Black Emperor had no patience and shouted, "Summon Duanda." He spread a rumor among the crowd that the outside of the forbidden area had cracked open, and many large ravines had appeared. An ancient tomb had appeared, and it was suspected to be the tomb of a saint. It could be said that the effect was excellent. Duanda appeared alive and kicking, and his speed was so fast that it left people speechless. When Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the others appeared, Duanda immediately stomped his feet and cursed them, saying that they were too evil. This was not the first time that they had caused him to rush back from the central continent. "Brother Duan, your business is really busy. I have no choice but to trouble you this time. Immeasurable celestial being, this humble daoist is about to become a summoned beast. Damn it, don't call me next time if you don't have a king or above weapon as a reward," Duanda said with a black face. When he returned to the tiger cave, all the hair on Duanda's body stood up. He took a few steps back and revealed a serious expression. "What kind of existence did you guys provoke? Fatty, are you trying to scare us and then ask for a sky-high reward?" The Black Emperor bared his teeth and said, "I'm telling the truth. An extremely terrifying malicious spirit has stood here before. In my entire life, I've only encountered one in the tomb of an ancient great sage, and I almost died there." Fatty Duan's heart was palpitating with fear. "It can't be, right? It's just a cave, 3 dead humans, 3 dead tigers, and over 10 dead crocodiles. How could a ghost king be born?" Duanda took out an ancient mirror. It was something he had stolen from the ancient tomb he had just mentioned. It was also the reason why Yi Fan and the others had invited him here. They needed this treasure, and had used it in the purgatory below Falling Eagle Cliff. This was the only Dao bone left behind by the great sage of the human race after he transformed into the Dao. It was the one on his forehead that had existed for eternity. The frontal bone was the immortal Dao bone of a human. Using it to grind into a mirror, there would be innate Dao runes that were boundlessly profound and had many wondrous uses. The mirror flashed, illuminating the interior of the ancient cave. A dim scene appeared. Liu Yunji, Li Changqing, Wang Yang, and the others had expressions of terror on their faces. The tigress returned to its cave and the divine crocodile crawled over. Everything was as they had predicted. At the crucial moment, the mirror flashed and a blurry figure entered the cave, killing the divine crocodile and tiger. He then grabbed the unconscious Liu Yunji, Li Changqing, and Wang Yang. As expected, it changed again. Someone concealed the truth here. Pang Bo shouted and clenched his fists. At this moment, Duanda actually broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but tremble and said, "This time, we've met a big one. This is the first time I've seen one in my entire life." Suddenly, the light from the mirror flashed one last time. The moment the blurry shadow grabbed the 3 people and walked out of the ancient cave, it suddenly turned around and revealed a cold smile at the people in the mirror. For the first time, it revealed its true appearance. It was actually a terrifying malicious spirit. Before this, everything was blurry and they couldn't see its form. But at this moment, they truly saw it for the first time. It was malevolent and terrifying. It had snow-white teeth, dead fish-like eyes, and a jet-black body. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality and the aura of death pervaded the air. They couldn't help but retreat. This malicious spirit was too frightening. It suddenly appeared in the mirror, causing the little phoenix in Ji Ziue's bosom to stand up. The light in the bone mirror dimmed. Everything disappeared and could no longer be seen. The cave became extremely quiet and a cold aura pervaded the air. "It's the malicious spirit we saw in the ancient bronze coffin," Pang Bo said. "That's right, it really followed us out." Yi Fan's heart sank. The 3 of them weren't killed by the divine crocodile at all. They were rescued by the malicious spirit and covered up the truth of this place. This made them feel somewhat apprehensive. Yi Fan and Pang Bo thought of the past at the same time. Back then, a classmate died mysteriously in the bronze coffin. His neck was bruised and full of bloody marks. It looked like the fingerprints left behind by a malicious spirit and seemed to have been strangled to death. As a result, a confrontation occurred and even Yi Fan was involved. Although he tried to prove that the person was killed by the divine crocodile, The purple fingerprints on his neck were very obvious and difficult to explain. His speculations at that time were somewhat far-fetched. In that case, that classmate was strangled to death by the malicious spirit before the divine crocodile drilled into his body. Pang Bo quivered and shivered. Back then, that person was right next to Yi Fan and was almost right next to him. Just like that, he mysteriously died. Now that he understood the truth, Yi Fan couldn't help but shiver. The malicious spirit had been so close to him before. Duanda broke out in cold sweat and said, "Damn, you guys are always looking for trouble for me. This kind of malicious spirit is completely different from the yin spirits we speak of. Its cultivation is terrifyingly deep. Who knows, it might be an old ghost of 6,000 or 7,000 years old." Liu Yunji, Li Changqing, and Wang Yang didn't die. Now, there's even a malicious spirit and a divine crocodile. Could there be other things that crossed over with us? Pang Bo muttered to himself. The process of crossing the starry sky was far more complicated than they had imagined. Wait a moment, you said that you guys went to Mars and that it was a place suppressed by a baldy called Sakyamuni? Duanda's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. I remember now. When I went to an overseas sea demon tomb to do archaeology, I met an old baldy. He seemed to be one of the 10 disciples of that baldy Sakyamuni. We chatted for most of the night and he said some things. Chapter 880. Within the ancient sea demon tomb, the old monk and Duanda sat facing each other. They talked about the strangeness of the tomb in a clear and logical manner. He had gotten rid of many evil spirits, but none of them were as world-shaking as the one suppressed by the Shakyamuni. He said that it was born from the death of a great completion saint physique. It was a type of extremely powerful evil intent that no one could subdue back then. It was extremely ferocious. In the end, the Shakyamuni took action and used a Buddhist technique to cut off 90% of its cultivation and remove its Tao roots. Only then was it subdued and imprisoned under the Thunderclap Temple, banishing it to the 18 levels of hell. The evil intent of a great completion saint physique? Pang Bo was astonished and revealed a thoughtful expression. Could it be the will of a god? He said that it was a type of malicious spirit that had already become a saint ancestor. Now that I think about it, it must be the so-called will of a god, Duanda said. According to legend, the will of a god was a type of evil intent born after the death of a god. However, first there was the undying heavenly emperor, then the sun saint emperor, and finally the great completion saint physique. All of them had such an evil appearance after death. They weren't gods. Who in this world has ever seen a god? From what I see, it's the most powerful existence of a generation that has been endlessly deified and worshipped as a god, the Black Emperor said. Yi Fan's heart sank. The malicious spirit was the will of a god with a great completion saint physique. This made him feel extremely uneasy. What kind of karma did this have to do with him? It seemed to have some kind of connection and had come for him. That old monk said that the things that the Shakyamuni suppressed could all be considered gods. The reason why some existences are so difficult to destroy and still have a strand of will left behind in this world is related to their past achievements, Duanda said. What are you talking about? The monkey asked. Who in this world could avoid death? This was a difficult problem that even the ancient emperors had been trying to solve. No one had been able to solve it, but they had found many ways to prolong one's life. Those who had great achievements in this world would be worshipped by others. They could create an immortal legend that would allow the fruit of Tao to exist forever and even live 2 lifetimes. This was what the ancient emperors had discovered. Many creatures in the world respected a single person, worshipping him every day. It was as if they had forged a type of willpower that was added to the great emperor's body, allowing them to become even more undying, moving towards eternity. However, this kind of person was very difficult to destroy. The deity's will that Shakyamuni suppressed was a person with great merits when he was alive. After his death, people still remembered him and silently recited his glorious great virtue. As a result, a strand of his divine sense was reborn and became the deity's will. Is this how God's will is born? The few of them had broadened their horizons. They couldn't help but admit that the quasi-emperor's knowledge was indeed extraordinary. He had some of the atmosphere and vision of an ancient emperor. Body is everywhere, faith gathers, the sect is immortal. Li Tian recalled the prophecy of the two spiritual children from the heavenly village and looked at each other. Things like that are bestowed by others. The crux of the matter is still up to oneself. Otherwise, why would the Primeval Emperor not treat this path as the only way to achieve longevity? He must have discovered something wrong with it, said Yi Fan. Let's talk about the malicious spirit. Daoist Duan, you can't be telling us that the black ghost in the copper coffin is the divine will of the great completion divine physique, right? Pang Bo asked. Duanda nodded and said, I feel like it should be him. He came from the great thunderclap temple of Mars. What else could there be? Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. The malicious spirit's origins were so great. It was actually the will of a deity. This kind of thing was the most terrifying. It was almost like a deity when it was alive, and even after death, it was still immortal. It had the power to transcend the laws of the world. This is definitely not a normal great completion divine physique. It must be one of the 9 unequaled existences of the past, said the Black Emperor. In the past, the reason why the great completion divine physique intimidated the entire ancient star and had the power to be the number 1 physique under the heavens was mainly because the 9 supreme beings that appeared during the desolate antiquity era were too powerful. Each and every one of them was unequaled in the heavens above and earth below. They swept through the heavens and suppressed everything. One was destroyed, and not long after, another appeared, connecting this kind of glory. It was impossible not to intimidate the people's hearts, and it was impossible for the people to forget them even if they wanted to. It could be said that during that period, their accomplishments and brilliance illuminated the entire world. All creatures of this ancient star worshipped them, and only these types of people could give birth to the will of a deity. Right, it must be like this. The undying heavenly emperor was revered by all races, and as such, a strand of his divine will didn't disappear after his death. The Sun Holy Emperor's status in Ziwei ancient star domain was the same. He was also worshipped by all creatures of this world, and a deity's will was similarly born. Correct, of the 9 unequaled great completion divine physiques, several of them left this ancient star and went to outer space. There were some who never returned, and that was definitely the evil will that was born after one of them passed away in meditation. They made all types of deductions and had many thoughts. They felt that they should be close to the truth of the matter. That day, this poor Daoist and that old monk discussed for a long time. We talked about all types of ghosts with cultivation, and we had the same opinion. They were scared of the past glorious body, and at the same time, they were also very hopeful, wishing to possess it, said Duanda. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. The malicious spirit in the bronze coffin mainly came for him, because they were of the same type. It was scared of the flesh and wanted to destroy it, but it also had a type of hope, wishing to obtain it. This was a type of contradictory mentality. Duanda said, in reality, there is no need to worry. That old monk said that the great completion divine physique's divine will had 90% of its cultivation shaved off by Sakyamuni, and even its Tao root was removed. It was also suppressed for close to 2,000 years, so it has long become extremely weak. Moreover, the divine blood naturally countered this type of evil will that was born after death. It couldn't get close to him, especially now that it didn't have a Tao root. Even if it recovered a bit of its cultivation, it would still be limited. If it is as expected, the great completion divine physique transformed into a malicious spirit is nothing to worry about. It can't do anything to Yi Fan. He took away 3 people, Liu Yunji, Li Zhongqing, and Wang Yang. They are all chess pieces, and they are suspected to have entered the immortal palace. Pang Bo said in a low voice. These people understood Yi Fan very well. They had learned some terrifying methods, and they were hidden in the dark. They must be a great enemy. Why can't I enter this damned immortal palace? This poor Daoist has come here many times, but never had the chance to go in for archaeology. Stealing graves and digging graves? No, Duanda would never do such a thing. In his words, this was archaeology, exploring ancient secrets, and revealing prehistoric secrets. He was unwilling to pass on this responsibility, and he was willing to dedicate his life to it. In the end, They left the mountain ridges and disappeared into the boundless barren mountains. Knowing who the enemy was, they finally had some confidence in their hearts, and could make targeted arrangements. Half a month later, the Sky Demon Treasure Tower, the Ji family's Divine Pavilion, the Jiang family's Treasure Pavilion, the Jade Pool Immortal House, and other major auction houses, as well as many merchant companies, all bought the 5 colored precious stones together. Once this news spread, the 5 regions were immediately in an uproar, and it caused quite a storm. No one knew what had happened. Why did all the major corporations take action together? Finally, some well-informed people dug out the ultimate secret. Someone wanted to build a 5-colored altar and charge into the outer realm, entering the boundless and brilliant starry sky. Who is it? Has he really gone mad? Or is it that the great sage wants to do this? A great era is coming, and they are all going to enter the outer realm to develop. Everyone was shocked, and the world was in an uproar. This caused a huge uproar. The 5-colored precious stone was not jade, but a crystal formed from an ancient spiritual tree. This tree had long since gone extinct on this ancient planet, and some crystals could occasionally be dug out from the ground. They were very rare. All the major merchant companies moved together, searching frantically. Naturally, this caused the price of this precious stone to soar. All the source gatherers abandoned their profession and joined the quarrying industry. Everyone had a premonition that a storm was about to arrive. With such a large-scale collection of 5-colored stones, it was likely that someone would really succeed in entering the outer realm in the future. During this period, people from various black markets and auction houses were also collecting all the ancient transportation formations. As long as it was related to crossing the star domain, even a corner of the formation patterns would be worth a heavenly grade. Apart from this, there were some formation pattern grandmasters and some ancient inheritances that sent over rare treasures, inviting them to a mysterious place to study the 5-colored altar together. They would open the path to the outside world, and many grandmasters were needed to work together. Later on, even the various ancient races were affected. Some people offered high prices, and these were all rare and irresistible treasures. They wanted to purchase every type of divine stone they could find. Many people knew that not only could the 5-colored altar cross the star domain, but the ancient emperor's divine altar could also do so. Back then, Yi Fan had returned from the Ziwei ancient star domain using this method. It was obvious that the people hiding in the dark were crazy. They wanted to go to the outer realm and collect both kinds of precious materials without restraint. They were waiting for an opportunity. It was to the extent that some ancient race formation pattern masters were invited. They were tempted by rare treasures and gathered together to study them. One could see the urgency of the people involved. Who is doing all this? Everyone wanted to know. They vaguely felt that it might be the work of the same great power. In the end, the mortal world and the infernal realm took action. They looted the 2 corporations and plundered all the precious stones they had purchased. After finding out that they were indeed purchased for the same power, they offered a large sum of money. On the same day, someone issued a bounty to retaliate. Anyone who could kill a disciple of the 2 divine assassin dynasty would be rewarded with a sky-high price. This caused the storm to become more and more intense. This made people increasingly astonished. Just who was it that was squandering resources like this? Just which great power was it that was so extravagant? Could it be that there really were immortal treasures in the outer realm? In the following half a month, people from the divine assassin dynasty fell continuously. Those who went out to carry out missions all ended in failure. Someone was targeting them as if there was a great hatred. It's the human race's divine physique that's collecting the 5-colored precious stones. Finally, on this day, the mortal world released a shocking piece of information. They had looted another corporation and finally found some clues by following the vines to the melon. The world was in an uproar when this news came out. What was Yi Fan trying to do? He dared to plunder the 5-colored precious stones everywhere. Did he really want to build an altar and leave this world? Many people knew that he had gone to the outer realm and had returned successfully. They were full of curiosity towards him and wanted to know the truth. Why do I feel like he's fleeing from a disaster and urgently wants to leave? What exactly is going on? On that day, Yi Fan and the people around him refuted the rumors. They said that they weren't the ones purchasing the 5-colored precious stones and that they didn't know who was doing it, so they shouldn't make unnecessary associations. In less than 2 days, an ancient race formation master revealed a heavenly secret. Someone had used a small piece of Deluo silver essence to persuade him to leave the mountain and enter a mysterious place to be in charge of repairing a corner of the formation patterns. You're still saying it's not the human race's divine physique, Yi Fan? Only he can take out such a priceless divine material. According to that great master, he was brought to a very mysterious place. There was a 5-colored altar that was almost complete, and each great master was only in charge of a small area. As long as they could repair it, they would have completed their mission. Everyone was shaken and the world was shocked. Did the human race's divine physique really have such a great skill? He had restored a 5-colored altar. Was he really going to open the path to the outer realm? I'll repeat myself. This matter is definitely done by someone else. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Fan stood out once again to refute the rumors. He then no longer showed his face. Which madman is doing all of this? Why is he doing this? People were confused. They felt that a storm was brewing. Something big was definitely going to happen. Chapter 881. The commotion became more and more intense. Later on, many people in the 5 regions believed that someone was building a 5-colored sacrificial altar that would lead to the outer realm. All the major corporations bought the precious stones from all over the world. The price kept rising, and the supply couldn't keep up with the demand. They had vaguely replaced the source and became the most precious currency among the cultivators. In the heavenly village, Qi Luo asked suspiciously, "You guys really didn't do it?" Everything was left to the Black Emperor. It really wasn't me. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the cliff and absorbed strand after strand of essence into his body. What a shameful extravagance. How much source energy is used up? It's too wasteful. Qi Luo felt distressed and couldn't understand. This emperor wants to conduct a grand research to see if we can restore the 5-colored sacrificial altar of the ancient emperors and open the path to the outer realm, the Black Emperor said shamelessly. Just for this? Qi Luo asked. What else do you think? The Black Emperor trained the 2 Silverblood emperors while immersing himself in comprehending the formation patterns. You guys are too extravagant. How many people do you have to kill to earn so much source energy? Qi Luo felt his heart ache. It's fine. Yi Fan dug up 6 or 7 dragon veins a while ago and obtained a lot. It's enough for us to squander. Li Tian waved his hand and said generously. What are you guys trying to do? Qi Luo didn't believe their words. Someone wants to smash a group of enemies to death with source energy. Li Heishui didn't care at all. He was barbecuing breakfast at the side. The meat was golden and fragrant. Smash who? Little Kua held a milk bottle and blinked her big eyes. She stood at the side and stared at the fragrant roasted meat. Unfortunately, she was still too young to eat this kind of meat. Tong Tong and the 2 spirit children were enjoying their breakfast and showing off in front of the little girl. In the end, the little girl smashed her milk bottle. There's a group of unknown people. After learning that Yi Fan is about to leave, they will most likely use all kinds of methods to cause trouble and lure them out, Yang Ishi explained. What if they don't come? It's fine even if they don't come. Just treat it as gathering materials for the Black Emperor so that he can go further in the field of formation patterns, Yi Fan said. Kid, you really have a good eye. This is a good investment. I like you more and more. The Black Emperor grinned from the side, laughing so hard that he wanted to beat him up. He was like a big-tailed wolf, as fake as he could be. It browsed through all kinds of ancient texts, all of which were formation pattern treasures purchased at heavenly grade. Then, it raised its head and raised its no longer bald tail. It crossed the void and entered a secret area. There was a 5-colored altar that was currently being constructed. The more secretive it was, the more curious people became, and the more they wanted to get to the bottom of it. Yi Fan and the others were very mysterious, which naturally aroused the curiosity of many cultivators. The mystery of the 5-colored altar drew more and more people's attention. Now, many people believed that it was about to be completed and that it was about to be opened. Some people believed that it would lead to outer space. Did you all know that it is actually the ancient races who are collecting precious stones? They aren't human cultivators at all. They want to enter the star domain and embark on their return journey. This ancient star originally didn't have so many races. Even the humans appeared later, and the so-called 10,000 archaic races all crossed over from outer space. As for the natives, they had long since disappeared. Some people speculated that this was a large operation by the 10,000 archaic races. They were going to enter deep into the star domain and embark on their return journey to search for primitive ancient stars. Everyone has been misled. Do you all remember that there is a path leading to outer space in the Marvel's manor? It is about to open, and a group of young heroes will be sent over. They are the ones who are collecting precious stones. During this period of time, all kinds of speculations were made. People ignored this matter itself and raised it to another level. Wrong, everyone guessed wrong. It should be the work of the human race's sacred physique. Did you all forget? He left this star domain in the past and then came back. It is clear that he learned of the five-colored altar's secret in outer space and can now travel through the starry skies. As soon as this speculation was made, an uproar broke out. Many people began to mutter. Yi Fan was the only person who had successfully traveled between the cosmos. If it was him, then it really was possible. During this period of time, a few other major events happened that couldn't help but raise people's eyebrows. There were even some that caught the attention of the ancient races. The southern demon finally severed his Tao. On the day of his Tao completion, 9 great demon stars appeared in the heavens. Each one of them suppressed the sun and traversed the entire southern mountains, shocking the world. Demon stars, according to the ancient records of the human race, were stars that foretold calamity. The ones with the least harm were like comets. On the day the southern demon severed his Tao, 9 of the strongest demon stars appeared. It was truly shocking. On this day, the entire world was shaken and everyone was discussing it. The appearance of 9 great demon stars was a miraculous sight rarely seen throughout the ages. It was rumored that from ancient times until now, only the Azure Emperor had such a miraculous sight when he was young. Some people connected the 9 great demon stars that hung across the southern mountains together and discovered that they looked like an emperor's crown. This made people even more astonished. This kind of Tao-severing miraculous sight was truly shocking. Everyone was filled with reverence towards the demonic imperial palace. Could it be that a great emperor of the demonic race would appear in the future? Almost at the same time, several other major events happened. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Grievous news came from the Zhou dynasty in the Middle Continent. The 5th Prince Shen Li, whom they had placed all their hopes on, failed to sever his Tao and passed away on the Tao platform. His decades of cultivation were all for naught. In the eastern wastelands, the Tao One Holy Ground's old holy master died in seclusion and turned into a skeleton. He was 2,875 years old. The older generation could not help but grieve. Although many of them were lifelong enemies, they did not have as much enmity anymore. They could only lament that their time was running out. Almost at the same time, the Holy Master of Grand Yang passed away. Sky Demon Palace also sent out news that a 3,600-year-old demon king had turned into a skeleton. Moreover, the Sky Demon Palace Master passed away at the same time. It could be said to be a double blow. Losing 2 important figures caused the Sky Demon Palace to be in a gloomy fog. People could not help but sigh. The end of one era meant the rise of another. For the older generation, it was the end of their twilight years. Not long after, another shocking news came and attracted the attention of the world. Hua Yunfei and the Western Desert Buddhist female bodhisattva Zhu Qing fought fiercely and destroyed the famous Amitabha mountain range. The 5 regions were shaken. Unfortunately, the world did not know who won and who lost. Not long after, an old monk from an ancient temple revealed that Zhu Qing had returned alive, but his injuries were not light. As for Hua Yunfei, people did not know whether he was dead or alive, let alone whether he won or lost. That old monk did not say much. In the past, the Central Emperor, Southern Demon, and Western Bodhisattva stood side by side. Now, Hua Yunfei could already fight a decisive battle against Western Bodhisattva. He wanted to seize her Buddhist origin. His growth was terrifying. The heaven-devouring demonic art once again became a shadow in people's hearts. A few ancient sects allied together and sent out experts. Everyone wanted to capture him. If he was allowed to grow, the danger would be too great. In the future, countless experts from the great sects would become his prey. He has always been low-key. He would rather enter ancient tombs to search for corpses than wantonly bring disaster to the world. Has he finally become unrestrained? Heavenly Village's Yi Fan muttered to himself. A few days later, another piece of news came out. Wavering Light Saint Child took action and displayed his terrifying battle prowess. He chased after Wang Ting for 300,000 li. Once the holy light appeared, all methods turned to ashes. It was difficult for it to touch the body. It illuminated the entire northern prairie, leaving many cultivators terrified. They couldn't endure that type of pressure. In this battle, Wavering Light Saint Child displayed a terrifying strength, killing Wang Ting until he couldn't retaliate at all. The glorious North Emperor was someone who stood side by side with the Central Emperor, Southern Demon, and Western Bodhisattva. Just how formidable was he? All of the sects under the heavens were optimistic about his future. However, ever since he was wiped out by Yi Fan more than 10 years ago, his reputation plummeted. However, his strength was still there, and few people could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Now, he suffered a great defeat again. The reason why Wavering Light Saint Child took action was extremely simple. Wang Ting killed one of his junior brothers. Of course, this was only what Wavering Light said. As for whether or not he killed anyone, no one knew. He did it for the former character of the Nine Secret. When Heavenly Village's people heard the news, they came to this conclusion. Yi Fan had also been searching for Wang Ting this entire time, but unfortunately, he didn't find any clues. In this battle, Wang Ting was almost crippled. Wavering Light Saint Child chased him for 150,000 kilometers. His body was split into pieces, and in the end, a crane appeared and took his head. It's that crane again. The ancient Chaos Emperor's inheritance was given to him by that old crane. It carried him away when he was young. Yi Fan and the others were astonished after hearing this. The crane took action and saved Wang Ting. Although Wavering Light Saint Child didn't succeed, he still killed another person. The only survivor of the Divine Spirit Valley, the Purple Sky Phoenix, was connected to Wang Ting. She led a group of people to ambush Wang Ting, but they were all killed by Wavering Light Saint Child. None of them could escape. Wang Ting is finished. He's become a stepping stone for Wavering Light. I'm afraid he won't be able to accomplish anything from now on, Li Heishui said. Not necessarily. If he keeps losing and completely shattering his Dao heart, he might be able to recast a demon embryo in the future, Duanda said. Losing once or twice isn't enough. He has to keep losing. Can't you be more abnormal? Li Tian said. Forget it. This kind of cultivation level isn't something you guys can understand. Fatty Duan shook his butt and went for a walk in the cemetery of the Heavenly Village. In his words, looking at these graves made his mood very good. However, Qi Luo's mood was very bad. He wanted nothing more than to scrape him off. He ordered a few assassins to keep an eye on him all day long. If he dared to rob the graves, he would immediately report it and be hunted down together. Black Emperor, have you finished engraving the Wu Shi killing formation? This time, I've prepared rare natural treasures for you. You can unleash their power at the crucial moment, right? Yi Fan asked. During these past few days, the Black Emperor had been very busy. Yi Fan had spent an astronomical amount of money to gather 5 colored precious stones for him. He had also bought all kinds of ancient books on formation patterns. It wasn't that he didn't have conditions to let him engrave the killing formation. Now, he had already completed 5 formation patterns, and only the last one was left. It was obviously incomparably detailed and much more exquisite than before. It was only for the sake of unleashing the greatest power. A corner is enough. You made me make so many. Do you want me to tire myself to death? The large black dog stuck out his large scarlet tongue. He was extremely unwilling. A month later, the secret of the five-colored altar was finally gradually revealed. Another formation pattern Grandmaster revealed the truth. It was a valley, and it was in the north region. Moreover, the person in charge was undoubtedly the human race's Saint Physique because he had seen that large black dog. The five-colored altar was almost complete. It was constructed according to the formation pattern that the human race's Saint Physique had brought back from the outer region. Only some details were repaired by them. Do you guys know that the human race's Saint Physique, Yi Fan, is about to open the ancient path of the galaxy? I've heard. He'll be crossing the galaxy in a few days. It's really shocking. Afterwards, people discovered that the old saint of the Merak Stone Square, Wei Yi, had disappeared. It was rumored that he had been taken away by Yi Fan to guard the five-colored altar in case something unexpected happened. The human world and hell mobilized on a large scale, wanting to destroy the five-colored altar wantonly. Then, they followed the clues and found an important clue. They announced it to the public. The five-colored altar was in a desolate mountain range in the west of the north region. Moreover, they believed that the five-colored altar really was about to be completed, that it would be opened in a few days. They were mortal enemies with Yi Fan. Now that they were doing so much, Heaven's Village's people didn't get angry, instead laughing. 2 days later, news spread from the north region. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huairan had appeared. They were trapped in the 9 Underworlds mountain, and they were calling for help. On the same day, someone in the south region consigned a jade sculpture. It was a beautiful woman, and the seller said that there was a real person. If anyone was willing, they could bid for it at a high price. This woman's name was Lin Jiao, and she came from the outer region. This caused a great commotion. Moreover, on this night, shocking news spread from the central region. A celestial medicine had appeared in the Broken Heaven mountain range. It had taken the form of a human, and wherever it passed, its fragrance filled the mountains. Someone carved out its appearance. It was actually a little girl. Her skin was fair and delicate, and there were tear stains on her little face. She looked exactly like little Nan Nan. Chapter 882. In the eastern wasteland, shocking waves struck the heavens as tens of thousands of waves surged. After the news spread, everyone could not remain calm. Many people could not sit still anymore. With the completion of the five-colored altar, Yi Fan would leave this ancient star region and cross the sky to enter the unknown ancient stars. This was a huge wave. And now, the series of events that had happened at this critical juncture made people realize that it was related to him. Someone was targeting him. Lin Jiao, apart from a few people, was previously unknown to everyone. She had been carved into a beautiful jade statue by someone, and was actually a woman from outside the wastelands. This caused many people to be moved, and many people wanted to bid for her. Soon, some people spread the secret. This beautiful woman came from the same place as Yi Fan and was his old friend. Auctioning this woman at this critical juncture must be to ignite the anger of the human race's holy body and make it impossible for him to cross the star region. This is specifically targeted at him. People had reason to believe that Yi Fan would be seething with anger when he heard this news. This was a provocation that was close to humiliation. Selling his companion like a commodity was a provocation. Some people went to verify this. The Hu family of the Eastern Wasteland was in charge of this auction. Even the slogans were spread. The fairy from the outer realm is exceptionally intelligent. The fusion of different civilizations can produce brilliant light. It is like the wisdom of 1,000 years of enlightenment. The southern region erupted into commotion that day. Many people wanted to take action, all of them determined to win, wishing to get involved. Of course, those who had friendly relations with Yi Fan all broke out in cold sweat for him. They were clearly trying to lure him into a trap. In the central region, the situation was even worse. Little Nan Nan's tear-stained appearance attracted attention from all directions. Many people recognized at first glance that the so-called immortal medicine was the little girl who used to be at Yi Fan's side. She was the pitiful little tail that had been missing for many years and had finally reappeared. Yi Fan was about to activate the five-colored altar and cross the starry sky. Little Nan Nan's appearance at this time made him feel uneasy. He had no choice but to save her. This was also a difficult problem. The Broken Sky mountain range was not a good place. It was not a place that ordinary people could enter. It stretched across the sky, and astral winds howled. There was a divine wind of the great path blowing, and ordinary people would be turned into ashes if they went there. For the human race's divine physique, this is a great calamity. Anything is enough to stop him from crossing the star domain. Someone wants to stop him. Even though he knows that there is danger, he still has to go. This is a great disaster, and I really don't know how he is going to get through it. Unless he has a heart of stone and doesn't save a single person. After careful analysis, everyone could predict that someone had done this. It would definitely unite all the people who were hostile to Yi Fan. The southern region auction house and the central region Broken Sky mountain range would definitely become a land of bloodshed. Not only were there people who were secretly targeting him, but there were also others who were waiting to act. They would form a combined force that was unimaginably powerful. In just one night, the atmosphere of the entire East continent had changed. It was suffocating and oppressive, as if a storm was brewing. Not long ago, people were still discussing the mystery of the Rainbow Altar, but now, it had developed to this extent. All of this was because Yi Fan was about to leave, and this type of unforeseen event occurred. I can already smell the pungent stench of blood, as if I can see the shadows of blades, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood. This time, I don't know how many people will die. An old cultivator sighed. This was an instinctive premonition. At this moment, everything was extremely peaceful. However, everyone knew that this was only the surface. Murderous intent would definitely erupt at a certain moment. Everyone was waiting. They all had a premonition that this would inevitably be a crazy wave that would engulf the entire East continent. A few declining old cultivators who already had one foot in the coffin felt their hearts palpitate. They repeatedly warned the people beside them not to get involved. However, how many people would listen? Who would believe them? In the heavenly village, Qi Luo's expression was heavy. There was a haze in his heart. Everything in the outside world was too bad for the celestial court, or to be more precise, for Yi Fan. Do you have any countermeasures? Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the cliff. Innate essence was inhaling and exhaling from every pore, making his body look like a golden glaze without a trace of impurities. Radiance illuminated his body. He was very calm and said, "Everything is under control." When Qi Luo heard this, he almost flipped the stone table. He said angrily, "Still under control? It's all because of your rainbow altar. How can you still be so calm? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When the time comes, I'll still need Elder Qi's help," Yi Fan said solemnly. "Alright, even you aren't worried, so what do I have to worry about? The weather is really good. I'm going to bask in the sun." Qi Luo walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Beside him, the pink little bird followed him. Ancestor Qi, that damn fatty, disappeared from the cemetery. Someone at the foot of the mountain transmitted anxiously. "What? Damn it. Go and kill him." Qi Luo couldn't stay calm anymore. He rushed toward the cemetery as if his butt was on fire. It had to be said that Duanda's hobby was very unconventional. He liked to take a walk in the cemetery. In his words, he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the ancient tombs and the stone tablets. It was much better than those gardens with flowers and plants. He would roam around the killer's cemetery whenever he had nothing to do. This made many killers want to chase him to the ends of the earth. They hated him to the core. Indeed, there are some unexpected things. We need to discuss it. At night, the bonfire flickered. A group of people surrounded the bonfire. None of them were anxious or uneasy. They were all very calm and composed, which made Qi Luo secretly nod his head. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huairen are trapped in the Nine Serenities mountain. We don't know if it's true or not. We have to make a trip there. Brother He Shui will handle this matter, Yi Fan said. This time, there was bound to be a bloody storm. They couldn't spare too many people. They asked Li He Shui to invite the bandits, especially the old bastard. Even if he couldn't make a move due to the agreement at the Jade Lake, he had to go and oversee the situation to avoid any accidents. That night, Li Heishui left and disappeared under the starry sky. They discussed for a long time, deducing which enemies would appear. Qi Luo was a little bewildered. These people were too calm and didn't have a trace of worry. He couldn't help but admire them. Elder Qi, it's time to trouble you. Can you find out the bottom line of the two divine dynasties? Who will make a move and how strong will they be? Finally, Yi Fan looked at him. Qi Luo muttered to himself. This was a difficult problem. The two divine dynasties of killers were too secretive. People didn't know where their ancient palaces were. They couldn't even attack them. How could they find out? I have two important chess pieces that have been lying in ambush for almost 700 years. I didn't dare to contact them all this time. Now, it seems like they'll be put to use. They asked if they could find the highest sacred palace of the divine dynasty of killers. In the end, Qi Luo shook his head. It would be good enough if they could find a few small worlds. There was no need to think about their headquarters. Everything was carried out in full swing. Time was of the essence. During these 2 days, all the powers were on the move. Those who wanted to interfere were mobilizing their troops and making arrangements. Bad news came from the southern region. A group of ancient race people were about to make a move. They transported more than half a square of divine source to bid for Lin Jiao. It was clear that they wanted to go against Yi Fan. There was also news that the people from the primitive lake had also set off for the southern region to participate in the auction. This was a great ancient imperial clan. If they participated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Jiao is worth so many divine sources. In that case, if we sell ourselves one day, we can also get a sky-high price. There are so many people watching. Pang Bo laughed at himself and clenched his fists. Meanwhile, even more people had gathered at the Broken Heaven mountain range. There was a divine wind of the great Tao there, and it was difficult for ordinary people to approach. However, there were still many elites who came. Some people had already climbed up with difficulty. They sent back accurate news that the top was filled with the fragrance of celestial medicine. With a hurried glance, they saw a little girl moving with the wind. She was delicate and lovely, and she was sobbing softly. Many people said that they were determined to obtain this little girl. No matter who she had followed in the past, they would do everything they could to snatch her today. What arrogant words! Are they going to refine the little girl like an immortal medicine? I really want to see who has this kind of mentality, and who wants to make a move. The large black dog sneered. Finally, Qi Luo brought back news. It was extremely important, and when he said it, everyone present felt a wave of fear. The two great assassin god dynasties were determined to ambush Yi Fan this time, and they sent out a large number of assassins. It could be said that they had mobilized a large force, and it was almost as if they had swarmed out, causing everyone to tremble in fear. The assassin god dynasty, Hell. There were 18 small worlds, and they were known as the 18 levels of Hell. In the past, Yi Fan had destroyed one of them when he was undergoing tribulation. This time, 5 prisons were mobilized, and there would be 5 masters of the small world's leading assassins. The assassin god dynasty, Human World. 4 masters of the small worlds would appear, and they would lead countless assassins to attack Yi Fan. As long as he appeared, there would be a bloodbath. It was rumored that he possessed a saint weapon. Apart from that, their divine sons and divine daughters had also been mobilized. The two great ancient assassin organizations would destroy Yi Fan and the people around him at all costs, not giving them a chance to survive. To be able to dig out such important information, it was enough to show how deep Qi Luo's chess pieces were. It had been close to 700 years, and he had only begun to use them now. If we can completely wipe out these people, it will be equivalent to cutting off one of the ancient assassin god dynasty's legs. It will be more than a quarter of their strength. Qi Luo said coldly. I wonder who will come and what kind of major characters will face the tribulation. Hua Yunfei, Yarrow Guang Saint's son, divine daughter, ancient prince, it would be best if they all come. Duanda wished for the world to be in chaos. I only hope that malicious ghost, Liu Yunji, and the others will appear and not disappoint us, Pang Bo said. They discussed for a long time. Yi Fan frankly said that as long as he appeared, no matter where he was, he would most likely immediately become the main battlefield. However, after thinking for a long time, he said, "Let's use the Broken Sky mountain range as the main battlefield." After that, he began to make arrangements. He let Pang Bo, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and the others go to the Broken Sky mountain range first. They would first guard everything and wait for him to arrive so that they could attack together. On this day, Yi Fan, Du and De, and the monkey set out for the southern region. They hurried to the important place where Lin Jiao was going to be auctioned. "Am I going to cause too much killing?" Yi Fan muttered to himself along the way. "It's fine. You're just a little unkind. You can't be considered wicked. It's just SOSO, the wicked Daoist Duander evaluated. It's no big deal. Some people deserve to be executed." The monkey laughed loudly and patted his shoulder. Yi Fan entered the southern region in a high-profile manner. He didn't hide anything and caused everyone to know about it. He released a message asking his old friends who were going to the Broken Sky mountain range to be lenient. Whoever could protect the little girl would be richly rewarded. This clearly showed that he still had to rush to the Broken Sky mountain range after rescuing Lin Jiao. He was going to launch a great punitive expedition and fight everywhere. A bloodbath was unavoidable. "Now I realize that you're a little wicked." Duander cursed because he knew the inside story. A great storm was brewing in the southern region. One of the top 10 corporations, the Hu clan, was going to auction the Outer Realm Fairy. The collision of the radiance of different civilizations was comparable to 1,000 years of Tao comprehension. Many people were moved. And now, Yi Fan had come to rescue his old friend Lin Jiao. There was bound to be a great uproar. It was impossible to be kind. Everyone knew that a great storm of blood had begun. Chapter 883. Zealand City was a beautiful city located in the southern region. The city was clean and tidy, and everything was in order. Both sides of the streets were filled with purple orchid trees. This kind of fragrant wood was as translucent as amethyst and was several meters tall. Each cluster of flowers seemed to be carved from purple agate and had an intoxicating fragrance. "It's really not bad. In the future, if I want to make a cemetery, I'll plant some purple orchid trees," said Duander. His bad habit was acting up again. The entire city was filled with the fragrance of orchids that refreshed one's heart. It was very livable. Walking on the streets made one feel refreshed and at peace. The GUU auction house was located in a relatively quiet area of Zealand City. However, today, it was noisy and overcrowded with people. It was difficult to enter and exit. There were 2 enormous killins in front of the door that flickered with radiance. They were carved from golden chalcedony, possessing a type of grandeur, and even more a type of wealth, dignified and heroic. Inside the auction house, there were richly carved beams and painted rafters. There were giant screens, antique chairs, and thick pillars with dragons and phoenixes coiled around them. Fairies from outside the region. A clash of different civilizations. Interesting. An ancient race youth holding a folding fan laughed. Beside him, a person wearing a devil mask walked in with his head held high. A group of people followed around him, carrying a pile of divine sources. Clearly, they were determined to win. "I heard that this woman is related to the holy physique Yi Fan. Will there be trouble if he bids like this?" Another person discussed in a low voice. "The highest bidder wins. Does he want to rob us?" Someone said in a dark voice. It was obvious that some people didn't really come for the auction and wanted to target Yi Fan. Even if they couldn't win, they would still find some trouble. "He doesn't know the meaning of death." The monkey muttered to himself in the distance. At this time, Yi Fan, Duander, and the others had already entered. However, they had changed their appearances so that they wouldn't attract too much attention. Everyone knew that he would definitely appear today. "Everyone, please be quiet. The auction will now begin." An old man over 60 years old went on stage. He struck the wooden hammer and began to preside over the meeting. At first, there was no commotion. All kinds of materials, weapons, and pills were auctioned off peacefully. There was no climax even when a king weapon appeared. Only when the last saint's letter appeared did it cause a commotion. However, It was only 7 or 8 pages and was badly damaged. Even so, many people competed to bid for it. Finally, the white-haired old man knocked on the table and raised his voice. Next, we will auction the fairies from outside the region. The highest bidder wins. Boom. Finally, the tranquil GUU auction house was ignited. In an instant, it became noisy, the clamor soared to the heavens, all kinds of ear-piercing sounds, many people stood up. Among them, half of them didn't pay attention to the tall platform, instead searching through the crowd, clearly searching for Yi Fan's figure, paying more attention to him. They hid themselves quite well. There is a powerful assassin, but right now, I can only sense a few strands of aura. They are all hidden within ordinary people. No one dared to make a move. This place was full of crooks and honest people. If they really wanted to do something, it would probably involve dozens or even hundreds of big powers. Even the Killer God dynasty wouldn't dare to make a move. The so-called fairy from outside the region, why hasn't she come out yet? The auction has already started. Why don't you let us see her? Someone shouted. That's right. Who knows if she's from the sky or a random girl from a brothel? Let us see her first. The GUU auction house was huge. At this time, there were tens of thousands of people sitting below. This place had the law of space. Sorry, this girl's origin is extraordinary. The collision of different civilizations is comparable to 1,000 years of Tao enlightenment. Only a few spots will be auctioned here. After that, we will go to another place to bid. The old man on the stage said. The audience was in chaos. Many people weren't satisfied. Some didn't buy it and stood up, shouting non-stop. However, it couldn't change anything. The old man on the stage continued. Only those with 800,000 kilograms of origin could enter the next round and go to another place to bid. What? 800,000 kilograms of origin? Are you guys crazy? It's just a girl. No matter how precious she is, she's not worth that much. You don't have to be so ruthless to cheat people. Is there any justice in this world? Even if she's from outside the region, it shouldn't be so ridiculous. In the midst of cursing, more than 10 groups of people went up the stage. Some put down a small piece of the 9 heavens sequences divine jade, some threw down a small piece of Deluo silver essence, and some put down a few big pieces of divine origin. The hall quickly quieted down. Everyone knew that these were not ordinary people. They were probably here for the human race's holy physique, Yi Fan. The fairy from outside the region was just an extra for them. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air, making people feel stifled. People seemed to smell blood and saw the shadows of blades, white bones, and rivers of blood. Through this auction, the enemies of the human race's holy physique have formed an alliance. Many people know that they will definitely work together to kill him. I think some people probably have spatial artifacts on them. Now it looks like it's just one person, but when the time comes, thousands of troops will appear. A few old cultivators were discussing in a low voice. They firmly held on to their nephews, telling them to talk less and watch more, and not to run around. More than 10 groups of people went up the stage and were led to another hall that was not open to the public. They left behind a ground full of shining treasures that people couldn't open their eyes. The most ordinary one was the divine origin, and the rest were all precious and rare divine materials. Duanda's heart skipped a beat. Malicious ghosts have his aura. He stared at a stone that was as red as blood on the stage. There were all kinds of complicated Tao patterns on it. Even the people from the auction house didn't know what it was, but they estimated it to be more than 1,000,000 kilograms of origin. Duanda made a certain conclusion. The person who held this bloodstone must have had frequent contact with malicious ghosts. There was an aura on it that made his hair stand on end. Finally here. But I think it's more likely that he's rushing to the Broken Heaven mountain range. Maybe he's just a small character. Yi Fan muttered to himself. In the end, Yi Fan and the others also went up the stage. After a long time, they entered another luxurious ancient hall. It was filled with paintings of famous people, and even the teacups they used had a great history. In the center of the ancient hall was an altar, and there was a flickering formation pattern on it. More than 10 groups of people had already disappeared. They looked at each other and then stepped onto the altar. With a flash of light, they finally appeared in a desert. A magnificent building stood in front of them, and it looked extremely strange. This was one of the few deserts in the southern region. Normally, no one would step on it. The GUU auction house said frankly that they were afraid of a war and couldn't do it in the city. In the grand hall, more than 10 groups of people sat cross-legged. Some of them revealed a cold smile. They had a special method and knew that Yi Fan had come. Those who are not involved have left. Now it's time for the main show. When can we kill the human saint physique? A hoarse voice came over. His entire body was covered in black armor, and even his head and face were covered. This old man is only in charge of the auction. The one on the stage was still that old man with grizzled hair. He said, the highest bidder will get the Outer Realm Fairy. Although they were in the desert, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely cold. More than 10 groups of people emitted a terrifying killing intent, and some of them had already stared at Yi Fan and the others. That's fine. Doesn't that girl come from the same place as the human saint physique? They are old friends. A young man frivolously said, then I'll bid for her and use her as a slave. It could be said that this was a naked humiliation. He knew that Yi Fan had come, but he still said this. He didn't give him any face, and it was simply a slap in the face. Duanda transmitted his voice and said, he's not a simple king tier. He looks very young on the surface, but who knows how long he has lived. The vicissitudes in his eyes can't be concealed, and the astonishing killing intent in his body has been sealed. He's most likely a master of a small world from the god dynasty of assassins. Since he's already here, there's no need to rush. He's already entered the trap, and the human saint physique is trapped here alive. What else can't we wait for? Let's just slowly stew him, another person said miserably with a hint of mockery and ridicule. No wonder he's so confident. He has a saint weapon on him. Duanda was horrified. He secretly reminded Yi Fan and the monkey that this was most likely a realm lord from hell. Since he's an old friend of the human saint physique, I have no choice but to bid for him. Wouldn't it be a great achievement to serve as a maid and warm the bed? A young man from the primitive lake said with extreme humiliation. Human saint physique, your finish. The people from the fallen wing race were even more direct. Their eyes flickered as they looked at Yi Fan, Duanda, and the monkey. Lu Dongfa had died in the hands of Yi Fan, and they had also come. 2 old men stood side by side in front of them. They were both at the peak of the king tier, and they both held an 8 treasures demonic bottle that emitted a shocking pressure. It's the magic sealing bottle. Duanda was shocked. This kind of bottle could confine space, render all formation patterns ineffective, and disintegrate all power of laws. It could turn this place into a wasteland without divine laws of order. Yi Fan, it's been so many years, and I've missed you so much. We finally meet again. I've been looking forward to our reunion at all times. I really want to see your shocked face. The strange man covered in black armor spoke. He was so eerie that he seemed to have come from the 9 layers of hell. That's him. He's filled with the aura of a malicious ghost. Duanda was an expert, and he immediately saw through the clues. At the same time, a chill rose from his body. He knew how terrifying malicious ghosts were through this person. In that case, it must be an old friend who crossed the starry sky with me and came to this world, Yi Fan muttered to himself. The others were incomparably calm, and their expressions were even colder. One could imagine that they would definitely make a move at the crucial moment. They would use their spatial artifacts, and the entire desert might turn into a magnificent army. More than a dozen groups of people represented more than a dozen abnormally powerful and terrifying super forces. On the high platform, the old man was incomparably calm. He followed the prescribed order and continued to host the auction. Lin Jiao still hadn't appeared. Moreover, everyone had to first show their treasures and pile them up in front of the auction stage before they could bid. 1 million kilograms of divine source to make the human race's divine physique confidant a female slave. The seemingly young realm lord of the god of assassins dynasty laughed heartily. There was a hint of cruelty in his laughter. I also want a female servant like this. The young man from the primitive lake spoke. The two old men behind him presented a large pile of divine source. Not long after, the high platform was piled up with divine materials. All kinds of rare treasures were dazzling, and they flickered with light. It was incomparably dazzling. There weren't many people, and most of them didn't move. They had been watching coldly from the sidelines. They weren't that interested in the Outer Realm fairy, and their main goal was to kill Yi Fan. After a while, someone finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "Everyone, have you played enough? Let's kill the turtle in the jar first." That's true. He's already entered the jar himself. He's been simmering for so long, and it's almost time. Someone laughed coldly. Swoosh. At this moment, Yi Fan revealed his true appearance. There was no need to hide at all, and he stood up. The person whose entire body was covered in black armor was the most excited. Like a night owl crying, he said coldly, "Yi Fan, do you know who I am? I've always been waiting for this opportunity to meet you. I really want to see that shocked and terrified expression on your face." Yi Fan said indifferently, "Unfortunately, you're destined to be disappointed. No matter if it's the past or the present, you're just a small fish. You." This person's yin energy was extremely heavy. He breathed heavily, and only after a long time did he calm down. "Wait until you know who I am. You'll regret it. Actually, I really want to know which Dao friend took action this time to organize this grand auction, allowing so many of us to coincidentally gather together to kill the divine physique." A king-level figure asked this question. The others also wanted to know. "Thank you all for your generous gifts." Yi Fan walked forward with large steps and collected all kinds of rare treasures on the high platform. He then said in a loud voice, "It was me who set up this trap to kill myself." Chapter 884. Everyone present was petrified, including the humans and the ancients. Everyone was dumbfounded. All of this was unexpected and made them feel uneasy. Even the cold and calm assassins of the divine dynasty felt a chill run down their spines. They felt that the seemingly harmless young man in front of them was extremely dangerous. In order to trap and kill the enemy, he had even schemed against himself. Who was the bait? It was frightening. "I don't like to fall into the rhythm of others." Yi Fan stood on the high platform, calm and composed. He looked down at the people below and said, "Rather than waiting for you all to set up a trap and force me to come out with all kinds of methods, it would be better for me to design it myself and satisfy your desires. Of course, the result will be a completely different appearance, and I will be the one to lead you away." What a grand scheme. You've already set up a trap since the five-colored altar and laid so many foundations. The heart of a peak king from the fallen winged race sank, and his expression became extremely unsightly. Everything about the five-colored altar was very mysterious. During the construction process, all information was tightly sealed, making it difficult for people to inquire about it. But when people racked their brains to investigate, everything fell into the rhythm of Yi Fan, and they were all led forward by him. The so-called star domain traversal was merely a catalyst, a kind of foreshadowing. There was a trap within a trap, and it would be used one after another. People would fall into the trap and do their utmost to investigate, and in the end, a new trap would automatically be born. When they found out the truth and learned that Yi Fan wanted to leave this ancient planet, their instinctive thinking was naturally to stop and kill him, not allowing him to cross the universe. And at this time, Yi Fan added fuel to the fire, setting up another trap, and Lin Jiao was auctioned off. At this time, regardless of whether Lin Jiao existed or not, the people in the dark would understand that someone wanted to deal with Yi Fan. Those who hated him would naturally attack, forming a joint force. If it weren't for the Lin Jiao incident, there would have been people who would have used sinister methods to make Yi Fan stay. Yi Fan satisfied them by taking the initiative to set up a small trap. Moreover, he used such an abnormal method to kill himself and unite his enemies together. Yi Fan stared at the mysterious person whose entire body was covered in black armor and said, "Even if you knew that Lin Jiao wasn't here, you would still rush here because you believed that someone was targeting me and wanted to eliminate me. You wanted to help." During this process, he observed the reactions of the black-clothed men, using his powerful spiritual sense to capture the fluctuations of their divine sense. He wanted to determine whether or not Lin Jiao had fallen into their hands. "You knew I was coming?" The man in black armor took a few steps back. Yi Fan smiled coldly. After getting the answer he wanted to know, he no longer cared. Then, he looked at the others and sensed the fluctuations of their divine senses. His expression turned cold and he revealed a trace of killing intent. Everyone knew that things were bad. They had fallen into a trap. They rushed out of the magnificent palace and appeared in the desert. They each found an advantageous position to defend themselves. That was because it seemed very difficult to escape. At this moment, the end of the desert was a vast expanse of whiteness. All kinds of mist rose up and flowed like primal chaos. There are so many of us here. What is there to be afraid of? There are even high-level king tiers here. Isn't it enough to kill 3 of them? Someone said coldly. However, the others remained silent. They weren't forcing Yi Fan into a trap. Rather, they had been put into a trap. Who knew what kind of trap was laid out here? There's no need to be afraid. The 2 elders from the fallen winged race stepped forward. They held the 8 treasures demonic bottle in their hands and exuded an astonishing pressure that disintegrated the surrounding power of laws. Indeed, there's nothing to be afraid of. The outcome is irreversible. I came here to end his life. The black-clothed man regained his composure and strode forward. It's been more than 20 years. I've never stopped looking forward to this reunion. Yi Fan, it's time for you to regret it. He forcefully removed his helmet, wanting to reveal his true appearance. Yi Fan smiled calmly and said, "Return in glory? I've said it before. In my eyes, you'll always be a small fry. Do you really know who I am?" The black-clothed man was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He seemed to be incomparably agitated as he clenched his fists tightly. "Aren't you the most useless Enchanting? You've never improved," Yi Fan said lightly. Clang. Enchanting forcefully smashed his helmet into the distant palace hall, revealing his true appearance. His expression was almost sinister, and his entire body was trembling. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. He had originally thought that he would be able to make a glorious entrance and see Yi Fan's stunned and terrified expression. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't care at all. It was as if he had already predicted everything. It was as if he had meticulously prepared a great show, but in the end, no one was watching. It was as if he had punched the air, and it was as uncomfortable as it could be. More than 20 years had passed. Enchanting's appearance hadn't changed much, only becoming a bit paler. It was as if he didn't see sunlight all year round and lived in the darkness. Yi Fan, no matter what you predicted, no matter how brilliant and heroic you think you are, there is one thing you can't change, and that is that you must die. No one can save you. Enchanting went crazy. He had endured bitterly for more than 20 years. He originally wanted to vent his resentment and make a high-profile entrance, revealing his true identity. He never expected that he had long been seen through by someone else. A few light words made him want to vomit blood. "I said you didn't improve, and you didn't like it. You've already fallen into my rhythm, so how could there not be any arrangements?" Yi Fan sneered. "Unleash the curse of the deities from outside this region," Enchanting roared loudly, shaking this entire desert. The boundless yellow sand all flew into the air, and smoke and dust immediately shot in all directions, drowning out heaven and earth. A blood-colored little person appeared in his hand. He was blasted to pieces, turning into streaks of bloody light that flew towards Yi Fan. Heaven and earth became cold, as if they had fallen into an icehouse. There were the sounds of ghosts crying and deities howling. As expected, it is a fatal blow. If you aren't prepared, your soul will definitely scatter after being hit. This is a method left behind by a malicious spirit, Duanda said. The heaven-devouring demon cover above his head appeared, and a mysterious 9-star symbol appeared beneath his feet. This was the heaven origin forbidden formation that Yi Fan specially carved for him, using up a sea of divine source as the price to activate the emperor weapon. Hong. The heaven-devouring demon cover released a type of emperor might. Even though it didn't truly revive, it still covered heaven and earth, not something normal people could resist. All types of blood-colored light were destroyed, unable to approach him at all. They turned into an expanse of multicolored mist, disappearing into the desert. Li Changqing's expression changed, a hint of fear appearing on his face. He continuously retreated. Originally, he was going to attack and kill Yi Fan, but he didn't expect things to develop to this stage. Kill. The Hell God Imperial Court's Lord of a Purgatory shouted. His body emitted a string of blue light, and a spatial artifact opened up. Surrounding him were densely packed killing intent, and he quickly disappeared into the desert, preparing to attack Yi Fan and the others. At the same time, a realm lord of the mortal world also shouted. A yellow ray of light shot out, and a large number of killing intent appeared. At this time, the primitive lake, the fallen wing race, and the other major forces also made their moves. Their spatial artifacts flashed continuously, and in an instant, thousands of troops appeared. Their banners fluttered in the wind, drowning this place like a tsunami with boundless killing intent. Heaven Origin Forbidden Formation. Kill, Yi Fan shouted. The entire desert was glowing, and all kinds of divine patterns rushed out, interweaving into a web of order, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting lives. A sea of Genesis Chi was burning, turning into strands of laws, constructing a Heaven Origin Great Formation, sealing the desert and extinguishing all kinds of life. Countless people fell to the ground, and heads flew into the air. Blood splattered everywhere, and beautiful flowers bloomed. Lives were disappearing one after another, cut off by the beams of laws, turning into a rain of light, and disappearing with the wind. This was a massacre. No one knew how many days had passed since the Heaven Origin Forbidden Formation had been set up in the desert, quietly waiting for this moment to arrive, just to harvest fresh lives. Blood-curdling screams rose and fell. This place was covered in a rain of blood, turning into a purgatory on earth. Corpses were everywhere, and the scene was too horrible to bear. Magic sealing bottle, break. The two kings of the fallen wing race activated an 8 treasures demonic bottle together, emitting strands of black light that illuminated the desert. If it's the magic sealing bottle refined by the Great Emperor, then we will admit defeat. If it's not, then all of you can rest in peace, Yi Fan lightly shouted, and with a point of his hand, he activated another kind of formation rune. The Wu Shi killing formation was revived, illuminating the sky. Boom. Boundless killing intent swept out in all directions. It was as if they had returned to the era when the heavens and earth were split apart, when all living things were born. All kinds of killing power were immortal, vast and mighty. This was a terrifying turn of events. The magic sealing bottle shattered with a bang, and the two kings spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they were almost shattered. Although it was only a corner of the Wu Shi killing formation, its offensive power was heaven-defying. No one present could resist it, and miserable screams rang out. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people were turned into a bloody paste, crushed by the killing intent. Purgatory sword unsheathed, heaven-cleaving slash. The king of the Hell God dynasty roared, and a divine sword dripping with blood flew out. It was bright red and beautiful, and it slashed toward Yi Fan and the others. It was incomparably beautiful, and the scarlet sword was stained with a string of blood drops. It let out a woo-woo sound, and the sky and earth seemed to be collapsing, and the desert was about to disappear. Seeing this, many kings went up together to activate this holy weapon, turning it into a dazzling bloody light that dyed the entire sky red. A foul wind and rain of blood filled the air. It's incomplete, and it's not a true holy weapon. Do you think my heaven-devouring demonic lid is fake? Duanda sneered. Using the runes on the ground, he obtained boundless divine power and furiously activated the terrifying demonic lid. The blood sword trembled after flying over, not daring to come close at all. Under the extreme pressure, its brilliance dimmed, and it lost contact with the king behind it. The connection between them was severed. Clang. The heaven-devouring demonic lid released its extreme power, and a strand of black light shot out. The purgatory blood sword instantly fell to the ground and wailed, not daring to struggle at all. Brother Duan, there's no need to waste so much effort. I've prepared 3 Wu Shi killing formations. No matter what they've prepared, it's useless, Yi Fan said. He raised his hand and pointed, and the other 2 killing formations came to life. Strands of terrifying killing intent as thick as mountains rushed out from the desert and filled the sky. shatter everything. No one could escape even if they wanted to. The desert had long since set up a great formation. No one could escape, and all directions were locked down. In the center, the three wuxia killing formations came to life together. Ancient runes flickered, and the brilliance cut through the sky. Killing intent filled the air, and flowers of blood bloomed. This place had turned into a hell. Only miserable cries could be heard. Resistance was futile. Even the king could only die if trapped inside. There was no way to resist. Li Zhongqing was swept by a beam of killing light, and he was cut in two at the waist. Miserable cries rang out continuously. Yi Fan grabbed him and shouted, "Where are the malicious spirits?" 2. Broken Heaven Mountain Range, I'll wait for you. Li Zhongqing was terrified and loudly begged for mercy. However, a black light flashed between his brows, and his entire body shriveled up. He turned into a skeleton, and then his head exploded. Kill! Duan De shouted loudly. The heaven-devouring demonic jar shook, shattering the black light and not letting it escape. Broken Heaven Mountain Range was also, "You're trapped to kill yourself?" The master of a small world struggled on his deathbed and asked unwillingly. "Correct, everything is going according to my rhythm. Your Killer God Dynasty's main force went to Broken Heaven Mountain Range, right? Very good, I've also set that place as the main battlefield." Yi Fan laughed coldly. Without any surprises, when the three wuxia killing formations appeared, they killed everyone. The magnificent army turned into a bloody paste, and this desert was dyed red. I hope that all of the enemies will appear in Broken Heaven Mountain Range and come here to settle things once and for all. Yi Fan's voice reverberated through the desert. Chapter 885. The Great Golden Desert was dyed the color of blood. The stench of blood assailed the nostrils. The rising bloody mist, the broken limbs, and the endless bloody mud on the ground formed an azure diagram of hell. What kind of shock would people feel when they found this place? The magnificent army had turned into skeletons, all of them killed. Yi Fan picked up the Purgatory Divine Sword, which was as red as the sunset and stained with blood. Fatty Duan put a dilapidated ancient pagoda into his bosom. Monkey looked at a broken fan for a long time. The three damaged holy weapons became their spoils of war. The deities inside had long since died and were subdued by the heaven-devouring evil jar. They didn't stay here for long. They turned around and entered the realm gate, disappearing from this place. The majestic building was preserved in perfect condition. The old man in charge of the auction house was still unhurried and calm. He wiped his face with his hand and restored his original appearance. This was the old man who often played chess with Yang Ishi in the heavenly village. He was in charge of cleaning up the mess. The central region was the birthplace of the Eastern Wasteland civilization. There were many mysterious remains and many ancient ruins from prehistoric times. It was impossible to find their origins. In this vast wasteland, there were many ancient cities scattered about. They weren't connected, but they blossomed with the resplendent flames of civilization that had never been extinguished since ancient times. The Broken Sky Mountain Range was located in a region rarely visited by humans. It was a boundless wasteland that spanned millions of li. This mountain range was majestic and imposing. It was tens of thousands of meters tall. Looking from afar, there was no end to it. Yi Fan's group crossed the void from the southern region and entered this vast mountain range. They paid close attention to the movements in all directions. Every mountain peak was exceptionally grand and towered into the clouds. The most peculiar thing was that the mountain peaks were all flattened. They were like giant platforms that pierced into the clouds. This was the famous Broken Sky Mountain Range. It was rumored that it was cut off by the heavens because it was too tall. All the mountain peaks were the same height and incomparably neat. They were all black and looked boundlessly majestic under the contrast of the clouds. Before the ancient times, this mountain range towered into the clouds. There was a majestic palace above. Even the ancient races didn't dare to set foot here, said the monkey. The various great king clans didn't dare to rashly approach. This was a restricted area, and only the archaic emperors had visited it before. It was rumored that undying holy spirits resided above. No wonder there are so many legends. Powerful cultivators believe that this place was flattened by the ancient emperors. Yi Fan said. Only a supreme existence like that possessed such ability. A single strike of the sword flattened a vast mountain peak that stretched for over 1,000,000 kilometers, creating such a miraculous scene that caused one's imagination to wander and fanciful thoughts to run wild. If a human strike could be like this, plucking the stars and moon wouldn't be a big deal. This made people's imaginations run wild. What would the so-called immortals be like? To be exact, they were wiped out by the merciless emperor. Of course, there's no way to verify this. After all, this great emperor's reputation isn't very good. No matter how great his achievements are, it's hard for it to be widely spread, Duanda said. He had the heaven-devouring evil jar, so he naturally knew more about Ruthless than the others. According to the legends, this place was the divine land of the Holy Spirit, and at one time, it posed a great threat to the human race. In his later years, Ruthless massacred this place out of anger. The blood of the Holy Spirit dyed the mountains and rivers of millions of miles red, and the high and mighty Heaven Palace was flattened with a single strike. If this is true, then this great emperor of your human race really makes one's hair stand on end. It's truly worthy of reverence. In the archaic era, this place wasn't far off from the 7 great life-forbidden zones of today. The monkey sighed with sincere reverence. The virtuous great emperors of the past are worthy of boundless reverence. In terms of mysteriousness, Ruthless is definitely number 1. Even now, we don't know whether he's a man or a woman. Not a single great achievement of his has been passed down, Yi Fan said. Not long after, they arrived at the central region of the Broken Sky mountain range. Although they were at the same height, the mountain range here was especially majestic and thicker. It was originally a land close to gods, but it was destroyed during the Desolate Era. Occasionally, people could dig out some mysterious rubble at the foot of the mountain that flickered with immortal light. However, it was already impossible to deduce anything from the ancient times. Astral winds whistled as they flew up a broken mountain that was like a sky platform. When they landed on top, endless divine winds of the great Tao blew. Cultivators with insufficient strength would be turned into flying ashes. Those who weren't experts couldn't climb up. There are really quite a lot of people who came. The sky is already filled with shouts. A great battle has broken out. Duanda stared ahead. This region was too big. There were many figures in many places. Some were searching for the immortal medicine, while others were waiting for Yi Fan to arrive and wanted to ambush him. Just now, someone saw that little girl again. Her fragrance filled the air. It's definitely the immortal medicine without a doubt. It can't be fake because someone even invited Master Lin. He's a Grandmaster-level alchemist. Some people were discussing. They all frantically rushed towards a certain region. Currently, 70% of the cultivators who came to the Broken Sky mountain range were gathered there. However, many people mistakenly entered and found nothing. That was a strange place. It had been like this since ancient times. After entering, it was difficult to determine the direction and it was easy to get lost. It really is an immortal medicine. Dr. Wang is also here. His medical skills are the best in the Eastern Wasteland. It has already been confirmed that this is the immortal medicine. When this news came out, there was a huge uproar. Everyone became even more excited. Those who came here all had different intentions. Many wanted to fish in troubled waters and mix with those who wanted to kill Yi Fan. Although it's said that you can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child, showing off the seed of the Chilean medicine might really be taken away, Duanda said. Yi Fan and the others approached the most central region. This place was vast and boundless. There was an indescribable aura of the great Tao. The divine wind whistled, blowing so many cultivators that they couldn't even stand straight. They were easily turned into ashes. One broken mountain after another was incomparably flat. They were all cut from the great peaks and were almost connected together. The clouds and mist were faintly discernible. The sound of a child's crying could be heard again. The fragrance was intoxicating. In this vast region, the sound of a child's crying was very soft. It was blown away by the wind. Only a few cultivators with profound cultivation could hear it. That dog's attainments in formation runes are getting higher and higher. This kind of maze has its own life. It has reached the acme of perfection. It's almost comparable to the methods of a saint, the monkey praised. All the enemies in the southern region had been wiped out. The people in the Broken Heaven mountain range couldn't possibly know. They didn't sense the approaching danger at all. In just a short while, Yi Fan and the others had already discovered many assassins. They even received Qi Luo's message that someone had brought an inherited sacred weapon. They're serious now. They want to kill me in one strike. It seems that as soon as I appear, a world-shaking battle will erupt, Yi Fan said to himself. An hour later, they were sure that the masters of 3 small worlds had arrived in the human world. They led countless experts. Hell, on the other hand, had 4 layers of Hell masters come personally. All the people in the small worlds they controlled had come out. There were as many experts as clouds. The divine sons of the human world and the goddesses of Hell had also appeared. The inherited sacred weapons would be activated by their Tao protectors and could launch a thunderous attack at any time. Duanda inhaled a breath of cold air and said, "But there are inherited sacred weapons. If this kind of thing comes to life, its power will be boundless. It's 100 times more powerful than that damaged purgatory blood sword." He was a little worried. He was really afraid that the inherited sacred weapons would break through the formation patterns and carve out a bloody path, leading everyone to break out of the encirclement. That would be troublesome. They might even be surrounded and killed. If his heaven-swallowing demon jar truly came to life, it would naturally be easy to shatter the inherited sacred weapons. However, it wasn't complete. Without reaching the saint realm, it would be difficult to control it. He was afraid that the other party would escape. It's fine. The goddess furnace and the scepter of the celestial court are all here. At the crucial moment, you can even place your heaven-swallowing demon lid in the formation. Humans can't activate these few sacred weapons, but the Wuxia killing formation can. It can definitely revive them, Yi Fan said. How many great emperor killing formations did you make that dog carve? Duanda asked. Originally, there were 6. I was afraid that something might happen, so I accepted its extortion and made it vomit blood from exhaustion. So I carved a total of 12, Yi Fan said. The hearts of Duanda and the monkey trembled. Each of the 12 killing formations had a corner of the Great Emperor formation patterns. With so many of them together, even a saint could be killed without a hitch. This was really a big deal. Of course, the requirements for carving this kind of divine formation were extremely high. Otherwise, after a few days, all kinds of Tao marks would automatically disappear in the void, completely vanishing. Not long ago, Yi Fan bought and auctioned wantonly, obtaining countless spiritual items and even divine materials. It was enough to squander, causing the large black dog to bark madly in surprise for an entire night. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman had appeared. Pang Bo sent over such a piece of news. Instantly, Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he clenched his fists. However, it was a pity that these 2 people disappeared in a flash. They were very cautious, quickly disappearing without a trace. However, it was good that they had come. There was a chance to kill them. The celestial imperial princes people have come, the monkey said. He stared at the 2 figures in front of him. They were definitely experts, only a step away from becoming a saint. Malicious ghost, I sense the power of a malicious ghost. His true body has come, Duanda said. He frequently roamed the underground ancient tomb, so he was very sensitive to the aura of this kind of corpse ghost. At the same time, Yi Fan saw 2 people flickering with silver light. Even their heads were covered by silver helmets. They entered the center of the Broken Sky mountain range and disappeared in a flash. It's them, Liu Yunji and Wang Yang have come. Wherever Yi Fan appeared, it would definitely be the center of the battlefield. Everyone had come for him because he was about to cross the star domain. The enemies thought that someone had set up a trap to kill him, so they all came to attack. Who dares to harm little Nan Nan? A loud roar resounded throughout the Broken Sky mountain range. Yi Fan appeared in the center of the mountain range, entering the former Holy Spirit Divine Land. The human race's holy physique Yi Fan has come. The Broken Sky mountain range was in chaos. Large numbers of cultivators appeared, entering this vast region. The killing intent suddenly became many times stronger. Medicinal fragrance flowed, and the center of the Holy Spirit divine land was enshrouded in mist. All kinds of haze flowed about. Yi Fan stood in the center, attracting large numbers of cultivators. Someone attacked at the first moment. It was a blinding light. No one would have thought that hundreds of divine crocodiles would appear at the first moment and attack Yi Fan. Moreover, behind him, a golden crocodile phantom that was tens of thousands of Zhonglong transformed into a tangible body and also pounced over. It possessed an incomparably powerful might. The divine spirit residing in Li Xiaoman's body is the incarnation of the crocodile ancestor, Pang Bo muttered to himself. He thought back to the scene 12 years ago where a golden crocodile chased after Yi Fan outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. Boom! At the same time, there was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It emitted strands of terrifying might and hacked out a beam of divine radiance, slashing towards Yi Fan. Bang! The heaven-devouring devil jar above Duanda's head flashed and appeared. It protected him, the monkey, and Yi Fan beneath it, blocking the two sure-kill attacks. Is everyone who should come here? If it's about time, then resurrect the Wu-Sha killing formation and kill everyone. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to the Black Emperor coldly. Chapter 886. The huge golden crocodile was like a thick mountain ridge. When it sensed the pressure of the extreme Tao, it immediately swung its tail like a divine dragon and rushed into the sky. The heaven-devouring demonic cover flickered with black light and shot out a strand of Emperor's might, forcing the huge crocodile back. At the same time, killing intent pervaded the air, shattering the divine radiance of the legendary holy weapon and turning it into flowing light. The human race's sacred physique is here, kill him, an old assassin shouted. With a wave of his hand, black-clothed people appeared everywhere and began to carry out the assassination. Moreover, the divine crocodiles flickered with black light and flew over like black spears. They pierced through the void and surrounded the surroundings, attacking from time to time. You dare to be arrogant before an emperor weapon? Duanda's expression turned cold. As soon as he activated it, many vicious spirits nearby trembled and fell down, shaking endlessly on the broken mountain. Just use the heaven-devouring cover to defend. Don't waste too much divine force and don't scare away the malicious spirits. Leave these to me, the monkey said. With a sweep of his rod, corpses and bones flew in all directions. A group of assassins who approached were all killed. Roar! The huge golden crocodile in the sky stabilized its body and spat out a thunderous sound. The mountains and valleys all shook, and there were even some tens of thousands of tall mountains that directly collapsed. Tens of thousands of small crocodiles flew over densely in the sky, turning into a dark sword rain that pierced through the void. Even many assassins were pierced to death. What kind of secret technique is he going to use? Duanda was shocked. This was a divine being from outside this region, so he had to be on guard. The space between Yi Fan's brows flashed with splendor, and a blood sword that was only an inch long appeared. It was like a blood-dripping agate, flickering with scarlet light and glistening. This was the spoils of war from the southern desert, the Purgatory divine sword. Kai! Streaks of bloody light flew out, turning into sword radiance that entered the group of divine crocodiles. They slashed horizontally and vertically, dicing the malevolent divine crocodiles into inch-long chunks of flesh. Scarlet blood flowed out. Human race's sacred physique, you've walked right into a trap. Do you still want to leave alive? The sound of killing came from all directions as countless experts rushed over. Pu. After the tens of thousands of small alligators were chopped into meat paste, they turned into blazing light that surrounded Yi Fan's group. An ancient sacrificial voice sounded. A golden ancient temple appeared. Divine light shone for tens of thousands of streaks, rising and falling within the bloody mud. It released an incomparably dignified aura, turning into endless divine might that suppressed downwards. This is blood sacrifice suppression. Duanda's expression changed. Yi Fan pulled out a formation platform. Inscriptions were carved into it, and there were also many indentations that were filled with divine essence blocks. This was an origin formation that he had spent many days carving out. Even with his abilities, he was barely able to set it up. He stood on the ground and shouted softly, "Yi." Then, all of the ancient symbols on the formation platform lit up, interweaving together, activating his incantation together, amplifying it immeasurably. It was as if a great bell was ringing. As soon as the Buddhist incantations were uttered, the ancient temple became unstable. A beam of golden light emerged from within and revealed its true appearance. It was the manifestation of a god from the outer realm. Kai. Suddenly, a beam of divine light slashed over. The Black Emperor had a bad premonition. He activated the Wu-Sha killing formation, causing it to shoot out a beam of killing light that sliced the blurry golden body in half. In the sky, the giant golden alligator's body trembled. 2 beams of dark light shot out from its eyes, but it didn't immediately attack. Instead, it sensed the fluctuations in its surroundings. Human race's sacred physique, you've finally appeared. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Return the lives of my race's children. A voice that sounded like muffled thunder traveled over. An unparalleled great demon appeared in the sky. A black figure so sturdy that it seemed like it could lift the sky with a single shoulder. There were horns on its head and black fur on its back. It stood there like a demonic mountain. This was a massive ox king that possessed the strength of a king Tyr. Its eyes were as large as copper bells, and its entire body was surrounded by black light. It was hundreds of feet tall, and its fist smashed downwards. This was a king Tyr of the Herculean ox demon race. It was no different from the legendary ox demon king. The monkey shouted loudly. The jet-black iron rod in its hand swept out, and a deafening sound like muffled thunder immediately rang out in the sky. Don't kill this barbaric ox. I've finally seen a mount that I'm satisfied with. This will be this emperor's mount in the future. The Black Emperor cried out in the dark. He began to control the formation. Divine chains of order flickered and extended into the sky, wrapping around that powerful barbaric ox that resembled a black demonic mountain. Moo! The barbaric ox's roar resounded in all directions. It had unleashed a terrifying sound wave. At the same time, even more enemies appeared. They rushed over together, including some powerful races from the various ancient tribes. Blood Lightning Descent. The experts of the Blood Lightning King race appeared. More than 10 of them used forbidden techniques together, activating a killing formation to suppress it. Boom! It was unknown how many bolts of blood-colored lightning appeared. Each one was formed from laws, and they transformed into an inescapable net that interweaved together. It was blood-red and dazzling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Not only did Yi Fan prepare a killing formation, there were also others who came to deal with him. Once this blood-colored killing formation was activated, it would definitely be able to kill a few kings. However, it was ineffective against the heaven-devouring devil lid. Even if this half-emperor weapon didn't awaken, there was nothing it could break through. Strands of black light curled up and down, transforming all the blood-colored lightning into mist. The experts of the Blood Lightning King race felt a sense of defeat. They felt like ants trying to shake a tree. They simply had no way to resist that half-emperor weapon. The killing formation was completely useless. Kill. In the Broken Heavens mountain range, the roars of war shook the heavens. Countless assassins appeared. They were the main force this time around. There were 4 Hell Overlords from Hell and 3 World Overlords from the mortal world. Kill. The monkey forced the king of the Herculean ox devil race back. He brandished his iron rod and began a massacre. Everywhere he passed by, no one could block him. Broken limbs flew everywhere. At the same time, Yi Fan also began a massacre. The space between his brows flashed with light. That inch-long purgatory divine sword was as translucent as a blood coral. Every strand of killing intent it shot out contained destructive might. Although the blood sword was damaged, it was still a saint weapon after all. At this moment, Yi Fan stood on the terrifying sky origin forbidden formation he created. He wasn't worried that his divine energy would run out and he would continue his massacre. He seemed to have transformed into a divinity. Divine light shot out unceasingly from the center of his brows. He could see mountains crumbling, the sky shattering, and the people being destroyed. With a flash of blood from his brows, a group of powerful enemies would definitely be turned into ashes. Such a formation platform is truly terrifying. In the future, I should carve several tens of them for me as well. There's no need to worry about my divine energy running out. Duanda's heart stirred. Yi Fan sighed. It was easier said than done. Such formation runes wouldn't last for more than a few days before vanishing. Maybe it was too heaven-defying. And every time he carved it, he would have to exhaust his mental energy. Even after a long time, he might not succeed. Woo, woo. The bloodlight that shot out from the center of Yi Fan's brows let out a mournful howl. It transformed into thousands of streaks of bloodlight that instantly killed hundreds of people. Blood splattered everywhere as lives were lost. This was the twilight calamity song of hell. A great battle was about to begin, and human lives were cheaper than grass. Boom! All of a sudden, a stone tablet descended from the sky. There were 8 ancient words carved on it. It emitted a devilish radiance and hummed as it pressed down on Yi Fan. The heavenly prince's subordinate made a move. He was a powerful existence that was just a step away from becoming a saint. He personally controlled the stone tablet to suppress Yi Fan. That's the 8th-division Devil Steely. The Monkey King shouted in alarm. According to the legends, the undying heavenly emperor was a deity that was revered by the myriad of ancient races. In the past, he had once conquered the heavens. 8 of his subordinates had died in battle, and almost all of them had been exterminated. He had personally refined the 8th-division Devil Steely, allowing their souls to rest in peace. He had even created a forbidden technique for it. Naturally, the stone tablet in front of Huang Xiaolong couldn't have been personally refined by the undying heavenly emperor. However, the undying heavenly emperor had inherited his technique. The heavenly prince had dictated it, and the 2 ancestor kings had refined it. That was how the undying heavenly emperor had turned it into a forbidden artifact. 8 runes shone on the surface of the stone tablet, and each rune represented a type of great Tao. As they rumbled, the entire broken heaven mountain range shook. The purgatory divine sword in the center of Yi Fan's brows shot out rays of blood-colored light that slashed at the 8th-division Devil Steely. After all, this was the power of a saint weapon, and it was able to block the 8 ancient runes. The evil ghost is here. Suddenly, Duanda's hair stood on end as he warned Yi Fan. Woo, woo, a chilly wind howled, and a rain of blood poured down. A yellow whirlwind appeared in the sky, and as the blood rained down, a black devil appeared in the distance. It stood there, taller than the Hungduan mountain range, and it looked down coldly. A god's will of a saint physique, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Didn't he lose 90% of his cultivation and his Tao foundation? Why does he still give off such a terrifying feeling? Duanda muttered to himself. He had never seen such an evil ghost in his life. Don't treat him like a ghost. He's a famous god's will, and he's the hardest to deal with. The Monkey King reminded Huang Xiaolong. 2 mysterious figures clad in silver battle robes appeared in front of the Black Devil. One of them shouted, Yi Fan, do you know who I am? Liu Yunji, I've been waiting for you for a long time. So many years have passed, but you still haven't improved. It's hard to change your nature. Yi Fan said indifferently. In front of the huge Black Devil, Liu Yunji let out an angry roar. He took off his helmet and said with incomparable hatred, it's been more than 20 years, and there hasn't been a moment where I haven't wanted to stand face to face with you. I want you to kneel at my feet. I've let you down. You'll never have that chance. This time, I won't give you any hope of survival. After today, all of the enemies here will be executed. Yi Fan said coldly. Ah! Wang Yang screamed. She threw away her helmet and shouted, surnamed Yi, just wait for your corpse to be torn into 10,000 pieces. Even the heavens won't be able to save you. Do you still need the heavens? Yi Fan let out a long roar, and like a clap of thunder, he cut through the sky and said, I'll kill all of you by myself. He swept his gaze over everyone present. Saint Physique, your doomsday has arrived. You still dare to boast shamelessly. The 3 realm lords of the human world appeared, and behind them, countless assassins appeared. Everything should end now. The 4 hell lords appeared, and the 4 layers of hell appeared at the same time. Killing intent overflowed the heavens, and the assassins came out in full force. Meanwhile, at the very front were the divine son of the human world and the goddess of hell, as well as their protectors. At this moment, they were activating a sacred weapon, the blood-dripping bone pagoda. It was cast from the bones of saints, and it was pure white and lustrous. Streaks of bloody light flowed and twined around it. It was filled with dense killing intent, and it had a total of 5 layers. It belonged to hell, and it was the most precious bone essence left behind by the 5 killing saints. It was cast into the 5-layered pagoda, and at this moment, it was activated by the 2 sects together. It emitted a boundless pressure that swept through the entire broken sky mountain range. No one could stop it. This treasure must be left behind for our celestial court to use as a facade. Qi Luo secretly transmitted his voice. He was incomparably excited. All right, everything should come to an end now. Those who should have come, Yi Fan said calmly. Then, he shouted loudly, and the 9 wuxia killing formations were all activated, sealing off this area. Boom! Boundless killing intent erupted like the sea. Strands of killing intent were as thick as mountains as they rushed into the heavens. All directions were sealed, and the power of the killing intent surged like the primal chaos. It crossed the ages and rushed over from the beginning of the world,